Okay, so today I had a chance to watch the first cross-examination by somebody from the defense team other than Jose Baez, I'm pretty sure. And it's that other woman with like sort of the curly hair. So I don't know exactly what her name is, but I was even skipping through like where does Jose Baez cross-examine Lee? But apparently it's that woman instead. So, but I skipped it, and then now we're at Casey Anthony trial day 7, part 1 of 2 at 1 hour 31 minutes and 50 seconds. And it's somebody getting cross-examined by Baez, or they're about to be, so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. The prosecution is finishing up, but yeah, Baez has been a one-man wrecking crew against the prosecution, who keeps rotating between the Burdick chick, the George, and somebody else. So we're towards the tail end of this particular video, and then this was them looking for the Zenaida apartment, I guess. The point is, the police collectively told her that we didn't find her there. And then she falls back and says, well, maybe she could be using a fake name, maybe she lives somewhere else, like in New York. See, he's right to business. He'll be quick. Look at him getting his shit ready. He's pretty quick with it, but he's also, you know, sometimes he's missing his file and stuff. Yeah, so like none of the other officers noticed it, but George noticed it, I guess. That is just oddly specific. Like, yes, it could be a lot of things, a bad smell, but hearsay, I can already tell you. Hearsay. Yeah, come on. He's just doing that to make a statement, but see, he does it sometimes just to make a statement. He made these statements sort of questions to the jury, so they still think about it, even though he knows it's going to be overruled, or I mean. If the fact is pertinent. So I wouldn't have done everything if it was relevant. He seems to almost be struggling a little bit with this, but that's kind of a good way to try to get to it. But it could be based on his own observation that I wrote it in my report. So it doesn't mean that nobody else told me. It means that I didn't observe it myself, which he kind of already said that. So it's not to say your report is all-inclusive. Baez did a double take there too. He thought he was done and then he comes back. Sometimes it feels like he's doing things for effect, but I mean, I don't think the prosecution is even that bad here, but they'll keep cutting away to Casey's face. That almost makes it look like she's being cross-examined when, oh, now we get the guy with the southern accent who's like the big boss at the firm. I don't know, I mainly just want to see Baez in all this. You know, I never have the patience to watch like a full trial of any of these, but certainly you have to appreciate his impact. But yeah, like nobody else was even doing any of this. I'm confused. Baez was doing it all. He did George, he did, wait, what happened with Cindy? Did he did do Cindy, but I think it was relatively brief because I almost forgot that he even did it. So yeah, we'll look at some more of this. I was doing some of the horror stuff. I could do the How About a Horror. There's so many things I can do. I don't know what I feel like doing. It's hard to kind of skip around when you're in the middle of this. But no, like the Jodi Arias trial is evergreen with all the different witnesses that are so funny to watch. Jodi herself, Alice LaViolette, the Dr. Samuels. This is like you're trying to fight a losing battle. At least all kind of things where these people aren't necessarily dumb, but they appear dumb or they appear sort of lost because of the situation that they're put into by this. So let me see what else I can find here. Just see if Jose is here, but no, that southern guy's taking care of it. Like, I'm sure they'll all pick their own witnesses and stuff, like who they want to, you know, I'll take this guy, and Jose will take that guy, and, you know. Oh. So we're at 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 15 seconds. In Casey Anthony trial, day 7, part 2 of 2, starting in 3, 2, 1. The prosecution is finishing up, I guess. About what time it is. A lot of this is to do with trying to find Zenaida. should have all this stuff recorded because you never know what fact is going to break the case. That's the whole issue. It's like, not to the exclusion of all other facts or items, the way that they ask it F. Lee Bailey or whoever the fuck in the O.J. Simpson trial. You never know what's going to be pertinent. So how do you go in and say, oh, I'm going to record whatever's pertinent, but how do you know? Oh man. God damn it. But he must have been at least convincing enough to... So Dick Tracy, is it like a screen name that he uses online, or something to try to impeach him or make it seem ridiculous? Because Dick Tracy is obviously a fictional... The way that, this guy's screen name was such and such. The way they were saying with some political candidate that he had an account on some website, Ashley Madison or some shit. Dick Tracy Orlando. It must be a screen name online or something. Some role play that he's done. It's like a blog. I think I've seen part of this before. Just the very fact that he's doing it, or a specific reference? That he has something to gain from the case, that he's... It's sort of very broad, but... It doesn't need to completely impeach him either. It's just worth bringing up. Like, okay, it's just a little footnote. It doesn't completely disqualify his testimony. It just means that it's something worth considering by the jury. That seems like bias for a judge right there. You don't need to say the whole life story that it's your good friend and blah, blah, blah. personal life, but this isn't even. Yeah, asked us about Mark Furman. I guess it depends state by state, though, too. I feel like it's worth bringing it up. It doesn't mean that it immediately has to discredit whatever he's doing. Like, point to a major contradictory sort of statement. Okay, so they're going to discuss the value of this, and I don't think it comes in. I think I've seen this part actually before, too. A true Jose Baez moment, like bias. Okay, so we're starting from Casey Anthony trial day 7, part 2 of 2 at 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 00 seconds, and 3, 2, 1. Sometimes when I say 1, I immediately press it, too, but... Yeah, this is what all these people try to do, is they try to make a celebrity out of themselves, and they all write books and stuff. So Jose Baez deserves a book deal for this case, and Nurmi deserves it for the Jodi Arias case, even though he lost, because he went through so much, and he wanted off of it, and whatever. You probably shouldn't be doing stuff like this anyway, writing stuff about the case. The judge sometimes struggles with simple things like page numbers and pronouncing people's names. Lazario and... Or Baez sometimes struggles with little preparation, things like that too, like the folder. Who's concerned with the defense's theory, which is not their... And that's jumping the gun at the time, too. But that is within his discretion to opine that as a detective, I guess. At the time, I guess. And this is all at the time. Like, we know now well, actually, you could even still say it now it is, but a lot if she drowned in it. Could be a lot of things. There could be remains, DNA. It could be a lot of things. That's like saying the trunk of the car with the little DNA hairs. The same way that you look in the trunk and say that the bot. The same with the trunk of the car. Like, the body wasn't in the trunk of the car, but we're using that. Yeah, the best analogy is to the trunk of the car, because they've looked at that. But that's true of your theory, too. You don't have, like, a concrete theory of what you think happened. That's the weakness of that side. But it is up to the discretion of the detective to... That's just his theory of the case and his deductive reasoning. I guess he does mention the defense theory. Why is he concerned with the defense theory? He's not the prosecutor. But that's something he could have found out because he talked to the friends at work, and he could have found that if he really looked. It's kind of against the defense, though. You could... Why... Just the fact that he mentions a defense theory shows you he has some sort of... But no, yeah, you got... He won't get that far unless it's the prosecution doing it. I sort of disagree because I can't hear anything he's saying. He's sort of attention-seeking. You should always be able to introduce the fact that he's done that. That he's posted. You should be able to bring up the fact that he had the blog. That's the Jennifer Darrow effect that you keep sending them out over and over. He's predicting the state's objection already. Yeah, this should allow you. You're being reprimanded by your boss at your work for it. I just putting the blog, just in general, during an active investigation, posting sensitive details about a case, has to do with the case. But see, he always seems like the underdog. Just a second, back to you. I gotta find it. But that's just somebody else saying that. That doesn't mean he's not still doing it. You can't officially talk, but then you do still. You admit it, but then you still do talk about it. He's obviously talking about the case. That's the whole reason why they care to read it, because they don't care about his broken leg or whatever the fuck other outside of that. They act like. I think you should be able to show the blog. Just show that he has it, and then that's enough. Show the username. You don't have to show every single post, but you could just show that he was using it. But I guess you have to have at least one to show to go along with it. More like millions of people, but they're involved in a stupid way. Can you show the reprimand? Exactly. So he's kind of conceding the point, but what's the point if you're not going to let me question them anyway on it? He lost the battle, but he's not going to lose the war. I do feel I would let it be brought up. He had this blog named Dick Tracy. He was posting about the case, and that's fine. This is sometimes where people misinterpret what the law is about. Like, it's not an end-all, be-all. Oh my goodness, he had the blog. That invalidates his entire opinion in the case, and he should be fired. And no, it just means you consider it. Okay, he had a blog. He posted a couple things, and then you move on. It doesn't mean that it destroys his whole existence or has anything to do with the case. The same way that Casey Anthony, she was out partying, she was doing this, she was doing that. But it doesn't mean that she did the killing. It doesn't mean she's guilty. It doesn't mean she's a bad mother. It just means that she partied, right? Like, they're two separate things. That is kind of a little irritating. I do feel you should be able to bring up the thing. Bring up that he did the blog, period. You don't have to go into every single post. This is one of the guys who was obviously asking her questions in the all those interrogation tapes and stuff. attempt to rephrase. So it was a missing persons case, even though at that point he considered it a murder. Right, so that in itself, you can impeach him again. He just said it's a missing persons case when it comes to the pool and all that. So why were you calling it a murder on your blog? A little bit later on, I guess, with new information gleaned, but... Man, he's really back against the wall, bro. Underdog effect. This is a really tough part of the case for him right now. He can't get anything through. Regardless of its source. Doesn't matter where it came from. Apartment was vacant. This is the Zenaida. Oh, come on with the hearsay. He's a detective. Like, in your opinion, based on what you learn and research, why does it have to be hearsay? Like, what do you mean, dude? I learn things about the case because I'm a detective. I don't have observational skills where I can come to conclusions on my own. Like, fuck the hearsay shit. They're overdoing it. Did you open the garage door? Objection, hearsay, because you would have needed a code, and you got that code from a coworker, and that coworker had to tell you the code. So that's hearsay, so you couldn't tell, like, fucking... Hearsay, the comment about the car is hearsay. Everything is fucking hearsay. Just pull out the transcript and show, like, okay, it's not hearsay. This is a sworn testimony in court. I feel like Juan gets away with that a lot, too. Like, if this guy had said this, I guess he does it as a hypothetical, but... Because the treatment of a hypothetical there is like, if you have information that the witness you're questioning doesn't have or didn't have the opportunity to get, but you still want to question them about it without telling them all the story about it. So if this guy had come in and testified in court after your assessment, when you weren't here, about something that contradicts it, hypothetically, what would that change your opinion? Would that change your assessment? And you don't have to qualify that and show them the whole thing or go through all that, because the court knows, the judge will accept, like, okay, what you're saying is true, but that person just had no way of knowing that, so it's hypothetical for their sake. Got a little creaky floorboard or something going on here. Little ASMR. Shuffling of the papers, the mics, the... You didn't suspect her immediately, but normally that doesn't happen. Because, this expectation that you should be the suspect immediately is not fair. That was just... Yeah. And we didn't know at the time. But we didn't know that maybe at the time. See, that's hearsay according to what I was told. But lying doesn't mean that you're guilty either, but that's kind of what we're getting to. Even though she had lied, you didn't consider her a suspect. So all the lies that we bring up in court mean that she's not a suspect, or that she didn't have to do it. See how he's done that? Like, the detective is openly saying that... The detective is openly saying, okay, she lied, or I know about her lies, but I still don't consider her a suspect. So lying isn't the issue that you should determine guilt or innocence based on, nor is partying but you could be lying but still not. That's actually the theory you'd go with too. She is lying because she's afraid of what might happen or whatever. That doesn't mean she did it. That just means she's afraid. She doesn't want to be blamed for leaving her with a kidnapper or whatever. So you could have a different reason for lying than being the culprit. At that time, and then as we discover more, we can qualify it that way. I don't place importance on my cases. Every case is important. It's my job. Like, I like role playing as these people. Like, that's how I would say it. No, it wasn't especially important. It was equally as important as everything else I ever do in my job, because it's all part of the job. He keeps almost misspeaking, like Miranda writes, like you're trying to combine the word read and Miranda, and here it was something else he was about to say, which I already forgot, but he keeps kind of stumbling over his words, but he's kind of quick about it. Yeah, that's speculation. We got to get in some sort of law of attraction caliber interpretation of the writing. She went somewhere she felt safe. When? Where? What do you mean? It means like it's safe in her opinion, but you're not sure of it yourself. It's safe according to her, basically. You weren't convinced whether it was safe or not. Is it safe? Laurence Olivier dentist moment from whatever that movie is, Marathon Man or something, where he keeps saying, is it safe? And he's pulling out his teeth to torture him. Such an oddly specific way to torture somebody. Legend says he's still asking, is it safe? And I forget what he's even talking about. Anything she said, you could put in quotes because you're basically quoting her. That's how quotes work, dude. there's nothing necessarily that would indicate that. That's just sort of argumentative. Sometimes he won't even give them the satisfaction of the sustain. Which sometimes shows you he's questioning for effect. He knows it'll be stricken, but he's still FU and what was the other joke I made with the 2-letter things? We have Exhibit 69, Exhibit FU, and Exhibit something else. You could do like a comedy skit in a courtroom setting. You might think, oh, that would never actually happen, but there is. FU is in here. Page 2, line 10. Now at least you're quoting from it directly, so you kind of should hold it against them. So you could just blatantly lie and get away with it. You ignore somebody's lies. You would say it in general. In fact, at this day, you might still not be able to tell. Maybe Zenaida is still out there. Took a plane to Puerto Rico and shit. Nobody's ever seen her. The grandma's never met her. Jeffrey Michael Hopkins and Ida Fernandez Gonzalez. Right, we got to get all the three-part names because that gives it credibility. It makes it sound real, doesn't it? That it's so detailed and specific. No direct information. And she was in Jacksonville for a period of time, or at least she lied and said it to Lee that she's in Jacksonville. SIM cards. I just questioned her on it, would be fine. Yeah, this is a very important testimony because this is one of the lead investigators, if not the lead investigator, who's asking her questions in the interrogation a lot of the time. But all these detectives are so low-key, like Detective Flores from the Jodi Arias trial. He's sort of dialed down and low-key, like the good cop. Even this guy seems kind of mellow. Mellow-mellich. also a fabrication. She is or was, because you don't even work there anymore. She's so proud of being associated with Universal. And she doesn't give you a number for her either. That's kind of improper, though. You're not supposed to read directly from it. We could just go through line by line and quote everything that was said. Like, you don't need a detective to go through this. Anybody with eyes and ears can just see what it is. At some point later, when you go in the office. Or no, the Juliet doesn't work. 10 seconds later, you're basically saying your own client is a crazy pathological liar. And she doesn't have the phone number, so shouldn't you have been able to figure out you're a bad detective because my client said... So how would she... Oh, she had no way to tell her that. That was a good contradiction moment. Like, she said, Julia is working at Universal, and I told her about Kaylee missing. But then she's moved north a while ago, and I don't have her number. So how could she have told her? Not necessarily to indict her. But you could just say, oh, she misspoke. She meant she did work with her in the past tense. I could never hear the objections, but most of the prosecution objections are pretty good. Yeah, he's asking for like an instant gratification, like do something right then and there, slap her across the face and say, you're a lying bitch. Oh wait, that's my job behind closed doors. You're acting like a 2-year-old. You're acting like, what a fitting thing to say to somebody who just lost their 2-year-old. You're acting like Kaylee. I'm sure he wasn't thinking about it like that when he said it, but like, that is something he's caught on a hot mic saying. Yeah, there's no evidence really of that. Even though people speculate about Xanny, Xanax, nobody ever said that. And that's him trying to mock. over the grief of the loss of her daughter, not over the guilt of doing it. That's where you can always mask something, like mask your, JCS always talks about this too, like mask your own grief about yourself for being caught as your grief over the death of the victim. So, oh, look how sad they are, they couldn't have done it, but they're not sad about the fact that they killed them or that they're dead. They're sad about the fact that they got caught or that they are in the process of being interrogated. Compound. It makes it seem like what he just said is sustained when you do that, but it's the original objection. He's like a boxer in the ring, rope-a-doping and trying to just, always behind until the very end. But he didn't answer yes or no. He just said you can answer yes or no, and he goes on a fucking ramble. Why wouldn't you bring it to court? The whole point is that no, you gotta sit behind the prosecutor like Detective Flores and kind of just chill there the whole trial. Or I love how Darryl Brooks does that. Who is that man sitting back there? Who is he? No, nobody knows who he is. Like, he's so hilarious. But no, it's like some court staff or whatever. But then you have, I love that. He's asking the detective, who is that man standing in the back there? But the whole point is that, I don't know, let's go to the next part so they don't even bother redirecting it. Oh, I guess we get the detective immediately again. How is that possible? It's just so hard for me to change stuff when I'm already driving that I kind of have to just go with it. So Casey Anthony trial day 8, part 1 of 2 from 0000 in 3, 2, 1. You get the little sick musical beat here. She comes in immediately from the door with the white background that always has like an interesting visual effect to it. That's your only job. You just gotta look sad. But everybody deals with grief differently, so it doesn't mean that that has to be a sign of guilt. So now we're going to ask Jeff Hopkins. I think he's already testified in an earlier day, but Jeff Hopkins is going to just say, I don't know who Casey is, and I don't have a son named Zach. So Jose seems to imply that it was a different Jeffrey Hopkins. It's a tough challenge when you just concede that your your defendant is a liar, but that doesn't mean that they did the crime. I feel like he's already testified earlier on, so it's interesting why we need to call him back. Must have been something the detective said. And then we also can get Juliet Lewis or whatever, but she's not even real. Or Zenaida, all these names that were dropped in that thing. We can get the fake Zenaida. Or maybe he does know her. Oh, I guess I'm wrong. But she's lied about a lot of things. Like acquaintance. You're just trying to distance yourself from her now. So they didn't even work there at the same time, I guess. Objection, how would you know that? Because she could have been working in a different department at that time. Do you even know who Zenaida is? So you maybe start with that one. Do you have a son named Zach? Of course, it's just another Jeffrey Hopkins. You bumped into her at a bar. He's just lying to cover up the fact that Zenaida and him are in cahoots, and he doesn't want to be implicated in Kaylee's death, so he's just pretending. If you had introduced her to Zenaida and Zenaida ended up doing this, there's no way you'd ever admit to it. So it's true that you did have his number, even though she said she didn't have your number, to the detective. You have a son named Zachary, so now Baez is going to go in all this. That was always quick. No welcome hello from the jury this time. Or maybe I just couldn't hear it. They're always so happy to see him. I mean, you're only in middle school. How much of that shit are you really going to go for? Why does it always have to be about that? Like, you can't just be friends with somebody of the opposite gender without that automatically being the assumption of everything. I wish I was. Oh yeah, it's even said to be his girlfriend, in addition to a nanny. You don't have a son named Zachary, and your wife didn't pass away. Or maybe you do. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know why I remember. Like, he doesn't even have a son named Zach. This is his go-to question. Nobody knows. This is like a Patrick Jane mentalist type technique. The final questions of everybody is always, do you know what happened to the victim? No. Every single one says that, and he always ends off like that, and he's always very quick and to the point with it. So in other words, nobody knows. Nobody knows what actually happened to her, which is true. And you don't get Casey on the stand, so there's nothing to kind of a rule by omission moment, because the only one who would have the answers is out of reach. He already asked that. You come all the way here just for that, dude. And then Anthony Lazario gets made to wait outside, and then he's expected to come back, but then he left for lunch that one day, and the judge gets mad about it. So who is this guy now? Some forensics guy? I thought you were going to say, how are you, period, but you're too much of a rude bitch, so you go right into, how are you employed? It's like, bait. How are you? I'm okay. Oh. So what is his role in dealing with this? I guess he's the liaison to the police in general, but this is an unusual circumstance. Wow, Legend of Law, Universal Studios is in Orlando. What a great question. It's so great. In fact, the video froze. Occasionally, Orange County will be involved. So you would have had the goods on Zenaida and Jeffrey Hopkins and everybody, because they're taking her at her word that what she's saying is actually true, so you have to look into it. Or no, I mean, Zenaida didn't work there. Some of these type of witnesses are less enjoyable because there's nothing really crazy to go after with them. You found out she was previously employed. And not at that time. Like an Incredible Hulk ride, apparently. Yeah, they take pictures of the Incredible Hulk ride. Okay, so here I'm going to start with Casey Anthony trial day 8, part 1 of 2, at 2 hours and 7 minutes and 00 seconds. And I kind of keep skipping over the parts that aren't Jose Baez. So even his boss, I guess, the guy with like the southern accent and the beard and stuff, who's pretty cool, I skipped over his cross of the same guy. So what they're doing now is, not only is the defense having other people besides Baez actually do something, but they're even doing it with the same witness. Normally they'd stick to even the prosecution. One person has that witness, right? But now they throw Jose, then they throw this guy, then they throw Jose again, trying to keep you off guard. Everybody has like a different technique. And the problem with stuff like courtroom proceedings is the performative aspects play too big of a role, right? You're trying to appeal to the jury, and even as much as I revere Jose Baez, it still comes down to doing a good job overall. It's not just emotion, because frankly, it was emotion the other way. Like, you're trying to get everybody riled up. Look what a bad mother she is. Look what a horrible, going out partying. That's an emotional thing, not a logical thing. Sure, it makes sense that she's maybe callous, or if she did do it, this behavior might be consistent with that, but it doesn't prove she did it as much as it's just an emotional way to get you to focus on that. You could do all of those things but not have done the killing. You could just be trying to cope with it. There's so many different elements to it. So we're at 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 00 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. It's towards the end of this chick's prosecutor's thing. 1 thermometer, Kaylee Anthony. Objection, she's too young to have possessions. They belong to her mom or her grandma, because her mom's a degenerate who doesn't even have a job or whatever. I'm kind of at a loss for what I even want to watch right now. I was trying to do the audiobook thing, which I don't mind, but it's a little hard to do in this way because I don't want to not say anything, but I also don't want to talk over it. I was listening back as I was editing my videos for the last couple weeks. I was listening back and I was imitating the weepy voice killer at one point, and it actually sounded pretty good and pretty similar. It was actually a good imitation. I do this thing with my voice sometimes like that, that's kind of high pitched, that I can't always do it on demand. Like, I'll try to do it now. You gotta I can't quite do it on demand, but I was doing it there. Like, please don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry I killed that girl. Kimberly Compton was her name. It's hard. I don't know how I do it. I'm sorry I killed that girl. Kimberly Compton was her name. I stabbed her 40 times. I don't know, I almost can't even explain how I'm doing it. But I was pretty amused by it. Like, I thought it was just dumb as I was doing it, but I was listening back. I happened to come over that part, and it was actually quite good. Let me try it again. Please don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry I killed that girl. Kimberly Compton was her name. I stabbed her 40 times. I promise I won't kill anybody else. I just killed somebody with an ice pick. I keep killing somebody. He says some gibberish at the end of that. I just stabbed somebody with an ice pick. I can't stop myself. I keep killing somebody. Something he says at the end there is kind of gibberish. now you're going to be obsessed with trying to do that. It doesn't really bother my voice, but it's one of those weird things. Like, can everybody... You're just trying to do a high pitch. Please don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry I killed that girl. Just the way he says it is fucking unbelievable. What other ones does he say? Like... I don't know. According to witnesses. Oh, so you're saying the odor wasn't foul? So what took you so long to act on it, I guess, is the point. It's your fault for not acting on her lies quick enough, not her fault for lying. So you're trying to attack their investigation, but... what are the chances? Somebody named Julia Lewis probably did work for them at some point, but probably not the same one that they're talking about. I don't remember them ever saying Zenaida actually worked for Universal. I almost mistakenly said that. That's kind of editorial commentary. Even this is sort of editorial commentary. But you didn't know. So that could be a crime. So the point being that you could have thought she could have been in on it. So, like, what did it take to get you to... So then, shouldn't you suspect some foul play? Is to imply that the reason why you did was because you were trying to chase clout on your blog or something, not because the facts suggested it, because... all these facts, like, oh, that she lied, that wasn't enough to make you suspect it. But you should still consider her a suspect in kidnapping her own daughter somehow. Well, that's your job, though. You should... sort of asked and answered at this point. So in other words, lying doesn't mean that you're guilty of foul play. Look at him go. Look at him trying to analogize. Sort of non-responsive, over-responsive. At this point, as in right now, was this one similar? But no, it's weird that he wouldn't just say, we suspected that she could be the one who's in on it. Like, she's in on the kidnapping or something like that. She wanted it to happen, right? You can suspect that, because why else would she be lying, would be the point. If you don't know, you don't know, but what if she just said that the whole time? I don't know. But you still have to excuse something that happened. I fell asleep one day and then she was just gone. But then why would you wait 31 days? And the fact that you dropped it off at a babysitter doesn't excuse the fact that you didn't report it for 31 days either. Well, if it's facts not in evidence, then why did he answer it before? He's going all Jodi Arias witness. I have some information. I didn't say I have a lot of information. They'll always try to be petty and shoot down whatever you're trying to do. This guy seems really hard to break, though. Like, you won't be able to get much out of him. What a name. The way he said that was kind of improper. She lived there, but she's not even real. So you're saying as if she is real and you're trying to cover it up. Did you not just say under oath Zenaida lived there? But if Zenaida wasn't real, then how could she have lived there? That was sort of argumentative too, just come on, you know what we're talking about. This is one of those run-on kind of things that Juan does that's kind of, is it true that you got knocked down, you ran down the hallway, you got the gun, you grabbed the knife, you shot him in the face, you slit his throat, you stabbed him 27 times, then you took the picture? Is that true? Like, you're so incompetent that you can't see through this woman's lying story, so aren't you dumb? Not that she's bad for lying, is kind of the framing here. Was that fake? Wait a second. How did you know that? Wait. Did Casey fake that? Or wait, where did that come from then? So there really was a Zenaida Gonzalez, but it was the wrong one, and then maybe that's the one who goes on to sue her or something. You can just ruin an innocent person's life. Yeah, John Smith kidnapped my kid. Now you go to every John Smith and fucking ruin their life. But hey, they ruined Casey's life too, because assuming she's innocent, she went through all this. It's your fog. some of the top 3 questions that don't seem like questions. It's your fog, isn't it? Juan asks to Jody, or does Willy Wonka matter to you in the Johnny Depp? I don't even know what Jose just said. I missed it because I was kind of rambling on. You would think you should have been able to... You should have been able to find that out easier or earlier from your overall database or resources. You shouldn't have to go there to do it. Or if she was on any drugs or medication. Isn't that kind of hearsay that, oh, I heard that's what he said to me? He just offered up hearsay. It's so inconsistent how they treat hearsay in courts. It's like, I'm not saying I know everything about how these things work, but it's very inconsistent because everything is hearsay by extension. You know, the police told me this fact. I didn't do everything myself. I wasn't there at the scene of the crime. So everything becomes hearsay at some point. Yeah, I want to hear more about the card. I don't know what that's about. That was sort of him just answering, you know that's not true, and then he just keeps going. Like, that should have been a question. Yes, I know that's not true. He's not your taxi service. He's so suave. You would have already... But weren't you already told? So you're really taking her... Wow, so you believed her that deeply that you would dispel what your guy said. That's incredible. She was so persuasive that you... So you would have already known that. Sis thought she was Sigma. Like, you want to pretend that deeply that everybody's convinced. And then, oh, whoops, tee-hee, I didn't do it. Or I don't actually work there. She's keeping the lie till the very end. And supposedly she laughed and said, oh, I don't actually work here. Living off that universal clout. I once worked there. I once got Dark Knight red carpet tickets. But I like the way he said that. I considered every possibility except for the fact that she didn't actually work there. Maybe our computer was wrong. Maybe that Tesoro guy was wrong. Maybe she works as a subcontractor. Maybe her role is different. Have a little fucking siren in the background. Juan was getting all mad about that. That was one of the funniest moments. The siren's going and he puts his hands up like, come on. He's mad about everything. I want to yell at the witness and now I gotta get interrupted by this shit. Like she's been there before, which she has. Objection, leading. A Daryl Rook special. He said the word leading, so it's leading. I was hypnotized by her big fat booty. She's so persuasive. I believed everything she said. I like the way he said that. It was actually kind of very weird. I believed everything she said, and she's so persuasive, and I didn't doubt her for a second. Like, yeah, how exactly did she do that? Did she supposedly laughed and said, oh, by the way, I don't work here. They got all mad and salty. You deal with people who are lying. You should be able to see through that. Whether somebody's telling the truth or not. whether she's being truthful or not. Like, she's the killer, but you know she's going to lie about it, so you have to be confrontational or deal with it. And Orlando Studios just lets you do this. It'll be good for business, apparently. Oh, come on. Juan Martinez gets away with those kind of hypotheticals. Oh, come on. They're going to excuse fucking lunch, dude. Jose Baez's workload is bigger than the entire fucking prosecution combined, though, bro. Bro carried this case. This becomes the judge's theme, basically, because every time you hear it, you see the judge immediately after, before anybody else. Other part, video channel, part 2, yeah, David Lohr. Somehow I don't typically get to the very end of the video. I always skip, so I don't see this part. Credits, video, media pool, feed. See, if you didn't save this, though, you might never have gotten it, really, because it's not going to be officially uploaded in some other way. No, but these are hilarious. I love how mad they get. It almost disqualifies them a little bit. Like, they are personally aggrieved by the fact that she took them to Orlando. He asked that like 50 times. Why are we here? Why did you take us here? Why are we here? Why did we go to Orlando if you don't work here? Why did you lie about working here? Why are we here? Like, he's so mad, dude. He's just bewildered, befuddled, absolutely beside himself. Just, how could you do it to me, dude? How could you do it? Casey Anthony trial day 8, part 2 of 2, starting at 0000 and 321. You got the little sexy theme here. Or yeah, that was like a little meme I saw. Like, you have like a ghost that looks like a snowman, so you don't have to change it. It'll look like a ghost for Halloween. It'll look like a snowman for Christmas. So Baez just lets it go. It almost makes it seem like the judge is a bit biased against Baez here, or the defense. But I won't even necessarily say that. It's an uphill battle, so it can take on that. He was trying to get at the mental health angle. Now we get to watch it on record, which I've seen it. It wasn't a pressing matter. We weren't pressing down on anything. That makes it sound sexual. We were pressing against each other. Ha ha. You don't really know that she was the last person to see her. As you had done before. I don't know what he thought he meant even, like, oh, it's somehow lucky that you got the chance to do it. he was mad about it and aggressive, or maybe it wasn't just him, but everybody was upset about it. As you probably would have been required to do. The way that Detective Flores made it seem was just like, oh, it's just like 1 or 2 20-hour courses and that's it. But on a daily basis, he must be practicing. You don't get the Cole Phelps treatment, like, oh, go in there and then he yells at you if you fuck it up. The first guy, who you insult him for like being Jewish or something. The Nebishes, something. Everything is psychological when it comes down to it. It's social interaction. Like, after you already read them their Miranda rights, so they could just say nothing. There can be, in this case, there's a distrust process building. It didn't work, but that's kind of an invalid. Maybe it's not real, but maybe she's on the run, in hiding. There's still no way to know. She's just using a fake name, and now she fled the country. How about that? So you'll never find her. All kind of calls, including a booty call. Almost like George doesn't care. Almost like he's the culprit. And that's the thing. Cindy doesn't know for sure about this either. Maybe Cindy suspects George as well. You know, it turns everybody against. I'm so fucking tired, but tonight I'll just upload the shit, and then we got a lot of work to do tomorrow. That is quite the coincidence. So how do you explain that if that wasn't part of it? Who used the pool if it wasn't that? And it's not like Casey thought that far ahead that she would think, oh, I'm going to pretend like she drowned. She could have forcibly drowned her, like, used the pool for that purpose, but I don't know, taped her and done that. I'm still more inclined to believe it's an accident, though. I almost don't see her actually doing it maliciously. she maybe was doing something she shouldn't have done, like neglecting her, leaving out in a hot car, using chloroform to put her to sleep, doing something she shouldn't do, but not intending to kill her and accidentally doing it and then not wanting to admit to it, because that would admit to being a bad mother and doing the thing that she shouldn't have been doing. So what you really should be doing is not first-degree murder, but something else where it can still be considered an accident and negligence and etc. The fact that she's off on every charge is truly miraculous. Rose is about to lose a character point with all his stumbling. I was comparing you to Manfred motherfucking Don Karma, dude. Chill out. You let the pool idea alone, even though that could be the cause of death, which is actually pretty credible, because we don't know exactly how it happened. Could have looked in the thing for DNA and everything. I like how quickly she did that. Like, she was so fast on that. She knew exactly that's going to violate something for the jury. We just have to... Even the judge didn't fully understand. Because the judge could have volunteered that himself and said, don't say that. I like when lawyers will do that. They won't stand up just for their own interest. They'll stand up for the general rule of the court. Like, oh no, don't go into that, even though it might benefit me or whatever, because that you're just not supposed to, because the jury's not meant to hear that. Whether it's to my benefit or not, I like when they stand up for that. You were able to verify what exactly? After June 9th, so it's like June 16th that they allege is the real disappearance or death or whatever. But yeah, George is like the one he's really trying to cast doubt on. I don't think too many people would believe that Cindy had much to do with that. A regular Chandra Halderson, this one, because she just lies about everything. And he was pretty good at it too. You never, even with the chloroform searches and all that. I'm surprised that, or maybe that wasn't on her computer. Well, she might have said that, but maybe she didn't keep her word. Like she was volunteering that, oh, me and Jose Baez will tell you whatever you want. Like, I just want him present. But then they don't actually do it. Like, oh, we'll answer whatever questions you have. Did I ask if it was after her arrest? He wasn't really asking for hearsay. Just in my deduction, it's not though. He always feels like he's against the wall, man. I just sense the jury really likes him, though, every time they say hello, good morning, more so than what the prosecution does. There's no, like, written statement. If it was June 16th, then that's a very important distinction. I hate that name. Any name that's like a first name and last name. Kind of like Anthony. That's why the universe had to step in and have this happen, because they had to break up Tony Lazario and Casey Anthony, because otherwise, if they got married and Tony was a cuck, he could have taken Casey's last name and it would have been Anthony Anthony. So even if it did happen, she didn't admit to it. She didn't come up with that story yet, but I guess she was trying to cover it up, would be the argument. Who roll them over. That's what she did. I like his demeanor. He was sort of unfazed. Despite Baez being what he is, you can't get anything out of a guy like that. You just can't do it. He's too strong. Right, like he didn't get destroyed or anything like that. It was just solid. That's the kind of detective you want. Like, you'll never really rattle him or do anything with him. So many things that Baez couldn't go into, though, like the hairbrush, even the fact of him trying to do looking at the jury, like that's kind of desperate a little bit. That's mostly for appellate purposes, so you can show that you objected. Confusing as hell with the numbers and letter combinations. Like these are all the interviews and stuff, the phone calls and the and he does this after every single one. I hate this aspect of it, that you can record, and use this. That's not really fair. Right, so I just wouldn't say anything then. I'm already in jail, and I can't even talk to my own family without that being used against me. Fuck that shit. I'm not saying anything then. Fuck everyone. You expect her to admit something or say something. This is like a Francisca von Karma thing, where she'll spy on you in a detention center thing. You can't do that. That's so unfair. There's no privacy, sanctity. Now, some of these make her look pretty bad, actually. I don't know if that's how that works, whether you can turn it up or... Don't talk shit about bias, dude. This is recorded. Look at you. As we're listening to the recording, at that moment she knew I'm not going to give them anything. We're listening to it right fucking now, so thank you for telling me that. As if somebody still couldn't read that. I wouldn't trust that. I wouldn't trust that at all, though. Fuck that. They can just read my letter and it'll be used against me, and what am I going to say? His voice is pretty low, though. I should do that same weepy killer voice for Lee, the way that he says it in Walking Dead Season 2. I love it. Lee! Well, I think it worked out just fine. He was doing it for the right interest because the interests align. It makes him look good if he wants to win. So even when you say, oh, it's selfish, this lawyer just, like Robert Hammond effect. Oh, you're selfish and you want to win the case at all costs. But if you win, you win. I mean, that's what you want. So the interest aligns. You're trying to turn down. Yeah, don't talk shit about bias. Oh, they actually can turn it up. I like her disposition in a lot of these moments, though. I almost sympathize with her. Like, she seems so mad in some of the calls and stuff. It kind of lagged a little bit. I don't know if that's on my end or if that's in the recording. Meaning, you're not my number one priority. You don't give a shit about bias. You want to walk that one back, dude? Because you better give a shit. You better give a shit, bro. He'll get your dumbass indicted off the back of this if you want to fuck with him too hard. Just like he could ruin George's life. He's very militant, like he's going through, like he's a detective himself, like a cop. He might have a reason for doing that, though, because he doesn't want to give them anything. This didn't age quite so well, dude. You're doubting the man of the hour who did the impossible. I love those who do the impossible. I love those who prove me wrong, like Emily from Until Dawn, where I don't like her, but then she's so smart and so capable that, you know. By a stroke of good fortune and luck, an alignment of the stars, a miracle like hitting the lottery, the greatest boon of my life. I prayed to God, and in the serendipity's moment, I got me my fucking... You owe that inmate your whole fucking life, dude. Fuck no, he's not court appointed, dude. That's not gonna happen for fucking years, by the way. So even if Kaylee will be in fucking college by the time, in some boondocks unknown college before you fucking get out of there, dude. Kaylee will have kids of her own. You'll be a grandmother by the time you get out and go try to find her. You're trying to compare yourself to Jose motherfucking Baez, dude? What are you gonna be, Phoenix Wright? You're gonna go fucking investigate the crime scene illegally? Which you were, feeding them all. Yeah, it's better to do it through rule by omission. Look at Casey being all smart. Rule by omission because they give you the benefit of doubt. Not testifying is kind of the same thing. They'll imagine something better by you saying nothing than if you said something that you could be made to look bad. So that's the worst thing you can do is testify. Even if you're innocent, it still doesn't really help you to testify. Well, usually. Sometimes they'll believe you, but it's kind of a... Yeah, that was kind of abrupt. You're interrupting the recording there. I almost thought it was part of the recording. So there's apparently like 5 hours of this shit, like they were saying. Is the next 5 hours of the trial going to just be this? All the recordings, most of which I've seen. Maybe I haven't seen them in full. It does feel a bit redundant to have to watch all of this, you know? Even as somebody doing it for entertainment value, I still... Things that I said that I never said. But he would only do that if it's in your interest, and he knows better than your dumb bitch ass. But what if you make a mistake and incriminate yourself in a way that Jose wouldn't do? What good is Jose if he's not looking at what you're doing? But he would only do that for your benefit. But then you end up not doing it, probably. Lee was very motivated. It felt like he really went to a certain place mentally where he was actually taking it super seriously, and he just couldn't do anything, but he was really going hardcore, like his daddy. He wanted to be like his daddy, a detective. but you explicitly lied by saying you still worked at Universal. This aged well because that information sure helped you. Even though in the end you get away with it, it's like nobody really ever believed you. The whole point of listening to this in part is to see all the lies that you're telling. The only one you should trust with your whole life is Jose Baez. Yeah, you really lucked the fuck out. I'm telling you, if it was virtually anybody else on this case, you wouldn't have won. You wouldn't have been out. It's just that simple. If it was not Jose Baez, you were done. You were done. But they both look a lot older than what they actually are. In fact, he looks like an old fucking man with like the white hair. This whole situation has stressed him out, I guess, so much that it aged him faster. He's like all business. I like the way that he's behaving. Amy Huizinga. Or I'm sorry, Huizinger. Try to frame Tony. The 4th of July after your daughter was already dead? Aside from Zanny the nanny, my daddy. I wanted to actually say that. Can you look into Dad a little bit? Say, like, look, I don't mean to accuse him, but his behavior's been a little weird. He hasn't taken interest. He's always on the back burner. He used to be a cop. He's something with the daddy. He's so professional and tight about this. I respect him. Lee's a little baby detective. Bro thinks he's me with all my role play that I do. Places that I've been to before, like Orlando Universal Studios or something stupid. Locally. Does she not want to say it, or does she like not remember? Would she even be able to describe exactly where she put it? Like, oh, it's a mile away from the house, somewhere in the marsh. I love this whole like interaction though. Pretend like she really is innocent, and this guy, I don't know. I like this as a real scenario. Like, you're trying so hard, and you're working so hard to try to save your sister and to find your granddaughter. It's like a classic scene from a movie where you're really making the most of it. Like, I don't know, you're really doing something that might be disturbing, of course, and you wish you didn't have to do it, but it's also exciting at the same time. Like, look at what you have to go through, and sometimes it sort of brings out the best in you and unleashes something, you know. Okay, so here I'll look at more of those disturbing things caught on doorbell camera stuff, which I'm trying to look for newer ones because I've seen a lot of the older clips. The problem is even the people who might make some of the newer ones would be recycling some of the same old clips, right? There's no way to quality control that, and it just sort of tells you maybe there's not enough of them as what I thought or what I would expect. But you would think, you know, millions of people maybe have this or something similar, and just there's going to be certain things that happen genuinely. That's the good strength of these, is these seem to be real compared to most of the other ones. And the reason why is, like other scary videos in general, because, you know, a lot of them are going to be fake for various reasons. And so, like, if it's something that claims to be involving something supernatural or ghost or whatever, that immediately just takes me out of it right there. So this is most disturbing things caught on Ring doorbell camera by Creepy Chronicles at 16 minutes and 12 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. Or that kind of lagged a little bit. Starting in 3, 2, 1. So hopefully there'll be some different ones in here. Again, it could be, or you know what, the things that I always say could be genuine in general are like, if it's an animal attacking you or something like that, could be genuine. If it's a natural disaster, that could be genuine. If it's a criminal trying to rob you or something, that could be genuine. Doing this in broad daylight is very, oh yeah, they just feel bad and they just give it back. Whoops, I thought it was my porch or something. That's all it takes. You just ask and they just do it. Like, if you're really committed, at least do it all the way. Right? Just leave. That's the absolute standard. Like, not a question of whether what you do is right or wrong or moral, this or that. If you're going to do it, at least be good at doing it. Be good at being bad, right? I don't like this sort of apprehension. If you're going to do it, then okay, just have conviction in what you're doing. I didn't really get what happened there. I kind of missed it. But these are at least a little different than what I've seen. These are so good, though, because I genuinely believe most of them. The way he said that was very eloquent. Sometimes these people might genuinely just need help. They could be stranded or homeless. That doesn't mean they should be doing these things, but, you know, sometimes somebody will ask for help and you think, oh, it's a setup, but it's really not. Doesn't even mean that these clips have to be new. They could just be ones that you aren't in some of these major videos, like. Yeah, this is the monetization model. You have to give a little commentary, otherwise you can't take credit for it as your own. I mean, what if some of these people have guns, though? Maybe you shouldn't confront them, right? You confront them and then you get shot. Sometimes it's better to bait them and wait for the cops to show up, but that can take too long. Dude, none of these are really scary, and they're all in, like, broad daylight, too. I mean, this is relatively harmless by comparison, just trying to steal stuff off their porch, but This guy's pretty articulate with the way he describes stuff. I like it. I love when these people try to cover it up or spray paint it or something. Yeah, do this guy's work for him by giving him the content. Look how he describes stuff, dude. Could be the most basic, simple thing. The inconspicuous thief seeks to pilfer from this horde of... Yeah, permeates the darkness. Wow, he's good. Look at it. Wow, look, he's trying to do... He's trying to do poetry. People got to be making fun of the way this guy does it. I kind of like it, but it could be seen as trying too hard. I don't understand why people leave in packages. Scary video made me pee myself. Voiceover is ridiculous. Forced to add my own touch. I can't just let them play alone. Well, that's only because if you want to monetize it. The narration is ridiculous. Yeah, it's too wordy or trying to be too eloquent. A curious blend of curiosity. Some of it is actually pretty well done. Most of them are just criminals. Caught in high definition. I mean, if this is the style he wants to go for, I can accept it. It's what would be an alternative? Just be more to the point. That's actually a good line. Your face is a mask of defiance because you don't even bother to wear a mask. Sometimes he repeats himself a little bit too, but it's like when you have to write a certain essay or when you have to fill in a word count. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of these before though, actually. Narration is ridiculous. Why say these goose intentions are unclear when it's obvious they intend to steal? Okay, that was kind of amusing though. Where he goes over boats and is really spitting poetry. Shakespeare has been real quiet since this guy made his channel. But again, in some ways it's kind of a good thing because the alternative is so sort of dry anyway. 50 most disturbing ones. Let's try this one, I guess. But no, at some point I should continue that Hellbound Heart, but I guess there's no time limit because it's just, I bought it anyway. It's not like I need a subscription for it. So this one is 50 Most Disturbing Moments Caught on Doorbell Camera Volume 10 by Creep Caught. It is pretty long, too, 49 minutes. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. I'm sure I would have seen some of these before, too, but... Pregnant girlfriend, that's a missed opportunity to try to use that as a pretense to break in. Or you bring like a little kid with you to try to make it seem like you're safe. Yeah, they always pretend like I'm at the wrong house. This are people's. The laws. Or yeah, these people in broad daylight with no masks. What are you thinking about, dude? That's more than disturbing. You're assaulting his fucking door. Like, why? Why? What would cause him to do that? You only hear, like, one side of the story. Maybe she's done something really bad to him. Wouldn't justify doing this, but... yeah, you should do that part first. Break the camera off. Like, this could be an argument against... Ring doorbell cameras are useless. If they take a hammer and just bash the thing off and break it, what good does it do? But I guess you'll still have the footage saved. But, like, that's all you have to do. Just take a hammer and break the security system, and there you go. Like, it should have some sort of seal where it's, like, it's on the inside, but you can't break it on the outside. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, the outside is just a cover that's sort of transparent, but the camera itself is on the inside of your door. So they'd have to break the whole door to get to it. So, like, I don't know. It can see through because there's the opening that's, again, like, transparent in the wall. They'd have to break through the cover and then get to the camera that would be effectively inside of your place. Wait, this is the same guy. I didn't even realize. I thought this... Wait. Why did I think it was a different channel? But no, they gotta number them because they have so many of these. Like, you could really do this and potentially monetize your channel and make it. Just take other people's clips and just do it. And just say, like, one sentence over it. And try to be all verbose and stuff. See, this one, his commentary is more to the point. An unsettling woman. They could be on drugs, they could be asking for genuine help, they could be being held hostage, it could be a trap, they could be trying to rob them. The teacher's daughter. What does that even mean, the teacher's daughter? But yeah, there's always someone lurking around the corner waiting to... Don't do this shit in broad daylight, bruh. Right, like, what do you... Because other people are going to be seeing you, too. Like, the neighbors will be there on the lawn, and it almost makes it seem like you're not doing anything wrong, because nobody would be so stupid as to do this in broad daylight, but they are. I mean... Yeah, she wanted to use the bathroom at 2 separate times on 2 separate days. No shit. Woman tries to break into my apartment. Oh, so it'd make it okay if there weren't people in the apartment, or like their neighbors won't notice something? I love when people just go totally unhinged too. Like, I'm just gonna try to kick your door down. Like, you don't realize, like, you don't care about getting caught. You're not trying to be even subtle or anything about it. Just like, what are you really trying to get here? And why are you targeting just that one person? No, but he's not as verbose in this one. Bro was spitting poetry in the last one. His face, a mask of defiance. Right, like, this guy's coming to rob you, but his face was a mask of defiance to imply that, you know, he doesn't even care about wearing an actual mask to conceal his identity. He's just... That's actually a pretty good line, if you interpret it that way. Wait, what? She, like, took the camera off, but it's still on. It's still working. The biggest travesty in Oklahoma City since they choked a 3-1 lead in 2016 and destroyed their whole fucking existence. Choklahoma shitty blunder, as they call them. But they're doing pretty good actually now. It's just like... I always hate that when franchises screw up. They let James Harden go at that point, which was stupid. They, you know, couldn't finish the deal when they had so many chances. 2012, 2016, probably another year where they had a good opportunity. See, some guys you can't really blame, like Kawhi. Kawhi in no way is a failure to me because he's been injured so much. Like, that's really not his fault. So you can make fun all you want. Like, what do you want him to do? Every year he's been healthy and had a good chance. He's won, except for 2020 where they were in the bubble, which I won't use as an excuse. But that was the only year that's like, oh, he should have won in 2020, 100%. He wasn't hurt, at least not yet. Maybe he would have gotten hurt later on, but they're up 3-1 and then they choke a lead to Denver. It's like, he's healthy, he's playing. Right, George and him are healthy, so there's no excuse. This is where the bubble thing becomes a fallacy. Like, the bubble is a case where it applies to everybody, so it's not an advantage or a disadvantage. Like, oh, it's a Mickey Mouse ring because it was in the bubble. I can only accept that premise if you would have said that with anybody, so no matter who won. So I had picked the Clippers. If the Clippers had won, would that still be a Mickey Mouse ring? If the Bucks had won, would that have been a Mickey Mouse ring? Like... So it's equal for everybody. So if you want to say that, fine. But it does seem a little selective. Like, people are just saying that because they don't like the Lakers or whatever. So it means the same amount as anybody else because it's like, oh, the Lakers only won because it was in the bubble. But how did that uniquely help the Lakers? That helped everybody. They got a little more rest time, etc., which I get could help them because obviously LeBron's a bit older at that point, and obviously Davis is injury prone, but everybody's playing under the same circumstance, so it doesn't really uniquely help them. What it really does do is it allows you to He's being pretty cordial about it. He's being actually kind of nice about it. You got like a crop top on or something? That's a fetish of a lot of people. Crop top and smoking together for whatever reason. It has like a certain alpha femme fatale vibe to it. Some people are just bored out of their mind. But no, that's the whole bubble thing. It applies to everyone, so why would it uniquely benefit them? And even conversely, it would even hurt them because, they're the higher seed, so they lose home court advantage because everybody's playing in the bubble. So if you were a lower seed, it might benefit you the same way that the Heat sort of upset the Bucks and got to the finals. That might not have happened if it was normal circumstances because the Bucks would have home court advantage that now they no longer have. So it even arguably made it harder for a team like the Lakers because they get punished by not having home court advantage. So I'm not going to hold that against them. But like, who are you? You would have to know them if I broke in and left my laptop. So you would be admitting... Yeah, gaslight me, that's my fetish. Gaslight me into thinking that I stole it to give it back to you. And then let's talk about this abortion topic in general, like the semantics argument, that you try to dehumanize a fetus just to justify killing it. But the whole point is that, again, I'll just pause this, I don't even like it, but if it's like a toddler, like, it's Kaylee Anthony, now you get all up in arms. So I'm not saying you shouldn't or that isn't valuable, but if it's still, not, like it's not a toddler yet, but it's still a baby, it's still alive, you want to dehumanize a fetus, that's fine, but like, there's so many fallacies to do with it, like, it's not a good standard to have, and the reason why is because, of the simple fact that it's just semantics, right? You try to talk around it. Pretend the fetus is a baby, it is alive, it's the same thing as a toddler, it's alive, right? It happens to be inside the mother, but it's still alive. Would you then justify killing it? You're killing a baby. Would you be okay killing a 1-year-old baby that's actually been born? Would you be okay killing a 2-year-old, 3-year-old? Like, where does it start? So you're just trying to dehumanize it, but the two are tied together. Like, it's not a very good criteria. Like, in an ideal, perfect world, abortions wouldn't happen. By definition, the word abortion is an evil, terrible thing. So, in that sense, in an ideal, perfect world, there wouldn't be assaults leading to pregnancies. In a perfect world, there wouldn't be health issues, so therefore it wouldn't happen. So the only reason why people want to do it outside of those much limited scope, like that's not the majority of them, is because of convenience and just not taking responsibility, etc. Again, even in cases of rape, you could argue for adoption, etc. Don't punish the baby for what the person did. Like even you could do this in an altruistic sense, like, I'll give you money to take care of the baby. So it's like you're holding the baby ransom, like there's like an image that I always have in my head of this that I almost should make as an art. Like, you hold like a mother's holding a wire coat hanger and threatening to kill their baby, right? Threatening to have an abortion. And it's like, give me money or I'll kill this baby, basically, because it's like, people use that argument. Are you supposed to basically, they'll ask, like, well, if you don't want us to do the abortion, then you should pay to take care of its finances, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really how petty it is. So the real reason is, you just don't have the money, or you just don't want to spend the money to do it. So you're doing it for strictly those reasons. You're not doing it because, there's some other higher standard or other good reason. You're just doing it strictly for petty, financial reasons, which I can understand in the case of, being able to, if you're raped and you're pregnant and now you don't have the financial means to take care of it, the ideal way to deal with it would be, still give it up for adoption or something of the sort, right? That would still be, because then, I'm not going to say, that's not you taking responsibility, because it's not your fault, obviously. You didn't choose to be the victim of that. But, again, that doesn't necessarily justify killing it. So the whole issue with that is, there is a sense of inconsistency with societal standards that the only way we can talk around this, it's actually quite telling. I like the fact that people say that. It's not a baby, it's a fetus. So let's pretend it was a baby, then you're admitting that it wouldn't be okay. So you're basically saying, it is evil, it is bad, but the only way we get away with it is with semantics and dehumanizing the fetus. But it's not really a good argument, because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, a fetus will never become a baby then, because you're killing it before it becomes a baby. So again, the fetus is sitting there thinking to itself, if it could, like, I'm hearing, why are they going to kill me? What did I do wrong? I don't have any power to stop this. And it's like, it's because you're not a baby yet. You're only a fetus. But then the babies would think, well, I can't become a baby unless you let me develop into a baby. So you'll kill me before I'm able to develop into one, and use the fact that I'm not yet developed to justify killing me. So it's a circular argument. I would rather you just say, I want to kill babies for convenience and just lifestyle and the Casey Anthony standard. I want to party in Bella Vita or whatever the fuck she does. Like, just be honest about it, and that's fine. At an absolutist level, I would not be saying it should be illegal. I would not be saying it should be illegal. I would not be saying that anything else. I would just be saying, you're looking at it for what it is, so at least acknowledge the nature of the process. So hiding behind semantics is, again, you're saying that, it's somehow subhuman, less than human, not alive, not a baby, etc., just to justify killing it. So in any other context, you wouldn't do that. There's a lot of inconsistencies, too. Because by that logic, you say, well, it's not alive, so therefore it's okay to kill it. But if somebody, you get in a car crash, and you're completely unharmed, but somehow your baby that you're carrying, your fetus that you're carrying dies, technically there's no crime committed. You wouldn't be upset about it, it's perfectly fine, because, again, you're using the dehumanized standard. Or if somebody somehow snatches it out of you and kills it, but you're still unharmed, that would be okay. Because, see, we wouldn't treat it that way in any other sense, but just to justify you killing it, it's my choice and I get to kill it. But, it's not the my body, my choice thing. Like, it's not your body that is the concern. Your body is always your body, so nobody cared about it until now you're nurturing another body, and there's all this, like, propaganda, like, it's a parasite or this or that. Again, just remember, the vast, vast, vast majority of pregnancies are not health-related issues. They're not assault cases leading to it. They're just convenience reasons that people want to have an abortion, right? You just don't want to take responsibility. You were fooling around. You can't control yourself. There's a few layers that you would look at from an absolutist perspective, like, it's your choice whether to have sex, period. Then it's your choice how you go about that. So you could just, number one, if you don't want to have a kid, just don't have sex. But even beyond that, okay, you want to have sex, but you don't want to have a kid, so use the necessary elements, tubes tying, using pills, protection, condoms, etc. There's a lot of ways to go about that. So that's number two. If you don't want to do it, if you don't want to have a kid, but you still want to have sex, you can take precautions. But now there's the third layer that you don't want to have kids, you don't want to take precautions, and so now you have to deal with the responsibility of it. So you had so many options along the way. that you could have just not had sex. You could have just had protected sex and taken necessary precautions. But now, once all that has failed, you want to say, okay, now I can do whatever I want. And the bigger issue with this is the simple fact that you have the ability to consider that you have the simple ability to consider you have hold on. You would have an abortion, and I don't know, just the reaction to toddlers being, killing a toddler versus this would be, it is strange that it's seen so differently. And again, it's merely an argument of convenience. So, you don't want to take responsibility for it in such a way that it is a result of your choices. There's only your body, your choice when it comes to the end result of your actions, like the pregnancy. It's not your body, your choice when you choose to engage in sex. It's not your body, your choice when you choose to engage in unprotected sex. It's not your body, your choice when you choose to engage in sex with, some deadbeat dad that now is not going to take financial care of them. It's not your body, your choice in any of those other areas, only in this one here. Right, only when it's convenient for you. But again, that isn't necessarily your body when it comes to, right, that the fetus here is relevant. Because by that logic, okay, it's your body, but you're aborting something. You're not aborting yourself, so we're not talking about your body anymore. We're talking about that the fetus itself. So again, you dehumanize it, you do all that. The honest thing to do would just be to say, okay, it's for convenience purposes, and on that basis, it's fine. It could still be stigmatized, but yes, you should be able to kill a baby for your own convenience. That's basically what you're saying. And again, I'm not saying you can't do that, but so if you have a 1-year-old toddler and it's just too inconvenient to take care of it, I guess you would apply the same standard, right? Why is that different? Just because of the look of it, just because of, it's in a further stage of development, but, the process is the same. Why, again, barring any sort of medical things, people say, it's an unviable fetus, blah, 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 but that would be of its own, like a miscarriage or something happens naturally. In the case of this, even if it's like medically assisted once you realize it, but like in the case of an abortion, you're the one ending it, right? You're the one doing that instead of saying that you have something that happens naturally. Okay, you can't prevent that. It is what it is. But you're actively doing it in a way that there's no other. It's amazing that the kind of twisted logic that people have, because if you take an objective stance on it, it's not about whether it should be legal. It's not about whether or not you should even do it. It's about what is the reasoning and the rationale behind it. And the only difference between killing a toddler and killing a fetus is just the optics of it, just the semantics of it. It is literally the same thing, because again, you're killing something that can't really fight back. You're killing something that doesn't have a suity or its own choices. You're killing something that is, for all intents and purposes, alive. And so by killing the fetus, you're stopping it from becoming a developed baby. So again, it's circular. So by that logic, we could abort 100% of babies all the time. And if we do that, then we could use the rationale. Well, it's not a baby yet. It's only a fetus. So in other words, we would never have another baby, because that logic applies. Every single fetus can be aborted because it's not a baby yet. And every single fetus is not a baby yet because we abort it before we allow it to become a baby. So you see how that's self-fulfilling, where you're not really saying anything. You just want to kill babies. That's the number one argument that you actually hear. I love how that, sort of exposes the problem. You can't just accept, okay, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it. Instead, you go down this rabbit hole of, well, it would be wrong if it was a baby, but we're going to just say it's not one. And so even equal treatment under the law arguably could be a thing, but it's so weird because, I don't know, you wouldn't hear this sort of logic in any other way of thinking in life, but somehow people decide to, I guess the premise would be like, as long as it's part of your body, you can choose to kill it or stop nurturing it, right, if you want, which, but that would be the same as saying, oh, I have a toddler and they're dependent on me, so I could just choose to stop feeding it, or, you know, something. It's very strange. And it's part of a stimuli acme issue as well, the fact that it shows you that people don't really value life on both senses. One, that they have kids so flippantly, and that there's so many people, 8 billion people in the world, and then aided by a machination process. And then on the other side, they would be willing to kill babies so at a drop of a hat. So the stimuli acme leads to the state of not valuing life in two senses, that you create it without any regard, and you destroy it without any regard. So you're killing babies left and right, no big deal. You're having babies left and right with no higher absolute or subjective standard. You're just doing it just because, sort of something insisting upon itself in such a way that you get to, I don't know, you kind of insist upon yourself where, because you're alive, you'll just have more kids. You won't fully understand or have a measure in life, but or even a state that you would fully vouch for, but then it becomes like an excuse, or it becomes like a burden, or it becomes like, oh, some sort of overcompensation. You're not doing it as a baseline from a position of objectivity or neutrality. And then beyond that, you have the simple ability to consider the fact that you're basically able to you know, you're not showing a true value for life, that you would do it a little bit more. It's the same fallacy that works like with governments. Like if I was trying to start my own government from the ground up, or any movement, it's like people would question it or ridicule it or whatever, hold it accountable. But because a government's already established, it'll be valued for that reason alone. It's just sort of a reinforcement fallacy that people assume like things are the way they are because that's the way they should be, rather than holding it accountable and asking whether it should be, and holding it to some standard. And you have the ability to recognize that you know, it's like the reason why you believe it's right is because they're already in power, and then they use that to reinforce that, rather than looking at it inherently and saying, should they be in power? Are what they're doing justified? So again, it's a reinforcement fallacy that people will accept the reality they're presented with. People will reinforce the authority that's already there. You have to make an argument against it rather than one for it, because you're not holding it actively accountable. You just sort of take it for granted as a false inherent, false absolute. And religion kind of works that way as well. But no, I do like these doorbell camera things, but yeah, there's no series that I'm really doing right now besides the Hellbound Heart and something else. Basically, those audiobooks, it really put a damper on it, the fact that I didn't get the Harry Potter thing all the way. That I guess I could use the YouTube ones, but I don't really want to steal it that way, so I would just do like the first one. But no, I would have loved to do that in like a marathon setting, but I guess I can't afford all those fucking books. Because yeah, I'd really have to buy all of them, or again, I'd have to use it on YouTube, which is weird that it's so blatantly that you can do that. If you upload the movie like that, they wouldn't let you. Or in the past, there have been times where people would do that, but it was maybe more the more obscure movies or older movies that may not be public domain, but they're still not, you know, there would be certain ones I've just heard from a friend, of course. But no, that's always a good standard, is that you always blame the uploader, not the people who watch it or use it, because that becomes too broad and too hard to regulate. And in their best knowledge, they might not even know. Like, they could just say, oh, I thought it was public domain, that's why YouTube allowed it to be posted. So you have the ability to consider that. Let me see what else we find here. I stopped that one sort of midway. But again, so many of these I'm going to have already seen. This is all going to be from the same fucking channel too, because when you go on like the suggested or the next video, I'm not on a playlist, I'm just sort of on these in general. 8 most disturbing things caught on doorbell camera footage, starting in 3, 2, 1. I don't even know whose video this is. I can't even see it. But it starts with a guy in a hoodie walking out with the title card in front. And then we have Fade to Black. This clip was captured at 5 in the morning, October 2nd, 2022. In it, 3 men were shown standing in front of this house, the front door. I think this is Mr. Nightmare. I like this guy's voice. I don't know if he does sort of puts it on a bit because of the thing, of the subject matter, or sort of probably playing into it a bit. I've definitely seen some of these before. You gotta be decisive more, like know what you're doing, do something with it. He genuinely has no idea because he's or just try to rob him, period. Yeah, they wouldn't be dressed like that trying to convince him to let them in because they're wearing masks. See, these ones in broad daylight aren't really that good. But yeah, I just saw this one probably the other day. The guy who comes up and I was questioning, like, he just looks like a normal dude, though. It doesn't necessarily matter for that much. Yeah, all these I've fucking seen before. That's the problem. There's only a finite number of these clips out there, I guess. You can make a whole show about just this subject with everyday people send stuff in, and you know, it's a good format. But this one is 8 most disturbing things caught on doorbell camera footage. But again, that's just what the other video was called. Starting in 3, 2, 1, and I'll tell you what he's saying just so you know which video it is that we're talking about. Like a clown walking up to a door. I may or may not have seen this one. I'm not 100% sure. I probably have, or at least I've probably seen these clips. In the middle of the night, an apartment complex located in Toledo, Ohio. He's wearing like a mask on his mouth. Who is me? Who is you? The way that Daryl Brooks, who is me? At least he has the right idea. He's wearing a mask, it's at night, so you probably never found this guy. Oh wow, I thought he was so convincing. The lesson to learn about social contrivance in general is like the more performative aspects you put on, the fact that you need to is kind of telling, but the more people will buy into something. So if you just don't feel the need, or you feel like, okay, I don't want to be fake or performative, you know, assuming it's all fake, then that's somehow taken as a negative, or people will view that cynically and project something. But the undue emphasis is very artificial in that way. I mean, most of these people are probably planning to rob. At least that's the right way to do it, even though it didn't work out. who is really going around checking every car to see if it's locked? Okay, he's being a little brazen, trying to do a little too much for that. But like, yeah, like that's a measure of your neighborhood. Leave your car outside your house like normal, but leave it unlocked. Now nobody would know it's unlocked, so they'd have to go out of their way and go through the trouble, potentially setting off the alarm to try to attempt to open it. So people just go around in your neighborhood and try to open every single car until one is finally open. Like, how would you even know that? And yeah, you're kind of exposing and outing yourself. You could have just kept what you got and left, but instead you do it this way. Yeah, see, these are pretty common in these, that they, they're not really scary, but they're real and natural disasters and stuff. Street reminding me of, like, Grove Street from fucking GTA. This is actually a positive thing. Instead of somebody trying to rob you, he's actually trying to help you. Yeah, this is sort of a more nice and wholesome one. I feel like I've seen this before too, but I don't remember it super well. Chilling scares. Oh, it's not Mr. Nightmare. You just assume that nobody's there is probably what these people do. Like, they assume nobody's there, and then they have to use a front. Bro's already fucking flubbed it up. That guy's a buster. He's trying to lunge for it, then he's saying, don't. You don't look like a cop. You could have a fake one. And yeah, you don't see a police car out there. He's not really dressed like a cop. You kind of gotta get the hint. You don't have the balls to even break in, like you were just expecting him to open. Worst intentions, they just, like, what? They're gonna kill him for no reason, or if he resists, like, obviously all of these are motivated by robbery. Now this isn't too scary because nobody's out there. Oh shit, my headphone battery actually died, and the problem is that I think it's the charging station itself that is fucked up. Because that's the only, because I always keep it in there, so that must have died, so I have to charge that. So I didn't realize, so I'll have to somehow do that. So I guess we could do one of these rare things where we actually play audio outright in terms of we can just play the audio here directly from the phone. I've only done that a few times. I did that once with some, I can't remember what it was a little while ago, and then originally I did it with Girls episode 1. Girls season 1 episode 1. Just because, and I like the fact that those don't get copyrighted because you have some expectation that I wouldn't want to show the video. If I showed the full episode, that would probably get striked, or it should, even though people do that sort of thing anyway. But at least here you have it's only the audio, so that arguably could be a form of content that you do. Like, you only play the audio, but you can play the whole thing from the whole show. I feel like you could almost get away with that for a time. And again, a lot of that can be views that, people just get to watch you for free. That's why people like React content in part, or part of it could just be, a lot of people want to just live vicariously through other people, and like, I wish I could go back and watch this thing for the first time again. And then you can, in a way, because you get to basically, do it in such a way that, I don't know. That happened really fast though. It went from medium to like low and empty in like just one trip. So that's kind of bullshit. So I got to find some place to charge it kind of before my next trip, because then I'll not be able to use it otherwise. So we could just do it like that, and then once I'm done with that, I can obviously I don't know what I want to do. Like, I could do the How About Hard. I almost don't even want to. I guess Halloween got me in the mood of doing these type of things with respect to, all the horror videos and stuff. So again, a lot of these I have seen, whether the videos themselves or the clips in them that maybe have been used in other videos, because again, there's only so many that you keep seeing being cycled around. But yeah, that one guy was at least enjoyably verbose with respect to, bro was dropping poetry like Shakespeare and absolutely killing it, because sometimes he's trying a bit too hard, but it was actually pretty good. He was actually making everything like super eloquent and poetic. So, I mean, I guess I introduced the Audible thing. Maybe I won't even do the whole thing. Like, I don't really care all the time. Like, I listened to the first 2 chapters, and now I could do it, but I don't have to do it. We could just move on and do something else. Like, so like, I'll cancel YouTube Premium. You might think I already did that last month, but I didn't have to, because it's like a 2-month free trial. So I'll cancel YouTube Premium, and I'll cancel Audible, because again, I already bought what I need on there. I already got it, I guess, for free. Unless it's like PS Plus, where like I use the free token to get the book Silmarillion, but I can only use those if I use what I got with those if I do it here. If I am still subscribed to it, so I'm not even sure, but I don't mind sort of jumping around. So I could just go straight into some sort of I should do like some sort of gauntlet, like just watch the highest rated series of all time or movies of all time. That's actually not a bad idea. Like IMDb top 250. That way it's sort of random, but there's still a high standard to it. Because I was sort of doing that Netflix randomizer, Crunchyroll randomizer, but there's no quality control. Here it'll be like, these are absolutely the top rated best. But I also don't, I've probably seen most of them, but I also sometimes like these sort of obscure, weird ones, right? Like movies with very specific subject matters that are sort of satisfying in some way, even if it's not that good. It's just like, it has, like there's certain weird movies like that, like Parents, I think, the 1989 or something like that. Like they have this atmosphere, and I don't think I've even seen the whole thing, but they have like this atmosphere and vibe that is valuable, even if not in some other way. So what you have is a simple ability to consider that you have the simple ability to consider the simple fact that you're able to go into some sort of big name series. That would be sort of a safer category, highest rated series, because I haven't seen hardly any ever. The problem with that is it can be kind of too exhausting, but I can have sort of like those failure state conditions of like, if the main character gets saved by plot armor 3 times, I stop watching. If you have 3 F-rated great episodes in the whole show, you stop watching. If you have some other criteria, like character point system, if the main character gets to a -10 on the character point system, or if the villain, assuming it's that singular, it gets to, that would have happened in The Mentalist easily. If the villain gets to like a +10 over the hero, or maybe just a +10 period. So you have all of these considerations. I'm really not sure, because there's some obscure movies that I'd want to see. I probably have a list somewhere and all these things I want to watch, but I just can't even decide. Or I could do like a random movie generator. It doesn't mean I have to watch every single one that I get to, but I can just kind of sift through. There's some weird ones that like this Hitler one that like you go back to the past, like Guess Who's Back, or like all these weird subject matters, or like this kid has an imaginary friend, and I guess it's Hitler. So like such weird premises to some of these pictures that are like, why would you feel this is a necessary subject to even do? And you have a couple other things with respect to this in terms of big name series, like I was even saying, Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, etc. And beyond that, we have the simple ability to consider the fact that you are doing also movies. So like for shows, I could just do the top rated ones, period. For movies, I could do some sort of more obscure ones that I'm not super familiar with. But kind of whatever I subscribe to has to match that, because whatever it is that I want to see. So the series I should actually see first is Monk, because that's the series that was one of the main ones I wanted to look at. Like Serial Experiments Lane was one that those two I had an urge to see. And now as far as movies, I don't really know. I had a whole bunch that I was thinking about at some point. And again, they're going to be sort of more obscure ones and weird ones that I'm not even sure how to figure out what they're going to be. I can look at like a random movie generator. So the movie angle should be more random, because I've probably seen some of the highest rated movies ever. But the other thing can be, or I guess I'll use that as secondary. So I'll let the TV shows dictate it then. Like we'll do we'll do whatever streaming, I think it's on Netflix or something, we'll do whatever streaming service is tied to Monk, because, that'll be our primary thing. And then whatever movies happen to be on there, I guess I could check out as we're doing that. It's just think about, even as often as I do this, every single day, maybe even 2 sessions, it would take me still forever to get through a long series. And I don't necessarily want to do that every single day either, the same thing. I should almost split it up, where one session is a dedicated to committed main series. Right now would be the Hellbound Heart, and then the second series would be random stuff, what I'm doing here, but I don't really care. I'll just do whatever I feel like. So these are pretty fun. There's a lot of other horror type stuff that's good to watch, but it's kind of hard to do while you're driving because you have to kind of appreciate the visuals. You have the ability to consider that creepy images turn to animations with AI, or, again, more of those liminal space type things. So the only thing I have to consider is the simple fact that you're basically able to do, I don't know, I can't remember. So yeah, we'll look at some of these big name series. Again, I'm not even that I was bored of it, but it's a lot to take in, so I don't have to do the whole thing right now. I like just opening the door for a lot of these series. I did that with the Crunchyroll Randomizer. Watch episode 1 of Yona, and that might have been it. Just one episode was enough, or maybe I watched the second one too. But yeah, we can immediately. I'll even do it in maybe the second session here later today. I'll cancel my YouTube Premium. I'll cancel my other thing. Cancel YouTube Premium, cancel Audible, and then the only thing I have left is we can pick this thing from Monk, whatever, I think it's on Netflix, and then I want to watch on Peacock Casey Anthony, Where the Truth Lies, because that's fucking, everybody's getting mad about that, don't give her a platform, blah blah blah, and she wouldn't have agreed to do it unless it was sort of positive. So you have either that, how I could almost do Peacock to do Harry Potter. It kind of puts a damper on it a little bit, because I was really willing to do that. If they were all free, I might have gone right into that and done it. I was trying to do Hellbound Heart, and the other thing is just a precursor to get in the mood. So even a Lord of the Rings book and maybe I should stay true to at least what I was saying there. I should do the Lord of the Rings animated movie, but I can still do it. These are contemporaneous. So I don't know, I just am not really feeling like finishing that or whatever. But no, logically this is what I should do, is I should finish the Hellbound Heart, then I should watch Hellraiser 1 again, just because, then I could watch Hellraiser 2, then I could do the audiobook for the Silmarillion, at least part of it, then I could do the Lord of the Rings animated movie, and then I could do the audiobook for the Sorcerer's Stone, and then I could watch the Chamber of Secrets, just because, again, I've already seen that relatively recently, so it's more just a segue into the next one. And then I could also do it in such a way that I'd go into the big name series, but I don't want to feel like I'm forcing myself. I don't know. I'm not saying to imply at all that it's boring or that I didn't like it. It's just a little hard, and it's hard to give commentary because I don't want to, like, I'm not, like, taking notes. I'm sort of taking audio notes as I go, and that's actually the reaction and the commentary itself. So if I'm going to do that, it's like I'm sort of talking over it, and it's kind of hard to do. Right, but no, I was enjoying it. So again, chapter 1, you're getting a lot of the Cenobite story there, and you get to see them moving in. Then chapter 2 was you hear a lot of Frank's backstory, and then you see Julia's murderous intent, which is, all this is mostly portrayed pretty well in the movie, but it's kind of like, I don't know, it's hard to say like which is really better. Some of the decisions in the movie, though, are better. The way that they portray the Cenobites with more subtlety, and the way that they make Julia more believable because she's not immediately coming up with the idea or super willing to kill people to offer up blood to Frank, or even that she even knows it's Frank. She just somehow knows that, and she just somehow knows that and goes into it like, you know. Okay, so in this session, I'm going to actually just be listening to, well, at least for a while, listening to some music. So this is a really good song from apparently some anime, Samurai Champloo or whatever the fuck. It's Departure, or at least it's in that. Doesn't mean it's from that, like they made it for that. Like, Boa Duvet isn't made for Lane, but it just happened to be featured in there. It is like Aurorian dance, and so whatever, but let's get to the heart of some deeper topic here. Like, the stimuli acme is at the core of much human struggle and conflict, like the act of having children. So those children grow up or live a life that may be undesirable, in a struggling state, etc. So ergo, within the stimuli acme, you would not reproduce unless your state is more solid than that, or even the struggle that you face, like, oh, struggle to raise them, and oh, look how hard I'm working, and it's a very narcissistic view that people have and how they treat it. You have a child, right, by choice, largely, and then you use it as an excuse, or you use it as some sort of pretense, or you use it as some sort of gratification or overcompensation, or so it shows you the core lack of measure and value that people have inherently for their lives. Thus, they require some overcompensation in that way, right, as if that gives you some sort of meaning that you otherwise lack, which you shouldn't require for that purpose. Similarly, the stimuli acme itself is treated that way, as in the partner, like, oh, that's the meaning of life, to find somebody you love and to have kids. Now, just from an inherent standpoint, that's you glorifying and over, worshipping your primitive tendencies. Animals hump all the time because it feels good, because that's nature's way of inspiring reproduction. But you make it sacred because people are both narcissistic, and because it's useful to control people. You're narcissistic in the sense that you can't think it's just a natural process. It's just to get us to reproduce, right? Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but that doesn't turn it into something more than what it is. And also you take it on stride of don't put the undue emphasis there, but also it serves a functional basis too, as if to control it. So you have a total imbalance with it, where you have both positive and negative undue emphasis placed on it that is not inherent. In other words, you have the ability to say practicing the stimuli acme is bad in this way, but it's good in this way. This is absolute, the meaning of life. And what it's actually telling is sort of a minimalistic self-deprivation, overcompensation, that is a little bit hard to explain in a short form sense, but it means that you basically obsess over it so much, the overall stimuli acme tendency, right? You obsess over sex, let's just make it simple. You obsess over it so much that what happens? You are able to limit it and say, okay, it's the end-all, be-all meaning of life, and it must be done only in this way, in a specific way, and you sort of worship it and nearness postulate and all this kind of stuff, but now you specify it to one person, etc. And by doing that, you make it seem like more than what it is. Like, oh, look how it's meant to be, or oh, look how this one person is so meaningful. But you're not, there's no sample size to compare it to. You might have the same experience with various people, right? But you're limiting yourself, and then you're acting like everything that happens as a result is a benefit of that limitation, when really it could be a byproduct universally applied. It's the same process, but it's a very deep fallacy to it. The nearness postulate is a big disqualifier there, again, within the specification. It's too bad, really. I couldn't do this exactly the way I wanted to. It's alright. Why bother in this day and age, ruled by folly, favoritism? And that's one of the better explanations of that concept is, well, why is folly favored? As in escapism, entertainment, books, movies, TVs, etc. Why is that favored? Why do people care about things like that have no direct impact on their life, doesn't benefit them, doesn't improve their physical state, etc.? It doesn't have any meaningful impact. Why do they do it? Just escapism, entertainment. The reason why they do it is simply because of this fact that it's a cognitive dissonance solution, in a way. Like, the artifice of society, society is itself an artificial construct. You have to take that seriously, though. You're expected to treat that as though absolute, as though real. Even social contrivance, you're expected to treat that as though absolute, as though real. Even though in practice and in observation, with any level of objectivity, self-awareness, accountability, would be invalidated and shown to be a half-mast state, where it presents itself as though it's absolute or inherent, but it's actually practiced in a half-mast state. And so you have to pretend. And so that creates great cognitive dissonance and conflict there. And with folly favoritism, you don't have to do that. You know it's not real, you treat it like it's not real, but then you can just enjoy it and see it for what it is. So there's less of a pretense. It's not real, but you're not pretending that it's real. Whereas society and social contrivance, it's not real, but you're pretending like it is real. And you're sort of placing that undue emphasis. So now this song is something chamber of reflection. Sometimes I don't know what these songs are made for, really, because they're great, ambient tracks, like, for my purpose, but you wouldn't think these are really commercially viable songs, or sometimes I just don't get it. Like that Brian is so beautiful. It's amazing for some of these edit videos and abandoned building searches, but where does that really come from, and why did they really make it? I don't get it. I'm a big fan of instrumental music, but I don't see the market for it. Who's going to buy an album that has that song in there? Right, it's good, I like it, but I don't know. When we fall asleep, where do we go? You go right in your same fucking bed that you're sleeping in, dude. Again, one of the narcissistic tendencies of people, that everything is like bigger than what it is. It can't just be a basic natural process. But that's what comes with the self-awareness that you have, is that now everything becomes sort of egocentric. It's not enough for the universe to just be what it is. And, a man says to the universe, "Sir, I exist." And the universe responds, or the universe doesn't respond. That would make the point right there. But that has not, I can't remember the exact quote. It's some saying like that. That has not given me any special, reason for, giving you any special treatment. I'm aware that you exist, but so what, basically? I have Markiplier in this fucking playlist, apparently. Brand new AAA horror game. But this is one, the Mrs. Strawberry something. The Mario looking down at the Mrs. Magic something Strawberry. And it's Mario looking down after looking at his phone and being all sad. I really don't know what this original animation thing is from, though. It's like it was made just for this purpose, because people knew it would be so memeable. Because he's looking at his phone and you don't know what he's looking at, so it could be anything. Right? It's just so perfectly made for this. It almost looks like so good quality that it could be a Nintendo ad. He sees that the Nintendo Switch 2 release date is delayed. So what else is there to talk about? I kind of want to watch some more of those horror clips. I don't know. I'm just sort of at a loss for what to watch now. I'm maybe a little bit burnt out. I was trying to do a fixed format, but I just have a random urge here and there to watch just certain things, and then I just do it. So there's no rule that I have to do a fixed kind of thing, but I should at least have some focus where, like, one session is something main series, and then one session is random stuff. Right, split it up like that. I was pretty focused, like with Hell's Kitchen season 1. I watched the whole thing. This is pretty good. Now we have, like, Brian is So Beautiful, I think, is the next one. Yeah. It makes for a perfect, perfect background music to those edit videos of exploring an abandoned building. However, it is not. It is not really relevant when it comes to it's not really relevant in the sense that I don't know, like, again, what it's made for. I'm exactly the type of person it is made for, like what I'm listening to now, or I'll get obsessed with some of these songs and listen to it over and over. Let's see what else we have in here. We have that Smoking Weed With You song, which I've listened to so much now over the last couple of months that I've kind of gotten sick of it. It is really good, but or I was listening to Boa Duvet for a while there, partly because of Lane. Which was a good show, but it's like almost like it's trying a little bit too hard somehow. Yeah, like if you take everything hyper literally, which isn't really an hour thing, like just you're observing reality for what it is, that's somehow seen as a negative. So it shows you that reality must be censored and reduced down in some way to allow it to be valued in a way that's adequate for contrivance. Ergo, you would, I don't know. So I'll look through a couple more things on this playlist, and then I'll decide to basically but yeah, like your hair is dead skin cells, and your whatever, just, it's hard to explain exactly what the point is. Just, you shouldn't require lying and censoring reality and things like that to value it a certain way. But that's often what people find sort of cringe or undesirable in a way that they'll ridicule, is someone just stating the actual objective, boring truth, the objective reality, or just being honest, right? That's a bad thing. Or just thinking, or just being actually observant, or, you know, they want some sort of undue emphasis to overcompensate for that state, but therefore that implies that it has some inherent lacking, rather than the absolutist tendency that would be more minimalistic, that would allow you to remove the need for overcompensating by just having a solid, sound, inherent process in the first place. The fact that it's required to have this constant contrivance, undue emphasis, reinforcement through externality shows you that there's some lacking to it, that there is some flaw, that there is some imbalance that you're trying to make up for in a broad way. This one I don't really like, but I put it in here just because it appears in a lot of these type of videos. Also, possibly the abandoned building ones, not as much though. Crystal Castle is transgender, which I really couldn't explain to you why it's called that. Yeah, I don't really like this one too much. Let's go to the next one. Now it's going to be less songs. Brian is so beautiful again. This one I really like. Memory Reboot, slowed. Very fitting for a Jose Baez edit that I wanted to do, but I'm too lazy to do it. Where he's like getting constantly back against the wall and struggling, overruled, and then he laughs and then he turns it around. Or like I want to do those 1v1 edits and stuff. There's so many good ones that I've done sort of just impromptu by talking about them, but not actually bothered to. I don't know. I'm too lazy to do stuff like that for real. This is good because it takes no effort at all. Like I'm just doing it as I'm driving. Yeah, this is like the great triumph after adversity or a challenge. Sort of not giving up, and has some great resonance to it. I think this will be most of the songs though. But no, I did sort of like those dash cam type things, but the problem with it is the fact that a lot of them end up being recycled, or again, the commentary in that one was goofy as hell, but bro thought he was Shakespeare. Bro thought he was Edgar Allan Poe with the fucking shit he's doing. Although to be fair, a lot of the other videos that do that are kind of, you know, all they're doing is just saying what's there. So he's putting a little more color and flavor into it, which at times is pretty good. Bro sounds like an AI-generated voice, and also sounds like he's saying AI-generated poetry phrases or something. If you were to ask an AI to commentate over these videos as far as what it's seeing. This one is the Yume Nikki Barrick settlement, which I don't. It's stupid because it just repeats the same part over and over. It's less a song than like a single composition. We need Salieri to describe this in great. Now we have 647 in Stupendo. I feel like I've done this a couple times before lately. Like, let's see what songs you want to listen to in this recent playlist of stuff that I've added to it. And it is kind of the same stuff over and over. There's nothing really recent that I've done. So I charged my headphone back up, so that should be good now. We have some Jodi Arias stuff in here. We have Casey Anthony in here. We have the Jodi Arias like appeal. We have Taylor Halderson, Marie Hall testimony. We have I don't know what I'm looking at. Sterling Williams, that was like the quickest testimony ever. They want to get rid of that guy. Unsolved Crimes moments. Jodi Arias interview, which I think I saw most of those. Where she's gonna fucking sing at the beginning with a stupid ass Amazing Grace or something from jail. There's some edits of her that try to make her look all good or cutesy and kind of all interrogation tape. Alright, now this playlist is kind of going off the rails. But the only title I didn't use that I wanted to use, I used like the election one, just because it's relevant to have done that now. I used some of the other ones. I used that thumbnail that I wanted to use for that How About Heart that says like, we have Pinhead at home, and then it shows the book cover of the like skeleton that I find kind of funny because it looks nothing like really what you think of Pinhead, or it's just very basic. So you have Pinhead at home thing, and then you have people don't think even about the nuance of Pinhead. It's just, people just think, oh, look, he's badass and he has some badass lines. The nuance of why he has pins in his head is to show the sort of extrapolation of sensation that they talk about, where it blurs the line between pleasure and pain and all this kind of stuff that is actually relevant because you have, he's constantly in pain, but somehow he takes pleasure from it. So it's a constant sensation, and the sort of sadomasochism that Frank and etc. gets into. That's kind of the whole theme of the movie with hedonism, that he's looking for the ultimate pleasure, but that's not even enough, so he has to turn to some other deeper, greater sensation that you almost extract pleasure from pain, or you almost, again, kind of blur the line in sensation, where the sensation is so intense that you have now the ability to deal with that. And so what we have here is, let me look at a couple more. So I use that one, and then I use the Jodi Arias, got everybody disbarred, so she won in the end, something like that. And then I did the other one, I can't remember, the election one, the Hellbound Heart, and then the Jodi Arias trial again. So now the next part should be Casey Anthony, where I get to say, the next part is Casey Anthony, where I'm able to say, Casey Anthony should have just had an abortion, then she would be a champion for women's rights. Clown face emoji, because unironically, that's all she had to do. Not only would that not be a bad thing, but it's nobody's business. All of a sudden, it's a toddler, and again, you might say, you can't equate it, but the fact that people are so desensitized to what? You can abort as many babies as you want, nobody cares. But oh my goodness, a toddler dies and it's the end of the world. I'm not saying you shouldn't treat it like that, but it's just very inconsistent. Imagine if you treated abortions the way that you treat that. Now, what happens next? It's very inconsistent, and it's just a weird hill to sort of die on in terms of most countries in the world aren't really concerned about that as a primary issue, but yet, even gay rights. Is this really what the government is for? I'm not saying the government should necessarily restrict these things, or a lot of the time they just use it as a prop to gain power and create a tribalistic element, right? You're with us or against us kind of thing. But they do that a lot with race now. But you have the ability to do something else, which I can't remember actually what it was. The problem with abortion there is in general, gay rights, is that the number one priority for a society that has to worry about its economy and general welfare? It sort of shows you're in a spoiled state where if being gay or sexuality is the big concern, if reparations for past sins are the concern, if transgender movement is the concern, if what was the other one that we were just talking about, the abortion, all those things are first world, first class problems. If you're starving and you're worried about putting food on the table, you're not worried about those things. You're just worried about doing your job, doing the best you can, trying to survive, right? But so that shows you a first world country at its apex. It's exactly like the Rome lost to bread and circuses. This is the period we're at. We're at a height of, we were at least, at a height of prosperity, but now we start inventing problems and finding problems where none exist. Now all of a sudden, our gender is no longer okay, so we have to doubt that, or we have the freedom and the luxury to doubt that. And then, sexuality becomes a big concern. Abortion becomes a big concern. Reparations for the past. You know what kind of era you must be living in to ask for reparations for the past. You must be in a pretty good time. You know how I know that? Because you're not asking for that for the current time. In other words, not only are you not requiring reparations for right now, because nothing bad is happening to you right now generally, but also you're free enough and not being discriminated against enough that you are not only free to ask for reparations, but you're even kind of getting some momentum to do that. So it shows the problem right there. Things must be so good right now that you have the free time and energy to even have this be a topic, right? That you're not worried about day-to-day stuff, like, oh, give us, deal with our day-to-day problems. Oh no, we're in such a good spot that we have to kind of cherry pick the past to try to play victim. We can't play victim with what's happening now because it's actually relatively fair and even, but oh no, we have to say, well, but now we want free stuff still, and there's nothing wrong happening now that justifies it, so we'll go to the past and say, oh, we deserve it for that. You see how bad that is. And so you have this ability to basically consider the fact that you have the ability to consider that, I don't know, it's just, you have a first world, first class, spoiled sort of society that has all this free time and free resources. So now you start inventing problems and finding problems where none normally exist. You think people in a third world country are worried about being gay or worried about being trans. Again, not saying that you couldn't just be that anyway, but it wouldn't be this big issue that, like, this is the big issue of our time. Abortions especially, a lot of these things. Like, it's not a question whether you should or shouldn't do them, but it just wouldn't be like the way it's treated now. Like, I don't know, something about it shows you the fall of a great empire. That you weren't worried about just, putting food on the table and trying to survive and trying to make things happen. You weren't doing that. You were doing, oh, we're worried about transgender and we're worried about this and that. And it's like, that's okay if that's what you personally, individually want to do. But it doesn't mean that it should be some big emphasis like, this is the issues of government and society. That, oh my goodness, we need reparations for the past. Or, oh my goodness, we need, virtue signaling and all this kind of stuff. Sitting on a high horse, talking down to people, moralizing. And so you have, the position that the U.S. is in right now is quite amusing, actually, being that it's election day and stuff. It's just the fact that it's the fact that you're basically in a position to they sort of dug in with an argument that, oh, this guy is bad and everybody who votes for him is bad too, but it doesn't really work to marginalize a group of people when it's like 70 plus million, like all of a sudden too. You didn't hear this 10 years ago, 74 plus million, like almost half the adult population that's going to be relevantly voting. Oh my goodness, they're all just evil, bad people. Like, how does that just suddenly happen? And so if all it takes to turn you against your neighbors is the corporate-owned media running its mouth like that, you have bigger issues, and it shows you didn't have that much faith in them to begin with. So I do have my reservations about that. Right, that's what I would certainly stop short of doing, regardless what I agree, disagree. Like, I'm not going to let the corporate-owned media turn me against my neighbors. I'm not going to call them bad people. I could disagree with them, but I'm never going to, do that where, I do that about people in general because people are just dumb, but it has less to do with that particular political aspect. So you have this need to, reinforce something the other way, and so it's like, you kind of just dig in and act like, again, are you going to be turned against your neighbors? Are you going to kind of attack them personally? Are you going to marginalize a clearly non-marginal group, 74 million? It's bigger than the population of like every country. If Trump voters from 2020 were a country, it would be a country of 74 million people, which is roughly the 20th most populated country in the world. And that would just be adults of voting age who happen to vote for him. So that means they would make up the 20th most populated country in the world. So how exactly are you going to marginalize and dismiss that group of people when you say, like, oh, how can that many people be wrong? But, like, really, even when you use case examples from history, like, oh, well, 1 million people voted for Hitler, just about something like that. He didn't really win an election outright in the way that people sometimes think, but I don't know if that would be a ratio proportionate to 74 million out of what you have in the U.S. But even if it was, you would have. It's just too big of a group to doubt. That's what I'm saying. Again, or I mean to dismiss. You can disagree with them, but it's not. It just doesn't do any good either, because you're pretty much just like, they're wrong and I'm right, and I'm unwilling to even really explain it, or I just get emotional. Why shouldn't you just be able to explain it rationally and do that? Or the real issue is you're not able to pose a better candidate on the other side. You'll say, oh, he's bad, he's senile, he's this, he's that, but then you give us Joe Biden, so it's like, okay, I'm not really convinced by that either. There's a sense that I don't know. Let's see what else we got here. Some camping encounter, Scary Calm Volume 20. I don't know if I actually watched this or if I just added it in here. But this session, I'm going to end up not really watching anything. So now you have a couple more things to consider here. Let me see what we got. I don't know why that one is in there. Denise Richards' hair flaunt from Friends. I must have added that by accident. Some of these start just to get random. I really don't know why these are even in there. Yeah, some of those songs are pretty good. I don't know what else we have to look at here. Let's see where this music will take me. But sometimes this can be a very good meditative sort of thing to do, almost like shower thoughts, driving thoughts, in a similar way that it'll allow you to expand on something. So you're not doing it for any real purpose. You're just doing it for the sake of doing it, for its own inherent intrinsic value that you may or may not have. And the way that you can do that is you can realize that you're able to do sort of a stream of consciousness, but you're observing a process. These are the things that people aren't really too capable or familiar with themselves, where people aren't really good at critical thinking, nor are they good at being sort of self-aware and self-actualizing and having like a stream of consciousness and sort of having a self-aware inner monologue where you're thinking, like, you're not just simply thinking off the cuff initially, you're thinking like broadly, as in you're thinking about what you're thinking about, as in like you're self-aware. And that's a lot of what objectivity is. Like, you can think inherently about it, not just in terms of yourself or how it's useful to you or benefits you, or you can be aware of like the thought processes that even go into what you're doing, or even like your own tendencies and things like that. And you can be aware of human flaw, idiosyncrasy, human limits, right? All the bias you have. If you can be aware of all that, you can counteract it. So that's the whole staple of absolutist thought. It doesn't mean that you don't have flaws or limits, but it means you're aware of them. So at least you hold them accountable, or you counteract them, or things of that nature. And so you have the ability to consider it that way. And so many things that people do are sort of self-inflicted in the way that, it's a good health insurance argument, almost like if somebody's dying from some health condition, you owe them a thing. You owe them health insurance. But if you really dig deep enough, it's their fault because they were eating Big Macs their whole life for 20 years. Now they're going to have a heart attack. It's still a result of their choices and their flaws. And like all the problems that you have in a similar way, you have the ability to consider that You're the one who drank, you're the one who smoked, you're the one who did this, and you can't even define your measure properly within a longevity process versus a half-mass hedonism, so you don't even know what your measure is that way. What else do we have here? I had to do something tonight, but I don't really feel like it. I guess I probably should still do it. That was Chamber of Reflection again. I don't know what we get on like this little related thing that's not actually. Let's do the departure one again. But yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for what I want to do right now. I'm open to doing the biggest name series and stuff. All you'd have to do to actually get views is do face cam too, and maybe not do it while driving. So you gotta, well, whatever. I kind of like what this has represented. It's really much more to do with than just the fucking React stuff, but it's in the veil of that I do a lot of other discussions and stuff too. A lot of things are just things I wanted to have on record in some form because I've discussed them so much in the past. So they come so easily sometimes to me as I'm discussing them, like very lucid, because I've already discussed this before, I've already thought about it in depth, I've already written about it. So you don't have to like, that's how you know something is genuine, right? Like when politicians are giving a speech or something, they're not even coming up with what they're saying on the spot. They've said it their whole life, or they've always thought it, or it's something that's very close to home, so they don't have to dig for it. It's just right there. Yeah, people struggle so much with the conflict of contrivance within a half-mass state that they treat as though it's absolute, and even when taken indignantly, or everything is specified and personalized in an initial reactionary way, as in, it's not a fault of the process, it's a fault of the person, as if, you can never question the overall process. But by that logic, you would accept it no matter what it was. That's what modern society is in a way that's sort of so self-defeating. All these things that you don't even need in the first place, but you're forced to, not really entirely forced, but if you want to go out and live off the land and live in nature, you can't really do it to an extent. It's very difficult because you can live a more minimalistic lifestyle, don't get me wrong, but so many things you do are like compelled by society. Oh, I just want to go out and hunt or fish, but oh no, somebody owns that land, or somebody. It's just not. This is what the machination process can do: is it overextends everything to the point where it's not even recognizable in its state anymore. I can't decide whether I want to do this now or not. I don't know. I guess I will. Yeah, people are very stupid, and just remember the absolutist trend would be to look at it like everything is self-created. People have way more potential and ability than what they realize or what they give themselves credit for or what they actualize or what they're able to do because they're reduced to a structure in society. So when you talk about nature versus nurture, that's often what the term reduced to structure means, as far as what you're reduced to is far more valuable than what you're inherently capable of doing or what you would want to do, whatever. Like, you're reduced to a school environment, you're reduced to something else. Everything is about creating that where you're reduced to a state, right? It's all very deliberate. And so if you look at it inherently, you would realize the flaws of that process, but people accept it as inherent and absolute. And then it's never a question of the process that is outward and objective and outward and flawed in some way possibly. But what you have is the ability to consider that that's never questioned. So the process could be anything, right? People never question the process. They only question the particulars therein. So it could be the Holocaust, and oh, you wouldn't question it. It could be the Iraq War, and oh, you wouldn't question it. So that's kind of almost what the Joker says in The Dark Knight. If I say that a busload of soldiers will be blown up, a truck full of soldiers will be blown up, nobody panics because it's all part of the plan. So nobody questions that, but you'll question, oh my goodness, something in a specific, more narrow way. So this was more of just a musical segment here. I hate doing stuff at night, I guess. I guess I should just get it over with, probably. Yeah, this one's really good. It's using a lot of those edits that are like, there's some insurmountable challenge that we have to face. And then how they deal with it is shown in another part of the song. Like, it's kind of hard to explain, but I'm sure you've seen them. Yeah, this was kind of a weird session where I didn't have any real rhyme or reason. It's a pretty good song. I don't know what this one is. I haven't heard it. I can't even see what the name of it is. It's like, oh, I can't see it at all. Or there's some YouTube videos that'll be like that. They won't have a title. The title will just be like blank invisible characters, and it's just like, what the fuck? It's usually just like a still image and a song or something like this one, but I can't tell if that's what it is or if I just can't see it. It's part of my steering wheel will block like where the title goes sometimes, or at least part of the title. Yeah, that's also this sort of standard that people will reward social contrivance in a way that's like, I don't know, like, you'll reward it because it's a case where that's what you'll get more of and that's what you value, so it's not tied to an inherent value, you know, performative aspects, preconceived notions, things which, this is the whole frustration of an absolutist mindset that you would realize is like, with what is valued, are like, there are things that could overlap or maybe are likely to overlap with something, but they're not inherently tied to it. So, for example, even like, making eye contact. Somebody could make eye contact and be full of shit all the time, or they could not make eye contact, but they could be telling the truth, and you shouldn't need that as an overcompensated performative aspect, whereas the inherent value should speak for itself. You shouldn't need to do that. And then on the other hand, you have a case where you have, just a couple other elements like, similar aspects of, again, age or other identity aspects or, again, preconceived notions. None of these things are inherently tied to any sort of value, but this is what people go for. So if you present something in a performative way, that's all you have to do, even in spite of what the reality might be somehow. So tonight is actually going to be the election night. Yeah, the whole issue with that is, again, Republicans didn't really do a good job at, if you do believe there were issues with the 2020 election, you should have done more to make sure that it wouldn't be uprooted here in terms of the same exact thing could happen, and you haven't done anything to really change the criteria behind it. And so it's problematic. Let's see what we can do here. That's what I've been doing. Even like when I'm shaving or something, I'll have my little Bluetooth thing on and I'll be listening to part of some trial, Jodi Arias, Casey Anthony, or whatever, and just doing that. I really don't feel like doing this now. I'm not going to say what it is, but I just have to like sort of stop somewhere and do something, and I'll do it tomorrow. I don't feel like it right now. It's only like maybe 6 o'clock. That's why I felt like maybe I'd have time to do it, but I don't really care. Oppenheimer soundtrack, which I haven't heard. I haven't actually seen that. There's some TV show that covered Oppenheimer's story too, in a way that was, in like the UK or something. And a lot of UK shows that don't get enough credit, like even The Office was originally based on that. And I don't know if they really paid them a royalty or what they did, but, The Office here was so much more successful, it seems like, and so that one almost doesn't get enough credit, given that. I guess I don't like to do stuff, like I said, when it's dark, so I guess I can try to do it tomorrow. I'm so torn, actually. I don't know. I want to do it because I almost have time to do it, but I don't feel like doing it. I should almost do like some reaction to the election tonight. Like I could record something as I'm looking at the results or whatever. But yeah, there'll be those 3 a.m. ballot fucking things that are... And you don't really have to react to anything aside from just like Google results or whatever, right? It's not like you'd have to react to an actual thing when it comes to that. I don't know, this session was kind of a little lacking in quality, like just random. The fact that I don't really feel like doing anything. But yeah, I'm predicting Trump is going to win, but I don't actually believe it because, again, when you see the corporate media elite on one side, when you see, that's exactly what could happen is that there'll be some dubious things that happen again, and you won't be able to question them, and so the Democratic Party wins every time, 100% of the time, and that's it. Like, you won't be able to question it, so it's unfortunate because when you see such a hard side taken, oh yes, of course, it's easy to, like, who is really saying that Trump is going to win when it comes to polling, when it comes to, it doesn't matter. It could be Biden, it could be Harris, it could be anybody, and they'll win no matter what. That's sort of the treatment that you get. This is where the media is on such a hard side that no matter what the outcome, right, you could have unpopular candidates, you could have whoever, and they'll always just win because they're sort of the corporate, anointed, approved candidates by the elite power structure. That's the next low that I need to go to with this, though. Instead of while driving, I could record this even while shaving or doing, other mundane tasks like that. But I don't really feel the need to do that. But, I'm effectively watching some of the same stuff that I would do here as far as... Let's see what else we have here as far as songs and stuff. You have... It keeps giving me that Samurai Champloo one again. We got a Phoenix Wright song, Objection, from Spirit of Justice, which is a really good one. Most of the music in that whole series is very good. I'm that one music teacher who sits there and makes faces while reacting to songs, and I get a big channel presence off the back of it. A lot of what he's reacted to has been video game related stuff too. Which, again, this is the kind of thing that's just weird because it's just weird because the kind of stuff you do, it's almost the sort of thing you'd be embarrassed to do. Like, of course I could, you could be in any profession. When you do it like this, like Alex Botez or something in chess, there's plenty of players, but they almost look down on the act of doing that or feel like, what would be the need to do it? And so... fuck it, I guess I'll do it anyway. Okay, so here I could do another chapter of the Hellbound Heart, I suppose, but since it was the election yesterday, I was a little bit surprised, not so much by the outcome, but it sort of happened more smoothly than what I thought. So maybe I can react to some meltdown type moments that people always get so mad about. I don't know, like in 2016 was pretty hilarious, so... It just sort of shows you the misrepresentation of something. Like, two sides can be virtually even in size, but, up or down a little bit, even 2020. But it can be on track for landslide. I mean, this time at least he did win the popular vote. So... It is very interesting, like... it just happened smoothly. It happened quickly. There weren't like a ton of delays, ton of controversy. Historic comeback. Yeah, let's say she watched this. This is watched as the woke liberal media meltdown over 2024 election. It's 13 minutes, 28 seconds long by whatever this is the channel. Starting in 3, 2, 1. But no, you would think there would have been more resistance to it. Like attempts to cheat it or whatever. I actually am surprised. We start with the Young Turks. This is at least a fair take. That's all very fair. But at least this is self-awareness. You have to look introspectively. Don't just blame him. Blame yourself for... That Liz Cheney one was sort of taken out of context that he's like, was saying if she was in war, how would she feel? Not so much that... I guess you could say he's not a man of his word though anyway, so he won't follow through on his promises. So what's the problem? Like, you wouldn't say that he's very good about doing that. You bring up Russia again. But see, that checks and balances point is actually good. He should be held in check just like anybody should be, so that wouldn't even be a concern. Yeah, all 70 plus million of them. It's when you just can't accept that people would disagree with you or have an opinion, so you say like, oh, they don't know any better. See, what's unfair about that is it's true that, like, X might have that bias now, but also it's not like it wasn't like that in the other direction with Jack Dorsey and before, so it's sort of selective. There's too much, like, when your platform is only identity politics and it's only hiding behind that. Because that's really the point. It's like something to do with women would be brought up, like, oh, people are misogynist for this. But what about Tulsi Gabbard, right? Was it misogynist when she didn't win? Was it misogynist when Joe Jorgensen doesn't win? Right? It's only when it's the one major party. It's only when it's the corporate approved candidate. They won't say that with Jill Stein. It's only with, right, this, when it's the party that they like. What network even is this? GBN. Yeah, the media never learned its lesson from 2016 that you should just be objective and at least she's sort of desensitized and he's being very salty, but at least she's sort of aware and accepting the reality. Well, as long as you're like self-reflecting like this, I can appreciate it, because that's what wasn't done in the past. Like, when you win, you say, oh, the other side is bad. But when you lose, you also say the other side is bad. In terms of, like, he's just bad and everyone else who supports him is bad too. That just doesn't work. There's just no self-awareness, there's no self-reflection, there's no realization even in the party that maybe we have issues, maybe our policy has issues, right? There's none of that aspect. It's a reverse psychology issue too. If they just treat you objectively, like neutrally, and people can come to their own conclusion, less people would probably like him. But because they're so negative, it makes it seem like he's actually good for once. So in other words, it's a two-party state. Basically, an outsider comes in and name dropping Noam Chomsky. He really fell off pretty hard, actually. I'm surprised he couldn't see through it. So, like, Noam Chomsky is the same guy who wrote Manufacturing Consent and railed on the media and its bias, but then he doesn't realize this is part of the reason why Trump is disliked. See, the argument keeps changing, too. Now you'll bring up the felonies, but people were saying in 2020 not to, how bad he is, or 2016. So even without that, right, you just keep changing what it's about. But how do you explain that? Like, you're saying it's about the identity, but then but she made partly a correct point there for a second. Like, if you take the race out of it, like, oh, they're willing to look past all his flaws because like, they're willing to look past his flaws and convictions because they care about his policy and like that better, like border security and stuff like that. So you're willing to make that sacrifice, but then still race becomes a fallacy. But yeah, why did millions of black people vote for him? Why did millions of Hispanics vote for him then? What do you have to say about them? Like, they're all Uncle Toms or whatever. Like, what is your argument? But he's already gotten more. Wait and see for what? Yeah, like, how do you actually explain that? And how to what? How to brood? But no, to make everything about race and identity politics is part of the reason why you fail. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, Tulsi Gabbard didn't win. That means the country's racist. Joe Jorgensen didn't win. That means the country's racist or sexist. But what does that mean? Like, so in other words, they only bring it up. They only care when, oh, now it's our anointed one-party state corporate appointed candidate. As far as the Harris, you always make it about that. Guess who you just 81 million people voted for? You voted for an old white man who worked in government with segregationists, right? Who gave a eulogy for a KKK member in Joe Biden. So in other words, oh, it's all about identity politics. It's all about equity. Also, 81 million people vote for a old white man who not only is one of these entrenched politicians in government who would have been part of all your problems, but also one of these individuals who would basically allow you to do the same thing over and over. Like, he literally, it's not even hyperbole, the way that sometimes people say, oh, with Trump and this and that. He literally worked with segregationists in government and brags about it, and, he worked with them. And he also gave a eulogy for a KKK member. He was friends with Robert Byrd, all this kind of stuff. You could say that's what you have to do and you're getting things done, but is that exactly the point you want to make? Like, oh, it's the party that really cares about race and all this, but you just had somebody who does not exactly represent that in a very good way. So yeah, it's the lesson that's never learned. You can't just see like, oh, maybe people disagree with us. Maybe people have genuine support, right? You can't see it that way. Instead, it's always that your opinion is right, their opinion is wrong, and they're just bad people for having that opinion, rather than maybe we have flaws ourselves. That's the issue that I'm getting to. Why can't you be introspective? So, again, if Trump wins, he's bad. If Trump loses, he's bad. If you look at it like you can't just acknowledge you have flaws. Like, if he's so bad, this is the question then. Why are you losing to him in 2016? And the way to sort of skirt that is to say, well, because Hillary's a woman, and I guess there is some consistency to that. The one guy that he ran against, he lost to, technically, in 2020. So technically, you're right. He beat the two women and lost to the one man. So in some way, you're kind of right. He lost to the white man, so we have to beat them at their own game, assuming that identity is all that matters. He beat the white woman, and he beat the black woman, black Indian woman. So technically, that you could use that to say that, right? The only way we can beat him is if we get somebody of the same race. But if you were that concerned about that, then that's what you should have done then. Have somebody white run against him, and then you should beat him every time. But assuming that's what you want to make it about. But the reality is something deeper, that if you just can't acknowledge that, like, maybe genuinely people like him, certain policies, agree with him on certain things. You're not being introspective to say, not about why did he win, right? Assuming, oh, everybody's just bad who votes for him. But why did you lose, right? Shouldn't it be easy to beat somebody like that? Maybe you have issues with your policy. Maybe you have issues with your rhetoric, with some of your ideology, with some of your, some of your personality as well. That's why you're so incredulous. Like, how could anybody possibly support this? But you assume your side is the granted, like, that your side is perfect, you have no flaws, and anytime when things go your way, you're validated and you're correct, right? Like in 2020. That means that you're right and that he's wrong. Okay, fair enough. But when things don't go your way, do you say, okay, maybe they have a point, maybe we have flaws? No, instead you say, we're still right, they're still wrong. And so in other words, you're not being even remotely self-aware or objective. Like, if we win, we're right and they're wrong. But if we lose, we're still right and they're still wrong. And everybody who is on that side is wrong too. Instead of, maybe there's some policy positions, maybe we could be introspective. It's just really this one-sided echo chamber that you can never question what you're doing. Everything we're doing is perfect. Even though the guy we just voted for had to drop out. Everything we're doing is perfect, even though we just lost both the popular vote and the electoral college. Everything we're doing is right, but, oh, we only lost because of Russia, or, oh, we only lost because everybody's racist, or, oh, we only lost because everybody's a misogynist, or just bad people, period. Right? There's some excuse, not just that, oh, genuine. And the reality is, when you say that, like, even if that's true, you can't outlaw those things. Like, okay, fine, everybody in the U.S. or everybody, this number of people, tens of millions, enough to win an election, are suddenly just racist or misogynist or are able to basically consider that they're racist or misogynist, or they're even, what was the other term I was looking for? Like, even uneducated. But guess what? Those people get to vote too. So it doesn't work as an argument. So you're trying to tell me, okay, there's 70 plus million people in the country who are just racist, some of whom are those races that they're supposedly racist against, right? Several million are black, several million are Hispanic, but I guess they're racist against themselves. That makes perfect sense. Many, millions of them are women, but I guess they're misogynistic women. Okay, fair enough. Just makes perfect logical sense. And so, but beyond that, so there's tens of millions of people, enough. See, what you're doing is you're treating it like a marginal group, like, people who listen to Alex Jones or take him seriously. You can marginalize that group because it's, okay, maybe it's a couple million, and even of that, a lot of people maybe don't take him seriously, etc. But that's a marginal group. It's not a marginal group like you win the presidency, you get 74 million votes even in 2020. That's not marginal. That's, that's just, everyday average people. So the nuance of their reasoning is never understood. Like, maybe you don't like, okay, there are some diehard people who like him and swear by everything he does, but a lot of people are like, okay, he has flaws, but what choice do I have? Either I'm going to vote for other people who have flaws, like Joe Biden, who's also senile, who had to drop out. We vote for other people who have flaws, like Harris, who obviously has flipped on every major position, etc. But, so those flaws don't matter, but only his flaws matter. So maybe you prefer his policy over their policy, and they both have flaws. So that's the thing. It doesn't have to come down to a popularity contest that way, and I'm disturbed by that notion. So let's see if we can find some other, I don't know, like, I voted for him, I sort of predicted this. A lot of people made a lot of money, I maybe regret that. But you know what, I honestly didn't trust that this outcome was going to happen. Like, I can't even say I really predicted it. Like, I voted for him with the expectation of him winning, but I didn't actually trust it, because again, what happened in 2020 was sort of dubious, so I'm surprised it went over so smoothly. That's actually quite nice. I thought there would be delays and questions, and then you'd have to like fight it out and all this kind of stuff. So this really validates 2020 in the sense that you can't diminish the support. Like 74 million was still what it was. It was a record at the time, etc. So it's just like this unwillingness to accept the reality and try to always qualify it and look at it from some insular point of view. So it's just very fascinating. I don't know. There's no way to get these people to wake up and just say, you don't have to like it, you don't have to agree with it. I'm not even super happy with everything he does or whatever. But it's the incredulous view. Like, how could the American people possibly vote for somebody that we don't like, that the corporate-owned media doesn't like? And you know what the tell is? The tell is, okay, in 2024, oh, now Russia's influencing it again, or, oh, he's a convicted felon. This is the point. Don't vote for Donald Trump in 2024 because he's a convicted felon. So in 2020, when he wasn't a convicted felon, oh, don't vote for him because of COVID. Okay. In 2016, don't vote for him because of, why? He hadn't even been in politics. Just because he's a bad guy, I guess, and racist. So the goalpost keeps changing. In other words, this is the expression I use. Like, this guy is bad, and we can't even fully substantiate why, but we'll just fill in the holes. So first it was, oh, he's a racist. Then it's, oh, Russia. Then it's January 6th. Then it's convicted felon. You might say, well, he has a lot of bad things in his corner. That means there's a lot of reasons not to vote for him, but they can't even make up their mind. Like, from the beginning, there was this groundswell that, oh, he's just so bad, and just don't vote for him. At which point there was far less to justify it, if anything at all. Like, he's an outsider to politics, so you don't even know. So in 2016, the media should have been objective, like, okay, let's just look at his policy and go from there. But because they took such a hard side in 2016, now it's kind of dubious. How are they so against somebody who's not even been in politics before? How would you even know whether he's going to be good or not? So it's all hindsight bias, even if you say, well, but oh, look at his COVID response, or oh, look at January 6th, or oh, look at something, convicted felon. You would say that now, but at the time you wouldn't have known any of those things. So you could say, oh, that's good judgment that we're predicting something, but there just shows the bias was there from the beginning, right? Like, there was always this thing like, oh, he's just bad, but we can't even fill in the holes, right? So in 2016, you're already seeing the media say that, like, oh, he's the worst person, he's terrible. So that's sort of telling. From the beginning, they were biased. So even if now you said, maybe you're right, maybe some of those things are disqualifying, you were sort of doing it from reverse. You were saying, he's terrible, he's the worst person ever, and now we'll fill in the blanks. Because of Russia, because of COVID, because of January 6th, because of the convictions. So in other words, now the hysteria, okay, now it's justified, but it wasn't justified then. So in other words, the incentive is impure behind it. So people question even the legitimacy of the conviction and stuff like that. How U.S. networks reacted to Trump's victory. Most of them pretty salty. But yeah, they just don't get it with the media bias. You don't know how much that scares people. That's my main interest too in all this. I've always been critical of the media in general in a lot of areas. Like, I don't want them to determine the outcome. I don't want them to take sides. How networks reacted to Donald Trump's election victory. It's like a 2-minute, 29-second video by like Guardian or something. I can't even tell. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Fox News decision desk. Like, Biden was a great president. Also, he had to drop out. Like, what am I missing here? I would have rather him just won in 2020, though. Now he's so old that there are issues that's going to pose. And I wish this would segue into being an independent. They're also sad when they say it. Oh yeah, I love how they say that in 2016 too. It's a lot to digest. I know you're sad about it, but he won, which means a lot of people are also happy about it. But you want to spin it. Half the country is happy, half the country is sad, but you normally don't focus on the negative like a sore loser. So I love this. Now there's no way to even question it. Unless they kill him. Look how they qualify. Like, just report the fucking facts. He won, period. Not all this other shit. You people are so stupid. Like, you don't get it, dude. What do you want to end up like China? Go kiss Zinni the Pooh's fucking boots over here. Like, I don't want a corporate-owned media one-party state. I don't like the Republican Party either. I'll say it right now, like I said all along. Vote for a fucking independent next time. 2028. Vote for an independent. I'll say it now, I'll say it again, because that's what Trump represents. He's signed less executive acts than Obama and Biden, I'm pretty sure. Either one. A lot of this stuff isn't up to him. I can understand the concerns over the Supreme Court, but let's not pretend like Democrats weren't trying to pack it as well. Like, there's no question that is a legitimate concern that, okay, now it could be very heavily favored in conservative justices who may, favor him in some way. That is a concern. I don't deny that. But again, Democrats will criticize that. Oh, look at the evil of packing the court. Meanwhile, they would be eager as fuck to do it themselves. That's the only reason why they're upset. So let's not mistake the purity of that. It is bad, but they were just trying to pack it in their direction. So it's only bad for them because they don't get to do it, right? They're like that on a lot of issues. So, you can't question the election because of fraud in 2020, but you can question it. I'm actually genuinely surprised. I thought Pennsylvania and some of these states would pull some bullshit out of their ass with respect to, I'm genuinely kind of relieved by that. It really just happened. Like, he just won and that was it. Like, I have to respect that. Like, all the talk about 2020, which people legitimately still have a lot of doubts over, but, like, I thought they would try to pull something out here. I mean, there's no doubt that out of 81 million votes, he did get a substantial amount, but there were a lot of convenient, like, he would have won the popular vote legitimately, no question about it. But the question would have been, he might have still lost the Electoral College vote, so that's where, a couple thousand ballots appear right where they need to, right in the counties that they need to, right at the right time, right where he was going to lose those states. That's what seemed odd. Like, there were a lot of inconsistencies too. Like, nobody's ever won these Rust Belt sort of states, or I can't remember, certain counties, I forget what they call them, right, welter counties or something. Nobody's ever won those and lost an election. Nobody's ever gotten 10 plus million votes compared to the first term and lost the election. Nobody's ever done like a million different things that he did and lost the election. So, and they'd convince you, well, he's so bad. Of course he lost. Also, he's so bad that he got more votes than Obama. He's so bad that he got a record number of votes for an incumbent. He's so bad that he increased his vote total over 10 million from the first time, from running the first time and winning. He's so bad that he got 74 million votes. Like, yes, of course, that would indicate that he's bad, you see? Not the fact that he would lose votes, not the fact that he would, I don't know. So yeah, that is pretty amusing. Again, I'm certainly not a fan of his, but I'm more concerned about the big picture, and the setup is perfect for, now we've seen that we don't need the two-party state anymore. Donald Trump came in as an outsider. Yes, he ran as a Republican. Yes, both parties disliked him, so that was what was telling. People keep bringing that up. Oh, Republicans didn't like him either. You're trying to say that like that's a negative thing, especially from the people who would say Republicans are so bad. That would make him seem good. But in other words, he's an outsider, so Republicans didn't like him, Democrats didn't like him. And so what does that show you? That could have been an independent. Both parties wouldn't like him because they're not part of the two-party state. So now you see the big picture. I just want to see some salty liberal type shit, liberal tears. Let's see what we got here. I don't know, it's just so weird though. But no, like, my whole thing is not an overreaction. The disappointment would have been if she won that. It feels like if they can get Biden in there, they can get anybody. In other words, if the media really sucks up to somebody or pushes for them, that's all it would take, right? Like, they can get Biden in there even though he wasn't popular with his own party, wasn't the nominee before when he ran. Now all of a sudden he gets 81 million votes. That's all media propaganda that allows that. Then also Harris, she doesn't even win a primary. She gets 1% of the vote from her own party. She's very unpopular. She doesn't even have to run normally. And now she gets even this insane amount of votes that she got. That's disturbing because, again, that's all media propaganda. Her own party didn't like her in 2020. Right? Her own party barely voted for her in 2020. Now all of a sudden she's the next greatest thing. Why? And you can say, well, what about Trump? But that is exactly the point. Trump ran for office once in his life in 2016 and won the presidency. So there's no sample size to compare it against. Evidently, he was very popular, period. There was no, he ran in a primary and got 1% of the vote, and then all of a sudden, he did run in 2000, but he didn't really, I don't think, he kind of backed out of it, but even people who don't like him don't really bring that up, that he, lost. It didn't feel like he really was committed to doing it. He was sort of giving it a chance, but whatever. Generally speaking, he wasn't that. There's no sample size to measure against, so he runs once, 2016, he wins. Just like the big picture that. The big picture, you run once and you win. Whereas Harris has run, Biden had run, they weren't popular even with their own party, so something unnatural happened. Whereas with Trump, it kind of reflects what's unnatural though too. The reason why his vote total increased from 2016 to 2020 is exactly because the media was so unfairly critical of him and so biased that now people started to sympathize and vote for him almost in response to that way. So there is some reality to that too. Their bias was so extreme it caused people to vote against him, but it also caused people to vote for him. Ironically, that this is the one good thing about even like a pseudo-free country like the U.S. Even if your democracy is going to go down and you're going to get a one-party state and you're going to get whatever, it'll at least be more obvious to you. So 2020 was a wake-up call. Like, that's how democracy could die, because you let the one-party state rule, you let the media determine the outcome of the election, you let it happen. And that's very sad because at least it's obvious, right? It's not very subtle because it is free press. So that was the makings of a very dangerous time. which I really am curious now to think what's going to happen in 2028, because I don't know. Yeah, all the things they say he's going to do, he never did in the first place. Elected U.S. president, historic comeback. Is it really a comeback, though? Because he got 74 million votes last time, so comeback from what? It's not like he got 10 million last time and now he wins. So what we have now is, I want to look up more of these, actually. It's pretty fitting. Like, I don't really want to talk about it too seriously, but I think I've already given my opinions on it, so I won't even take a ton of credit, like, oh, I predicted it. It's more that I just chose it. Like, I did vote for him, but I never really had a lot of belief that, I wasn't, like, super confident, because I'm so worried about the media machine, and I was worried about a potential steal as well, that I was almost surprised last night that I was watching and I fell asleep, but it looked like he was winning, and the same thing that happened last time. He was winning and I fell asleep in 2020, and then democracy dies in darkness. That, you know, it is fascinating to me that, you know, they didn't attempt anything bigger than that. So that is just too funny, though. Like, you really just don't get it. You really don't get it. You can go through 3 election cycles with this guy and you don't understand that what it's really about. That it's not a popularity contest, that it's not about your little closed media bubble of perspective. Again, I'm not saying people don't genuinely think that. There are millions of people who are obviously Democrats and they might like Harris anyway, although technically not, given the primary. But, you know, I'm not saying people wouldn't genuinely have that opinion anyway, but not, you're acting like that's, the way they treat it is kind of disingenuous. Like 99% of the country likes Harris and everybody hates Trump, and so why would he have any chance of winning that? So all you're doing is sort of suppressing the reality. There's a similar amount of support, 60-40, whatever you want to say, so they should both get similar coverage. Instead, you're looking at it only from one perspective. Even when the victory happens, this is what they said in 2016, and this is what they said now. I know a lot of you people are worried about this outcome. Why would you say that? Wouldn't you say a lot of you are happy about that outcome? Because you won, right? Like, he won. So why would you look at it from a negative perspective, glass half empty? Did you say that with Obama? When Obama won, I know a lot of you people are upset about this because you're Republicans, or you know, you don't like him. Or I know in 2016, a lot of you are, or I mean 2020, a lot of you are upset about this. Like, you don't say that. You say, let's look ahead, let's look at what policy. I'm not saying you have to get out the pom-poms for him, but it's such a weird thing to say. This guy won. He got the majority of the votes, even popular vote now. But now, oh, I know a lot of you are sad about this. What do you mean, dude? Like, a lot of people are happy about it too, more, because he won. Like, what do you mean? Liberal meltdown 2024. MSNBC hosts unhinged meltdown as polls spell disaster for Kamala Harris 14 hours ago. It's ironic, like, sort of the full circle that you go through. And yeah, Noam Chomsky doesn't even make sense to me anymore. He's somebody I really idolize, and he's unbelievably smart. I even coined one of my techniques that I use as a Noam Chomsky method, whether he approves of that or not, a very fact-based system where he would have these facts ready and discuss things very unemotionally. And he's a brilliant, brilliant person, but the fact that, I'm not saying he has to even like Trump or embrace Trump, but you're missing the big picture of why the media dislikes him so much. You know, I don't know. It just got darker and darker. Alcindor reveals Harris campaign's reaction to Trump's performance. That's fucking Stacey Abrams in the thumbnail, though. The original election denier who said she won the election despite losing. So, she says a lot of hyperbole, too, like that fucking thing. it's Jim Crow 2.0. Like, what do you mean, dude? Yeah, we get some of the same sort of reactions as, I guess you get some of the media reactions around the January time with respect to, like the woman yelling, but that was when he was inaugurated. That wasn't when he won. Like, now you just look at the Kamala HQ and stuff for that. Trump declares victory 2024 U.S. election. But no, I'm happy that it happened so smoothly, right? That was good. I can't really find too many good videos on this. There's got to be a lot of unhinged reactions. MSNBC host, I want to see like a compilation like what I saw. I know it just happened, but I mean, there's got to be a lot of footage out there. Voter anger, again, a key factor. Woke, lefty, progressive, liberal tears after this is Donald Trump. The election meltdown. We got a fucking Asmongold video here. The biggest red wave since Reagan's victory in '84. Yeah, and they won the Senate and maybe the House too? I'm not even sure. I think they won the Senate. Lefties losing it. Wait, what? Lefties losing it. Read us something mocks loser John Oliver's Trump rant. But that was a day ago, so that couldn't be it. It just got darker and darker. Like, why are they so emotional about it? You might think as a citizen, as an individual with your opinion, fine. But you're on the media to try to be objective, and nobody is. Lefty Land loses it. Okay, let's see. Is this going to be a compilation, or like they just kind of show like one clip of something? Okay, this is Lefty Land loses it over Trump victory starting in 3, 2, 1. It's like by Sky News Australia. Defense for common sense. I think I already saw this maybe last night. Or it couldn't have been last night. When I woke up. The Sky projects. I don't even really consider it a comeback because he didn't fall off. He did very well the last election, right? Getting 74 million votes, so it's just more an aberration. But now he is going to rub people's face in it. It's so hilarious how people look at this. Just ordinary, everyday people. I wonder, what if Biden had stayed in the race? I mean, the implication was he was going to lose, that's why he dropped out. And he got a lot of good endorsements, Trump, like Musk and Rogan and getting fucking Aiden Ross and Dana, whatever. Imagine getting thanked at a presidential thing that Aiden Ross got thanked by the Dana some UFC guy or whatever. Like, imagine bringing up Aiden Ross's name. Like, what the fuck, dude? And XUC really clowned it up because he bet on Harris. Okay, this video is meant to mock. Okay, whatever. That video is kind of dumb. Come back for the ages. I just want to see negativity. Give me some of that negativity of people getting salty, and they come up with every excuse under the sun. It's race, it's racism, sexism, it's they're uneducated. They're, I hate to break it to you, but uneducated people get to vote. So the number of people with Harvard degrees versus the number of ordinary uneducated people or moderately educated people is going to be higher because, in a country with 300 million plus people, there's going to be a lot of people who aren't highly educated. That's just fine. That's normal. That doesn't mean that they're dumb. That doesn't mean they don't make good money, too, potentially. They could be laborers. They could be business owners, something. But you have this assumption that you have this assumption of something else that I don't know. Like, it's got to always be something else. You can never just say, it's our fault. Maybe we campaigned wrong by just trying to say how bad Trump is. Maybe we have some policy issues. Maybe we shouldn't play identity politics so much. Maybe any of these things. Oh, no. It's just that they're just bad. We can never admit that we have flaws. When we win, they have flaws. When we lose, they have flaws. It's always them. And one of the Twitter accounts that really triggers me is JoJo from Jurors, because she's so fucking biased in a moronic way that it kind of pisses me off. Like, it's so blatantly, like, just dumb, but yet she still gets a lot of likes and follows and stuff. So, I don't know. I feel like that'll be interesting to look at now. And guess what it's going to be? It's going to be nonstop hysteria. Oh, Russia 2.0, and there's going to be World War III, and little thing he does and says will be racist. And like we've seen this playbook before of what is going to be said. But the best example of what's going to happen is from now is 2016. The world didn't end. Like, it was fine. COVID was the closest thing to that you felt. But the reality is that if you felt that way, you could. That was sort of a fluke. Basically, if COVID doesn't happen, Donald Trump will be a good president. Could be the premise of that. So let's just hope COVID doesn't happen again. It's not like he put on a lab coat and made it himself or something, right? You could say he didn't do the best job dealing with it, although that's a little bit idyllic because Biden didn't do the best job dealing with it either. A lot more people died under him than Trump, even in a later phase where it was dying out anyway, and where you already had the handicap of the vaccine, and you knew more about it, et cetera, et cetera. But the amount that they take him out of context, they're doing it again, like that Joe Scarborough just did it, I think, where he said, oh, I want to shoot Liz Cheney. It's like, he was saying, imagine if she was at war. She's a warmonger, so imagine if she went to war and had 9 barrels pointed at her. Maybe she'd change her mind then. She's not saying that I would do it, right? I'm going to point 9 barrels at her. He's saying that's why you shouldn't be a warmonger and why we shouldn't go to war, because how ironic is that, too? He's like the peacetime president where he didn't start any new wars, and that sort of becomes his reputation, even though they said he's going to start World War III. No, he started World War Zero. Like, what the fuck, dude? I wasn't even expecting that myself. Not that I thought he'd be a warmonger, but I thought he'd be kind of more of the same kind of thing, but... So, let's see here. I can't find actually any more of these videos. I would have really liked to see one. Like a meltdown. Just watch any mainstream network in the next week and you'll see the meltdowns. Like, that's it. Like, it's over. They can't do anything. What are they going to do? Challenge the election? I want to see that. That's what they showed in the January 6th thing. That other Democrats always objected to Republicans winning in other elections, 2000, 2004. So it's okay when they object, but it's not okay when we object. And so they're going to object to this one too. And just, And now all that rhetoric comes back to bite them, because you can't question the outcome of this election because you just set the standard that you're just not allowed to question it. So it's over. He's president, period, end of story, done. There's nothing you can do. Come on, we need a long-ass liberal tears compilation. Somebody's probably making one right now, but it's too good, dude. That makes it worth it alone. MSNBC, Media Melt. Okay, fine, we'll look at this one. MSNBC hosts unhinged meltdown as polls spell disaster. Why am I have to scroll back so much? I don't know what this is. Why can't there just be better compilations, man? Yeah, you gotta watch the view now. Lefties losing it. Joy Reid still delusional after Kamala's election loss. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, when the millionaire celebrities love you. See, they say this, but he didn't do that the first time. They keep saying this fear-mongering dog shit, but let's believe him, so let's hold him accountable with checks and balances like the system is meant to do. Which I understand the concern about the court, though. I will echo that. This might have been before. Really, bro? Warhawk, warmonger, fucking family. Don't get me started on George Bush, but I'll, Dick Cheney, as if that's a good endorsement. Like, yes, of course, Kamala Harris gets Liz Cheney's and, the family's endorsement, as if that's a good thing. That's what Democrats like, warmongers, of course. That's really speaking to the target demographic. I want somebody to apologize to, Taylor Swift has a moment of clarity and says, you know what, I may disagree with him, but congratulations, and sorry to all the ordinary Americans who voted for him that I have said negative things about, because these are all old clips, though, is the problem. A few thousand that were found at midnight, 3 a.m. It's amazing how much Hollywood doesn't like him. That was kind of funny the way he did that, but so you're comparing it to these things, but what is it? What about it? Go into detail. I want to hear. What about it is like any of that? anybody I don't like is Hitler. Something that 12-year-olds would do on the internet years ago, but I never knew it would become a primary political platform. Rachel Maddow is always good for fucking salt. So much salt. Okay. Okay, dude. So you should punish Elon Musk for his political views, or what? Yeah, we need to silence everybody who we disagree with. That's not fascism. We got to see all these people get fired too, like Andrew Cuomo or everything is far right all of a sudden. Like, you're not far. They said that with like Italy too. Oh, Giorgia Meloni is far right. You're not far right if you win the main election, the primary election, because you're just right. How can you be far right? That means the whole population of the country or majority must be far right. So that doesn't even make sense. Far right would imply it's a minority within the right. By definition, it means it's a subgroup of that. I like her delivery, though. She says it so... I actually love her. Her voice is so funny the way she says it. Like, she's accentuating every word, almost like it's fake. You're like putting it on so thick. Oh, this is like a segment that they've done on a regular basis. This isn't even related to the election. This is just like lefties losing it, part 2. Like another one started as soon as that ended. I'm dead, dude. This woman just wakes up every day and chooses violence against Harris supporters. But no, the part that gets no sympathy is Democrats should be the, are supposed to be the party of the people and the middle class and some kind of a, we're trying to do what's best for the people and low class, minimum wage increase and stuff like that, right? Well, what about the fact that what about the fact that all the corporate-owned media outlets love you that are owned by billionaires? What about the fact that all the celebrities, Hollywood, etc., mostly loves you? Like, isn't there something weird about that? Shouldn't it be the opposite? Like, if you're hated by the corporate-owned media, that could be a good thing. That's part of why Trump's appeal. Or if you're hated by celebrities, Hollywood, maybe that's a good thing. Like, these people, while you can respect their talent and ability in certain ways, they're not exactly on your side, nor are they living your life or in your position. So you really think Taylor Swift and Robert De Niro and all really sympathize with your everyday problems? Like, what is the incentive there? The same way people would discredit Elon Musk, but I would agree with that. Like, I don't want Elon to determine the outcome of the election, the same way that I don't want Jack Dorsey to, the same way that I don't want Mark Zuckerberg to, the same way I don't want any of these people to. So at best it's a balancing. Like, Elon's bias could balance out somebody else's bias, like Mark Zuckerberg's, etc. So it's not a good process still, but it may be a necessary element. Like, Joe Rogan is trying to do that balance out as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do today is watch another part of the Casey Anthony trial, but tomorrow I'll try to segue into, we introduced the book thing, but I'm not going to commit to saying that I'm going to do it for sure. We can do it at some point, but I may just move on and do like a big name movie, big name series type phase. But I want to almost do an obscure movie type series phase. Or no, that's what I said. I should do like obscure movies, but I should do mainstream series. And so I should almost alternate. So I'll watch Monk. Yeah, that's a good idea. But I don't know, like, didn't I just do that and there wasn't anything good on there that I wanted to look at? That's why I even tried to do it in a randomizer form, and it's just not that interesting. Like, I'd have to go one by one and look through. So I could do, like, a movie on Netflix, some obscure thing that I haven't seen, and then a show, like episode 1 of Monk, and then another movie, then episode 2 of Monk. Like, that's almost how I should do it. And so we're going to start at Casey Anthony Trial Day 11, Part 2 of 4 at 39 minutes 45 seconds in 3, 2, 1. And this is I skipped a couple parts from what we watched last time because I've already seen them or something. So he's doing a proffer with this Roman Polanski lookalike dude. He both looks and sounds like him. A little bit. He's talking about inorganic compounds or whatever. The way he talks is a little weird. I don't know if that's a lisp or what exactly it is, but he's clearly a very smart guy. Now, you're outside of the presence of the jury anyway, so all this becomes kind of pointless. All the performative aspects are off the table because you're not doing them for the jury's benefit. So, like, a lot of those questions that you know are going to be overruled or sustained are... No, I do it through proxy because I'm too big for that. Like, what do you mean personally? Burrow thinks he's Gordon Freeman, theoretical physicist, who had barely gotten the distinction of his PhD at the time of the Black Mesa incident, as Dr. Breen would say. This is sort of non-responsive or over-responsive. Collaboration. And your general knowledge and experience. But that's like a control. So it's meant to be a general analysis, not a comparative analysis, I guess, because but that would assume... Yeah, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is because you're creating the control. Like, it's not like, oh, it applies to everything ever. No, you could do 100 other ones if you wanted. What would be better to ask is if that's the only one you did do. Yeah. No, you said only one you can do. But that's the one we did do. No, I can do another one right now. But being proffering doesn't mean that you don't get to object to anything. Like, I wanted to almost watch more liberal tears type moments, but there aren't too many good videos. So that seems like it should be permissible. There wasn't anything too strange about that. But you don't want to give away what you're trying to do either. Oh, so he was trying to establish the scope and narrow it. Amelia Earhart's law book. Because yeah, you can consider everything hearsay. He's reading it from a book, but like within his area of expertise and the area of expertise of the book, you should be allowed to do that. So, yeah, like I can segue into something more significant. I'm having a real hard time finding certain movies that I want to watch, though. Like, I'll have some random urge to watch something. There's this one with this really photogenic chick where she's, like, working at all these different jobs. She's working at a supermarket, and the guy asks her to blow him. Like, what is that movie? Is that on Netflix? So this is this random stuff I want to watch. How did we start so fast? The jury just came in. from people. It could be from an animal, though, from a mammal. Like he says that later. It could be from a mammal. But no, this guy's pretty smart. Jose Baez doesn't get the best of every witness, but he usually makes the point that he wants to make. Why do I not feel like he ever cross-examines Cindy Anthony? He does, but I don't know why. That seemed maybe so brief. The prosecution was really hogging her on the stand. They did like 2 full days, and then Jose gets like half a day. It's up to him, obviously. He can do it as long as he wants, but I like the way he explains things, though. This guy's pretty good. Things that jury would not understand at all. That wouldn't normally be present. He's going on a bit long with some of these responses, but he's giving good information. Maybe mainly because they're struggling to spell these words. Because he's not talking that fast, considering how he struggles to talk a little bit. See, how the fuck would the court reporter get that? Question mark, question mark, question mark. They don't know those words. What the fuck did he just say? You have all this recorded, so why do you need the fucking written thing? I guess to give to the jury, but I didn't really want to see this part of it. I skipped ahead specifically to Jose Baez, but then this started so quickly because that was just a proffer, and I didn't know that. The Jodi Arias judge says that at some point, I think, but it doesn't sound like that at all. She said like weirdly, the same way she says defendant, and then that other case was like that too. The rapper something, where he says it's like a secret meeting between the judge and the witness and stuff. And this is what the guy says. George Anthony could be that. Says that too, obviously. Cindy kind of backs away from saying that, but you know, a normal person would just say it's a bad smell. You don't have to specify like, oh, it smells like decomposition. Like, I don't know exactly what decomposition smells like. It could be like an animal carcass type of smell. Like you hit a deer and that's on the tires, some of the residue, like, I don't know. Between the big words that he uses, very technical jargon, and the way he talks, it makes it very hard to probably understand and record what they're saying. So this is sealed in a very secure way. Unboxing ASMR courtroom stream. It almost seems like that's something the jury is not meant to see. One chick's job is just to yell out the fucking numbers. States numbered. Acetic acid. So it's in both. But that's very oddly specific. Did I ask who you obtained them from? Bro wants to do an unboxing stream here. ASMR unboxing courtroom edition. Some of this makes it seem like it's meant to not show to the jury, but then he lifted that last thing up, so. Is it Christmas? Because we're opening a couple presents here. Very tightly sealed. Or because of its sensitivity. Wait, he's telling the court reporter to approach? Why? That is kind of a cool job. Like, you have to type so fast, and it's not... They use, like, some special keyboard that I don't really get exactly how it works, but... Or they use, like, a foot pedal or something, too. It's weird. You gotta be faster than the closed captioning people on fucking TV. So much talk about tape, like the duct tape by George Anthony, and this one by, you know, just a weird amount of fixation on tape. Every case has to do with gas cans. People were commenting that even too. I don't want to see another case involving gas cans. But here they didn't really matter as much. There it was always integral to trying to get away from the crime and stuff. Here it has nothing to do with it. It's just a lawnmower shenanigan. conditionally received, so does that mean the jury can't see it, or what's the condition? I had something different to eat today. Okay, so I paused it there, but it's pretty much over anyway. I had something different to eat today that was actually really good. I keep going to Dairy Queen typically every day, so today I got a thing. I got breakfast from Sonic, which is like a toast and the egg, and then I got like a French toast, and then I got like the little tots. So that was pretty good. I got to mix it up. It's just like I'm so lazy, so I keep going to the same place, but it's because I'm just in a hurry all the time when I'm driving, so like I don't want to have to think about it or plan it out. But it's a case where I should mix it up. I keep wanting to get Chinese one time, but you have to order ahead, and that becomes kind of dumb. But no, I keep having too much sugar. I keep getting these stupid ass shakes that I shouldn't be doing. My teeth are kind of sensitive right now, and just in general, sugar shouldn't be so over the top. So what you have now is a simple ability to basically do you have the ability to do it in such a way that tomorrow I will do the thing, and it's called probably Netflix. It's weird though, like I'll have to look through like every single movie on there. That's almost what I should do. I won't do a randomizer, but I'll go through every movie and see like what really interests me. And there's gotta be something. Again, I don't want to watch the biggest name stuff because I've either probably already seen it, or I don't always want to do that. But that should almost be the rule set. I'll watch obscure movies that still seem to interest me with like a very oddly specific subject matter. It's kind of hard to even explain, but it's like just something that seems weird or very in-depth about some certain subject matter. So it might not even be that good, but it could still be interesting or unique, and it's something I haven't seen. So obscure movies, and I'll rotate between that and mainline series like Monk and whatever, Breaking Bad and stuff, because I haven't seen too many series, whereas movies I've seen so many that I'm almost jaded to them, or I've seen everything. So you would have the ability to take it in a different way, and that way is the ability to do it like I don't know. You could just do it along a line of I kind of want to do that right now, actually. Like, I kind of just want to set it up, but I have shit to do. But no, we'll cancel those two. Cancel YouTube Premium. I don't need it. I have still a little bit left of the free trial, but who cares? And I don't need the other thing. The Audible. Again, we did it mainly to introduce the format. So, like, we did the first 2 chapters of The Hellbound Heart. I would have wanted to do the whole thing, but, there's no rush. I can do it whenever I want. I've been more a fan of introducing format ideas than actually doing them all the way. So we had the Crunchyroll randomizer. We had some sort of Netflix alphabetical gauntlet, something like that. And that one didn't go very well. I'm starting it on a good note, and it gives me some badly dubbed Chinese movie, I'm Alive or whatever, and then, or #alive, and then it gives me a fucking 30-minute hug where it's 3-minute hug, more like a 30-minute hug where they're just standing there and there's no dialogue and nobody's saying anything. Like, it's not really very good because you have, it's really not what I was expecting. Those are the ones that it starts me with, because we're starting with the hashtag and the letter A and stuff. So we go from that. We were like skipping ahead letters, like watch the first thing with every letter, then every number, then go in order, like watch A and then until it's bad, and then watch B until it's bad, and stuff like that. And so what you can do now is you can basically decide to I won't have time to really watch anything if I do it here, but what I can do is I can basically decide to I mean, I eat so much fucking fast food, it really is going to catch up to me one day, but I don't really care. I'm not one of those people who believes in the longevity process, or at least I'm aware of its nature, and splitting it with half-past hedonism in such a way that is obviously something people do anyway, but at least now you're deliberately aware of it. So the only thing you need to do now is we can do another part of this, or again, we'll do it that way though. So tomorrow we could watch season 1, episode 1 of Monk, and just do it like that, and then from there I could do. You know what? Let's not even start with Monk. Maybe I should. Well, I could almost do both, but I should start with a movie. And again, anything that's sort of weird, but it would still interest me, and it's hard to know that. There's certain ones that I have in mind. I keep thinking about that one where Hitler is this little kid's best friend. For some reason, that seems like such a weird premise that I want to see it. There's 3 or 4 movies about Hitler in some way that are somehow, I see clips on YouTube about them. A boy thinks his imaginary friend is that, and then one where he's guess who's back, kind of he comes back, and then there's yet another one. Obviously, I've seen the classic best one, The Downfall, but that one's played sort of more realistic. So, yeah, again, we'll look at... I'll double check that it's on Netflix, and the reason why I'll do that is because, I don't know if it is or not. And then Monk, and then we'll be ready to do Monk, and we'll be ready to do... What did I even say? I guess I said the whole month of November would be the audiobook thing, and I'm already done with it, and it's only been a week. It's the 6th. So... And then I thought December we'd start this, but it doesn't matter. I'll just do it. So again, we'll do some movie that's weird, obscure on Netflix. Then we'll do the Monk episode 1. And I'll try to play a couple mini-game formats with it where I try to guess the killer really early on, because it's going to be one of those procedural detective-type shows like that. So the biggest thing you have to figure out is what exactly I'm going to watch first. So I kind of want to rotate this format out. It's not that I don't like watching stuff. It's kind of ironic, actually. It's because I like watching stuff so much and I get immersed that I don't like to sort of ruin it. I almost want to save really good stuff later. That's why I avoided watching some of these big-name series, too. I'd rather watch Girls starring Allison Williams than to... than to watch Breaking Bad or something at that point, because I wasn't ready yet. Now I'm ready, even though I'm not too satisfied with the mic still. This is the best we're going to get, so I'm just going to go with it. And so what you have is a simple ability to consider the fact that you have the simple ability to consider the simple fact that you're able to simply do this, where I'm sort of just trying to stall. So we get to the point. I'm going to cancel YouTube Premium. I'm going to cancel Audible. I'm going to start Netflix. I'm going to look on Netflix for something to watch. It's almost like I got to stop and eat something while I decide to do all this, but maybe I won't. There's something I have to do that I avoided doing yesterday that I pretty much have to do it today now. I'm kind of behind. So I have to do this, then I have to go home, I have to download something, then I have to shave, then I have to probably do my laundry and sort of do it at the same time, and then I guess tomorrow I have to continue to download some shit onto here. On something else. So the big lesson is that I wanted to edit something as well tonight to do with the election, and do it just because it's so relevantly pressing, but that's a different form of cloud chasing, content grabbing, where you're able to, oh, we got to talk about the election around the election because that'll get some views. Like, so I won't even be super confident that I picked the outcome, but I was confident that, I mean, I did what I did with it, but, and my sort of vote was meaningless, because if you vote for Trump in New York, what does it do? It doesn't do anything. It adds to his popular vote, which, again, ultimately doesn't matter. You could win the popular vote but lose the Electoral College, or you could lose the Electoral College and win the popular vote. So this even rebuffs whatever people were saying the first time, like, oh, the Electoral College is so bad, blah, 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 but now you can't even say that because he just won outright. Which I guess that sort of surprised me, yeah. I thought whatever path to victory he would have, he would lose that popular vote, and I thought that, I don't know, like, it didn't happen exactly the way that I thought it would. It seemed almost easier and smoother than that. And Republicans won the House and the Senate, too. Which sometimes that might not happen, because they might just feel like, okay, we're voting for Trump because we like him, or we're standing for border security and stuff, but we don't really like the party or care about them. Like, I did that. I just voted for him and nothing else. Nobody else. Like, I don't care about them. If anything, part of the reason why I would like him is because he represents like a nonpartisan perspective still, even from the sense that you have something along the lines of, I don't think of him as a Republican necessarily, or I don't want to feed into that, the sort of two-party state. I'd rather assess it along the lines of this, like he's an independent and both parties didn't like him, and the next president should be somebody like this as well, somebody who the media doesn't like, but you know what I mean, like he's enlightening you in that way. You can vote for somebody who's not approved by the corporate-owned media if they have your interest in mind, and etc. So even if he has to take advantage of meme culture or popularity from other reasons, like The Apprentice or something, the reality is that it doesn't matter. Like, the next one should be an independent who wins in 2028, and the reason why it should be is because, again, we want to get away from the two-party state, and again, it was feeling more like it could be a one-party state. So unfortunately, even as much as you think Trump is standing for the right thing, blah, 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 he's still playing into one of the major two parties, although I would argue that he's maybe changed the party more than it changed him. And so people might try to call that bad, but that still has more identity as like an independent and an outsider than what is desirable. So you have a something here like the reality is that that's the big picture that people are maybe still missing now. You're acting like, oh, Republicans are good now. Now they'll be emboldened. Now they'll become the bad guy. This is the whole sad part. You had the Democratic Party threatening to become a one-party state, so we rebuff them by, oh, we're going to re-elect Trump. But then you don't see the big picture that, oh, now Republicans are going to become the bad guys instead. So they were the victims. They were the underdog almost. So people almost sympathize with them, but now it's going to swing the other way. So you're still a slave of this. Now, 4 years later, oh, Republicans are so bad, so now let's vote for a Democrat. And then, so it's less about the party being good and more about the individual being somebody at least on a policy level that you want to deal with, because you have this standard of, Republicans aren't necessarily the good guys. That's not what this is about. And nor is Trump really perfect, but he's certainly effective in a number of ways, and just sort of common sense policy positions that should not have been that big of a deal to come across, like the way that people treat them, but I keep having this problem lately where I keep waking up in the middle of the night and then I can't go back to sleep. Like, I'll go to bed relatively early, but then, I'll wake up in the middle and then I can't go back to sleep, and then I end up being tired throughout the day and stuff. So yeah, we'll segue. I almost want to stop somewhere and eat something briefly. Not that I want to get fast food multiple times in a day. Now that's breaking a certain rule, but it's a case where I just want to set this up. But maybe I should save it for tomorrow. But all I have to do is cancel, subscribe, and then decide one other thing here to watch. I need like something light to eat, like nothing substantial. I don't know. So now I have to do this stupid thing, and then this is like a really bad part of the fucking kind of recording. It's just me sort of trying to fill space because I suddenly lost interest in what I was doing, and so now I want to segue into what I'm doing here, which is simply the reality of being able to do it Netflix, assuming that's where Monk is on, which I think it says that, which I don't remember seeing it on there when I was subscribed, but I guess you're able to. Probably I didn't look for it, so maybe I wouldn't have seen it. That's one of the great things about Monk, though, that I don't know much about it, but or one of the great failures, like, the Seinfeld curse, blah, blah, blah. Also, Michael Richards was offered a role in Monk, and he would have been, that's such one of the greatest shows ever, but he turned it down, and so it's like, you know what I mean? That's one of the iconic characters. He would have done a great job, too. I think he would have been amazing. He might have been more on the comedic side than the serious side it's meant to be a comedy anyway, but, like, he might have struggled a little bit with some of the serious moments, but not really. I mean, he's an unbelievable actor, so I think he would have done a phenomenal job. Okay, so what I'm going to do today is watch another part of the Casey Anthony trial, but tomorrow I'll try to segue into, we introduced the book thing, but I'm not going to commit to saying that I'm going to do it for sure. We can do it at some point, but I may just move on and do like a big name movie, big name series type phase. But I want to almost do an obscure movie type series phase. Or no, that's what I said. I should do like obscure movies, but I should do mainstream series. And so I should almost alternate. So I'll watch Monk. Yeah, that's a good idea. But I don't know, like, didn't I just do that and there wasn't anything good on there that I wanted to look at? That's why I even tried to do it in a randomizer form, and it's just not that interesting. Like, I'd have to go one by one and look through. So I could do, like, a movie on Netflix, some obscure thing that I haven't seen, and then a show, like episode 1 of Monk, and then another movie, then episode 2 of Monk. Like, that's almost how I should do it. And so we're going to start at Casey Anthony Trial Day 11, Part 2 of 4 at 39 minutes 45 seconds in 3, 2, 1. And this is... Okay, so today I'm going to do one of the cardinal sins that I'm actually going to eat while driving, but I've been getting something now the last couple days that is different. Normally I get like that, it's like a honey barbecue thing where you can't really eat it with your hands or it'll be messy as hell. This is more suited. It's like a breakfast thing from Sonic where it's like a toaster, like the little sandwich with instead of, they give you like bacon or sausage, but I get it with egg. So you can just eat that normally, like an egg biscuit almost, and then like a French toast and a little tots and stuff. The one thing I've been getting from these places that I shouldn't do, though, is a fucking drink. Like all these sugary sweet drinks and shakes that I don't even really finish. And again, my teeth are kind of sensitive and I shouldn't be doing it, but I kind of can't help it. So yeah, we're going to continue to watch now. I made a playlist of videos to do with the liberal meltdown that you're looking at with respect to... I couldn't find too many offhand yesterday when I was looking, but now I made a playlist of a couple of them. The ones I try to avoid are the ones that have like too much commentary and reaction on them, because that's my job. I'm just trying to watch it's like TikTok's a compilation of people freaking out over the election, and the whole point is you might think some of this is fake or ironic, but it's actually not. These people are really like that, where they're, like, I don't get so emotionally invested either way. Like, it doesn't matter to me, but it is frustrating to see... I don't know, like, this is when people talk about, resist the whatever, they use, like, all these terms and slogans and stuff. What you're resisting by doing this is the one-party state and the, corporate-owned media and all this. If you vote, so, like, if you're voting for Trump, you're against the corporate-owned media, potentially, or you're against the, one-party state that's being threatened and all this kind of stuff. If you vote for Harris, what are you really resisting? Nothing. You're just going along with the status quo and doing the same thing that we've always seen. Right, like just sort of regular, whatever, just whatever's normally the case, right? There's nothing different happening. There's nothing revolutionary happening. So, or actually, this thing kind of triggered me a little bit at the beginning. Let me see something. It's okay. This is The Truman Show Delusion Killer by somebody. It's like 48 minutes long. And I just watched the first 10 seconds, and I'm triggered already, first of all, by the title, because I don't like that term. Don't ruin the greatest movie ever made by saying that this is like don't name it after that. Just call it something else, because it doesn't deserve to be associated with that. Right, one of the greatest works of fiction in the history of humanity. Just don't do that. Okay, that's number one. But number two is, he says something about being like a hermit. Like, the only reason why you'd be a hermit is because you have some sort of psychological condition. No, you could just want to be a hermit, period. You just want to live in peace and in nature or something like that, away from society. Society is an outward contrived state, no matter how much you get indoctrinated into it. So I'm not advocating for being a hermit. I'm just saying, like, you don't need any special reason or qualification to do that. You need a certain reason to be reduced and structured and heavily indoctrinated into society and the non-consensual social contract and all this kind of stuff. You need more of a reason for that rather than, you just choose to be out in nature. Like the one dude who stole from people in the woods, like, for 20 years, and nobody knew who was doing it, and it was just a hermit. Like, I wouldn't say he wasn't hurting anybody, but pretend he was just living off the land in some way, hunting bugs and fucking wildlife and just doing that. Like, you know, you're not really bothering anybody. But yeah, I don't necessarily even want to watch that. I just want to, for some reason I added that to this list too, though. But no, we're going to look through some of these, and most of them are going to be compilations, but some of them might be, unfortunately, have some commentary over it that maybe I missed and didn't realize, or something of this sort. So what you have with this is a simple reality that one of them was like a Stephen Colbert sort of monologue that I watched a little bit of, so I feel I should react to that because he actually had a couple good jokes at the beginning, but he also was kind of missing the point of what it's like, this sort of elite mindset that's perfectly summed up. We're right and everyone else is wrong, and our opinion is superior. And so it's not just we can disagree, it's that if you disagree, you're the lowest common denominator and you agree with everything on that side. Like, you can have your issues with Trump, but it's like that assumes that the other side is perfect and without flaws and error. Like, you can't criticize that side at all. So when you win, you think, oh, that validates us. But when you lose, you still think, oh, it validates us because we're just right and everybody who disagreed with us is just wrong. So it's this false duality where you can never lose. Like, if Biden wins in 2020, oh, that means Trump is bad, and that validates everything wrong about Trump. But now if you lose both the presidency, the House, the Senate, everything, there's no problem with the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is perfect, and they're just the anointed and the elite, and they're just godsends. And the issue isn't that they have some issues, that's why they lost, right? Like, a normal person would think, okay, maybe we have some flaws, we have some policy issues, the border was a disaster, the economy has some issues. No. It's just that even when we lose, it's still the other side's fault. It's still anybody who didn't vote for us is bad and racist and terrible. Like, really? Or you can just never be wrong. You're always right. When you win, you're right. When you lose, you're right. Just everything. Like, what the fuck is that? That sounds more cultish to me. That's the whole irony, too, is like you're breaking out of the two-party system. So it's like, oh, Republicans and Democrats are dead today because this is some new, right, MAGA type thing. But when you're saying that, you're just ingratiating ordinary Americans who typically wouldn't vote or typically wouldn't be pigeonholed into one of the two parties. So that's a good thing. You've opened up the independent mindset. So he won not in a manner that was controlled by the corporate-owned media, not in a manner that was controlled by the two-party state, because originally, at least, Republicans didn't want him to be there. Like, because that's really what it's telling you, is you're breaking outside of the political norm, the political establishment. So even when you talk about like controlled opposition, this isn't necessarily controlled opposition anymore. This feels like genuine opposition, because you wouldn't see this reaction really otherwise. That's the part that people don't really get. The reaction is so intense that it feels like, oh no, that this is what they would do if somebody really was not even, again, not necessarily perfect, not necessarily on the side of the people, but just not on this direct, compelled side of a two-party state and all this kind of closed elite structure. That's the whole irony. Like, Donald Trump doesn't necessarily still have to be on your side. That's not necessarily why people like him. It's more that he's not on their side. Now, he might be on his own agenda, he might be on his own side, he has his own flaws, idiosyncrasies. That is all true. But it means that, like, if you get a Mitt Romney or an Obama, they're both sort of approved by the corporate structure. You can just tell. Hillary was approved, even like Bernie Sanders is a good example. Bernie Sanders was not approved by the corporate-owned structure, right? He has too much of his own independent thought, like Tulsi Gabbard or somebody like that. They're not approved. So this is going to be, hang on. You got to get in a good stretch of road to really do this shit, or get it like a stoplight. The one time where you actually want to hit a red light. Woke liberals having complete meltdowns over Trump's victory for something, by something Savor Sam is the name of it. The channel. It's like 20 minutes, 26 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. Trump winning the election. Or let me restart. Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1. A lot of people who are happy, a lot of people who are sad. Not just that you would be this emotional, but that you would embarrass yourself by posting a TikTok about it. The really dumb people are the ones who think that the election actually matters. This proves that it matters at least 1% to some minor degree. Whereas all these other ones, like, you don't really realize what you're fighting for. The corporate-owned media is telling me that, oh, this is going to be it. Or he even uses that as an argument. Like, don't you wish that we stop hearing about Trump? But, like, in other words, the media is like blackmailing you. We're going to push anti-Trump propaganda and rub it in your face every single day unless you vote for somebody else. That doesn't mean that he's bad. That just means that they don't like him. He was kind of doing React content. Let's see if I can eat this fucking biscuit without any sort of trouble. But no, people are getting too emotional about it, and it's like, I don't really get what it is that you think you're fighting for. Maybe you think you're fighting against something, but you've got the worst case scenario too, in terms of, like, you got the House, the Senate, and the presidency. So now that is actually a little bit dangerous. And what people are concerning about the Supreme Court as well. The issue is that a lot of it comes from just a duality standpoint. It's not that, oh, they're bad. It's that you would do the exact same thing, meaning Democrats. The Democrats wanted to pack the court. They even explicitly said it first. Like, so now you want to recount the other way. Look at the soy boy's voice. It's not that they're crying, it's the fact that they would record themselves doing it that is so. Like, having this reaction is one thing, but to post about it is weird. This thing is so good, actually, the toaster. It's just a piece of toast with an egg and cheese inside, but it's so, like, I don't know. It's way better than, like, most egg biscuits and stuff that you got. Cisgender white Christian. Why couldn't you vote for an independent? Why couldn't you vote for Jill Stein or some shit? But you're the one who's complaining. They're not going to be complaining. Yeah, but their opinion is right and yours is wrong. That's kind of how you have to frame it. And she says something telling there too, like, if you didn't vote for Harris specifically, why can't you vote for an independent or, somebody else? Why does it have to be that narrow down? Like, in terms of, that sort of false duality. That's the one thing I don't get either. Like, some of these people who were like, Republicans for Harris. Why would it be Republicans for Harris? It should be for an independent or RFK at some point. Like, it doesn't really make sense. Yeah, so if you didn't vote for Tulsi Gabbard, you're a misogynist. If you didn't vote for, whatever. What if I voted for Jill Stein? Am I a misogynist then? Because don't get me wrong, some people might genuinely do it for that reason, but Jill Stein, that's a perfect example of false duality, actually. Like, if you don't vote for Jill Stein, you're not a misogynist. If you don't vote for Tulsi Gabbard, you're not a misogynist. If you don't vote for, any other female, you're not a misogynist. But only Jo Jorgensen. But only when you don't vote for Kamala. So you're reducing it down to that now. That's actually the most insular, negative perspective ever. That you think, like, the most noteworthy thing about Harris is her gender or her race. That's actually an insult to anybody. Like, no, the most notable thing should be your policy, your ideas, your thought, your personality, your whatever, right? Your ideas, your action. So to reduce somebody down just to that, vote for them because they have a vagina, vote for them because they have some, their parents were a certain color, they're a certain color. Like, really? You really think people should be thinking about that? But that's how it kind of works, sadly. By that logic, vote for anybody in the world of that color or that race or that gender, and then we get another Truman Show reference already. What the fuck? I feel like a lot of people still don't really get what I see in the movie, though. Still, like, it's more than even what people think it is. If you don't vote for this identity, you hate this identity, not just that. Religion is supposed to make you love. Also, billions of deaths caused by religion throughout history. Like, what are you talking about? You're not religious, but you're evoking imagery of hell, apparently. Like, if you take away abortion and hysteria about he's going to end democracy. It's a good test, actually. Pretend Trump is literally Hitler, but your system should work with checks and balances where even if it was Hitler, with all the media criticism, not letting him have control of the media, having other branches of government, all this kind of accountability, you should have a thought experiment. We should hold people accountable in a position of power so much that even if it was Hitler, he wouldn't be able to do that much wrong because you're held accountable. That's how it should be. So, in other words, it shouldn't come down. In other words, you vote for somebody who's just a bad guy, and then that's all it takes to end democracy? Like, that's not how your system should be anyway. So, it's a wake-up call with the checks and balances that you should have in place, where you shouldn't be at the mercy of that. Can't say female president, like identity politics. Sure, we could vote for Tulsi Gabbard, vote for Joe Jorgensen, vote for Jill Stein. Why does it have to be the Democratic Party shill? That's really how Democrats could think. Like, in 2008, we won because Obama's black. And in 2016, we should have won because Hillary is a woman. So now we combine the two. Now it's a black woman. Like, literally, I don't mean to say it like that, but this is how stupid identity politics is. We combine the identity politics of being a race with identity politics of a gender, when we also don't even know what a woman is, because we say you can identify. Donald Trump identifies as a woman, so what happens now? I guess you have to vote for him, or you're a misogynist too. It's just so dumb. Like, it's like a juvenile perspective. Who cares about all that? You care about Were you crying when George Bush killed babies in Iraq and committed untold war crimes? Were you crying when Obama bombed the Middle East into oblivion so much that the United States ran out of bombs? Were you crying then? Were you crying when Laken Riley got murdered by an illegal immigrant? Were you crying when we let 20 plus million people into the country and a small number of them still committed crimes on top of that and hurt innocent people and killed American jobs and took American jobs and all that? Were you crying then? That's a little Juan Martinez moment. Were you crying when George Bush committed war crimes in Iraq? Were you crying when Obama bombed the Middle East into oblivion? Were you crying when our border was completely destroyed by this administration? Were you crying then? That's my question. No, you're crying now because, oh no, the corporate-owned media doesn't like this dude. Jodi Arias trial lives rent-free in my head, bro. The Casey Anthony's trial starts out pretty good, but then it kind of drops off because, you get George and Cindy Anthony and kind of some of this stuff, but it's not as adversarial. Like, that's my favorite moment though so far. It's George Anthony and him, like Baez is questioning George Anthony, and he says, you know the penalty for molesting a child, and it gets it gets objected and sustained. But then he said, if you did do it, you'd never admit to it, would you? And then George says, I would never do anything like that to my daughter. My question is, you'd never admit to it, would you? And then he says, so like you're kind of misframing it, like, I didn't ask whether you would do it, I asked whether you would admit it if you did it. So he sneakily slides into that, and then George again says, I would never hurt my daughter in that way. And then Baez says, only in that way? And then it gets objected and sustained, but like, look how he's twisting it so well. Only in that way? It's so good. A lot of these are women. Oh, to be kind to people, but then you'll probably talk shit about anybody who voted for Trump. You're making it too much about all these kind of other things. Like, a president doesn't have to be a moral arbiter. Just, like, do policy, and that's it, dude. Economic policy. It's not a popularity contest. Just don't have sex then. Just use a condom. Lol. This country hates women, even though... Oh yeah, go to some other country in the world and see how much they hate women there. Go to the Middle East, like... And it's even worse. It doesn't mean that, okay, it's not enough, like, you didn't vote for Trump either. But that's not enough. You have to vote specifically for the Democratic Party and specifically for Kamala Harris. Like, why? Why do you have to do that? Why can't you just say, okay, I voted for Jill Stein. Am I misogynist then? I voted for an independent. Like, what do you mean, dude? Or you just didn't vote at all. Oh, this thing is so good. I got this red velvet shake thing, which I'll have like precisely 2 sips of. I get a small, but it still costs like $6. That's bullshit. I don't want that much of it. I literally just want to taste. Holy shit, that is actually really good. It might be like a limited time item. Get it now. Hashtag ad. Red Velvet Shake at fucking Sonic. They're just baiting you to make fun of them. Then they call you mean. Trump, don't be sore winners now. Just let it go and, move on. And focus on policy now and be the bigger person, right? Don't make fun of people. Although I'm kind of doing that by watching this, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't even really care. I'm not somebody who likes Trump really, but it's something deeper than that. Because Trump winning shows that an independent could win. That's really what it shows me. But people are still too stupid to see that. Like, after Trump, don't vote for a Republican. Don't vote for a Democrat. Vote for somebody else. Vote for a Libertarian Party member or somebody, what was that party supposed to be called? Like the Unity Party. Do it like that, outside the mainstream. He's the hero we deserve, but not the one we need right now. Like, he represented that. Never forget. I love when people bring that up to try to discredit him. Republicans are bad, evil people. Also, Republicans didn't like him in 2016, and that makes him look bad. But if Republicans are bad and they didn't like him, that means he's good. But it's deeper. It's that both parties didn't like him because he's an outsider to politics. So by letting him win, by having him win, you make both parties look bad. Like, somebody can just come onto our territory who's never been a politician and just make us all look stupid and kind of one-up us. And the reason why you're able to do that is because of the simple fact that Um, the insight is you're in like an echo chamber that you're not understanding the bigger picture. That's what it is. I mean, logically, men wouldn't be as concerned because they don't have to do abortions, right? Like, even if you care about that issue, you're more likely to care about it as a woman. That is true. A lot of women voted for Trump, too. A lot of Hispanics, a lot of black people, a lot of people of all identities. You don't get 70 plus million votes by doing that, by just getting one demographic. Yeah, teachers have been fucking clowned a lot in these kind of things with the whole gender ideology and all this. Like, you should treat teaching the same way you treat the presidency. Like, presidency is about policy. It's not about personality. It's not about all this kind of other stuff. Being a moral arbiter, high horse. No, it's just about policy. And then same thing with teachers. Like, it should just be about the lessons and the objective history and objective math and stuff, not about all this other stuff, right? Doesn't mean that that stuff is bad even, but there's a time and a place for it. Simp Saver. This is The View over here. I saw a little bit of some of these, but I was more so just looking for stuff to add to this. I kind of like that Colbert one. That was kind of triggered me in a way that could be good for content, commentary purposes. And so we have The View co-hosts react to Trump's 2024 presidential win. The View, starting in 3, 2, 1. No, starting in 3, 2, 1. What happened last night? No, show the clip of him dancing. We woke up to this clown dancing. But no, the best thing to show the unity party is like Tulsi Gabbard, a Democrat, or Joe Rogan, somebody who's more independent-minded. RFK joins him. You have Elon Musk. Like, these are not really Republicans. These are not hard right figures. Nothing. Tulsi Gabbard, like, they might try to discredit her. Oh, she's a Russian asset, blah, blah, blah. But we're rejecting the two-party state, even though it is one of the parties. This is kind of a clever way to do it. You can't win as an independent, but you can be an independent and win as a Republican and try to move them over a little bit. It doesn't mean Republicans are even good. I feel like they're kind of reasonable here a little bit, but the system works. See, this is reasonable. I disagree, but they did it. And again, a president is not a god. He's not a king. So their power should be reduced. That's the platform I would run on. I'm going to reduce the president's power during my term, so that all these fears you have, I'm going to make a point. I want the president to be less powerful. How about that? That would be the most amazing thing. That would be what I would say towards the end of my term, even. But people all do that. They're not being too bad here, actually. It did matter that you voted for a corporate-appointed, corporate-approved puppet who bait and switched you out in terms of, oh yeah, if you didn't vote, you can sit down. Or if you voted for an independent, like, what do you mean, dude? It's not a false duality. It's not about that. So if you don't like Trump, you have to vote for Harris? What if you don't like her either? but there's a lot of people who disagree with you, and that's the immediate framing on a lot of these news networks. Donald Trump won. A lot of people tonight are sad. What do you mean? A lot of people are happy because he won. Like, you're not framing it correctly. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point in winning then? If you lose, people are happy that he lost. If you win, people are sad that he won. Like, it's not how that works. It doesn't have to be an absolute. Like, just because you vote for him doesn't mean you agree with everything he does. Just like if you vote for Harris doesn't mean you agree with everything she does. So you try to turn it away from policy and say it's about race, it's about identity, it's about popularity, personality. Yeah, rural America. Oh, they're uneducated, like. Yeah, the media is included in that elite. These are not ordinary people. These people are all millionaires or all whatever, living in their own little bubble, Hollywood. It wasn't like Reagan, but it felt like a big deal anyway. They won everything. They won the House. They won the Senate. We know now, but you keep saying all this hyperbole that he didn't do. We know now that he won't try to be a dictator. We know now that he won't do any of the start World War III or any new wars. We know now. Like, what do you mean, dude? Less rights, the only right that would be less is potentially abortion, and that's still up to the state, that's not up to him. So that's the whole hilarity of it. Roe v. Wade is already overturned, so him being president doesn't matter. It's already done. Like, it was obviously his credit with the justices he did last time, but it's not. Insurrection, here we go, bro. Here we go. Well, he was acquitted in a legal setting, by the way, on the January 6th impeachment. So, that's a fair point, though, yeah. That is actually a fair point. If you can be president, you should be able to be other things. Even if people think it's not justified, there could be other reasons. I agree with that. Being a felon doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to have certain jobs overall. That's fine. Mass deportation is good. Married to a Jewish guy, you're really gonna let's vote for Ben Shapiro's wife. His wife is a doctor. We just had Dr. Jill Biden. Bruh, you're that's for identity politics. You're a woman of color. You're this. You're that. You're also married to a Jewish person. Wow, how many identities can you bait out? Speed run challenge. Yeah, go ask RFK what he thinks about that. Like, oh, here we go. So you're insulting her by saying that. I worked hard to elect somebody who's black, who's Asian, who's a woman, not somebody who has ideas, not somebody who's intelligent or capable. No, I see that she's black first. I see that she's Asian first. I see that she's a woman first. That's what I was fighting for. I was fighting for identity, not for intelligence or policy. I thought it's a racist country that's so terrible and blah blah blah. You're recognizing that he won, but you're being so salty about it that technically he only won because people are bad, terrible people, not because he actually won just because he has a platform, policy. But it doesn't mean you mindlessly vote for one party or the other. Like, you could have voted for countless other people. But isn't that a bad thing that you weren't elected, didn't win a primary, I think it does matter. All this salty, bitter fucking shit, dude. Just like when the NBA players don't want to go to the White House. Did you refuse to go to the White House when George Bush was killing babies in Iraq? When he was committing war crimes? Did you go to the White House then? I'm going to be obsessed with using that now. Like the Juan Martinez little drip quote that he does so well. That's what I was always hoping he would do. Go after George Bush. Make Tulsi Gabbard the AG and have her go after fucking George Bush. That'd be so beautiful. Finally, the war criminal is done, dude. And it's a Republican, so you couldn't even question. I'm not attacking a Democrat. I'm attacking a fucking Republican criminal war criminal clown. Don't know what Starbucks is. But yeah, it's ordinary people, some nuance. So they didn't vote for somebody who is part of a one-party state threat. Maybe you're interpreting that differently. But they fear the one-party state on the other side, the coalition of media and government, which you're sort of proving that point right now. Yeah, this is the Colbert one that I kind of wanted to see, but maybe not right now. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, you're not giving ordinary people enough credit in terms of, it doesn't mean you like everything, but it's just policy. Close the border, don't start any new wars, deal with some foreign policy, just basic things like that. Economic policy. None of this other stuff really matters. Like, he's already won, and he can't run again, so now there's nothing to fear as far as democracy, unless you think he's going to somehow pave a way for a third term, but no, I want to see some of these appointments, like Tulsi Gabbard goes in his cabinet, and Elon Musk is the overseer of, government oversight thing, and then RFK is the FDA, etc. Put Ron Paul in charge of the Federal Reserve. Oh, like, dude, he's almost the type of guy who would do that kind of shit, but he's not quite. He doesn't quite have the balls to do it. But I would do that. Put Ron Paul in charge of the Federal Reserve. Bro, that would be the ultimate poetic justice, man. First day, he just shut that shit right down. So you get Ron Paul in that, but then you get, but no, Elon is like meant to be a part of some government oversight board that they were talking about. Like, he gets to check on other agencies and make sure they're not wasting money, make sure they're not doing anything wrong, etc. So you have like the freedom to, which that can sometimes be dangerous, because then it's like you're making sure they stay in line and do what you want them to do, not necessarily the right thing, right? They have to kowtow to you a little bit, but within reason, it's still good to have an oversight thing. It just, that has to be held in check too. It's a little, everything can be used the wrong way. And then, Tulsi Gabbard should get some, she could almost be like a defense, Secretary of Defense or something, in terms of, that she's been a soldier, but, and then this sets up all these people to potentially run themselves, like, RFK will serve in his cabinet and stuff, and then Tulsi, and then it bolsters their chances in the future. But you might think, they're just doing it to like chase clout this way somehow, which is kind of what I was even just pointing out, like it could help them, but it tells you a different story, because Tulsi Gabbard could have just kowtowed to the Democratic Party. So even that makes you quite like, she's just sucking up to Trump because she wants to run for president later and win, right, next time or something. But like that would be the ultimate. 2028, Tulsi Gabbard runs as an independent and wins and breaks down. I want Trump to do that, like in his last year. Like, by the way, I'm going to endorse an independent next time. I'm not going to endorse a Republican, because I want to see this two-party state die out. And all the Republicans would be pissed, but it's like, that's the big picture, right? Don't vote for a Republican. It's the ultimate beautiful kind of epiphany, big picture moment. And so you have that understanding that it's about something more than just that. All these fucking salty talking heads, I could watch this for fucking days, but one of those videos was a lot longer than I guess I thought. The first one, I guess, went on longer than I was expecting. But no, it's a case where you have you have Colbert and all this kind of other shit. And so right, you have Colbert is the next one, and there's all kind of other ones here. VP Harris concedes. And it always creates a double standard too. Should the VP really be focused on campaigning? Shouldn't she be at work, like doing her job? That's why it always creates a double standard. Like that's kind of a bad thing. Trump's out golfing while he's president. VP Harris is out campaigning. Well, it's different if you're president running for re-election. That can't be helped. But if you're a VP running for president, it creates a bad standard that, you're like doing something else in terms of the whatever. You're distracted from what you actually should be doing. So, Biden drops out. She fails to do it. And some people use that as a sympathy card. Like, well, we only had 100 days. But why did you only have 100 days? Because your last candidate was too incompetent to actually do anything. So doesn't that tell you that maybe something was wrong with that picture a little bit? Like, that's kind of a bad thing that you did that. Okay, so today in this session, I'm going to watch a couple more of these liberal meltdown things. Then tomorrow, I'll start my Netflix thing officially. So I'll have to sit through and pick a movie that I want to watch. And the reason why I'll have to do that is because I don't know. Like, I want it to be obscure, not something super well known, not something I've seen before. There's so many movies like that I'll see like a clip on YouTube. Like, yeah, like what's that movie? Is that on Netflix? The one where the girl gets a job and she's, I don't know what that movie is, but it seems interesting. I've seen a couple clips from it, like where she's seemingly like she's going from job to job, trying to find the right one or something. So she goes to a supermarket and the guy asks for a blowjob or something. But yeah, we could look at something like that, and then I could also figure a way to... there's this Until Dawn thing that I saw that's like the 2012 demo thing. So I'm debating whether I want to play it or whether I want to watch it, because you could play it, but I tried to get it to work and it was super hard. Like, it doesn't... You have to emulate it, and it has to be like super specific settings, and I just couldn't figure it out. I was trying that earlier today, but that would be fun for like that extreme gaming channel kind of thing. And so you have, I don't know, it's so good, dude. Because like all the characters look a little different, and there's a little nudity from Sam, and it's just one of those cool obscure things that's like you're not conventionally going to see that. But yeah, it's like a demo for it basically from 2012, and that was for the PS3, of course. And so it'll be like a Silent Hill PT type thing. But that'll be the closest thing you get to Until Dawn 2, because you never got that, so you get a little compensation. And so now you have the ability to basically do it in such a way that... yeah, I'll look at Netflix tomorrow, and I'll look at, again, we'll sort of alternate. So I'll start by watching a movie, then I'll watch episode 1 of Monk, then I could watch like another movie, then I could watch another episode of Monk. So yeah, I'm trying to remember all these other, like, you'll always see like a YouTube clip or some sort of reference to a movie, and it's like, that seems like a really cool premise. And even if the movie itself isn't that good, I still want to indulge the premise, like, whether it be the Hitler one that somehow just seems weird, like, there's a kid with an imaginary friend. I've always wanted to see that, and I've never gotten around to it. I forget what it's even called. So stuff like that, or stuff like some other, what was I just talking about? The one where the girl's trying to get a job. It's just so hard to do this, because I have an urge to watch that. Now that'll be on some different streaming service, so I won't be able to find it. Like, you kind of get fucked around with all these, but I guess it's cheaper than just buying or renting each individual movie that you want to ever watch. Right? That would be a lot harder to do, so it's still better, but I kind of don't even want to watch this now, but I guess I will. Plunging back into the Trump hate, or hole, VP Harris concedes what we know what something by Colbert. It's 9 minutes 11 seconds, the greatest tragedy since 9/11. Trump getting elected, that somehow people would say that and get away with it, the way that Hassan got away with saying the U.S. deserved 9/11. Like, I'm the first person who says, like, George Bush should be tried for the Iraq War or stuff like that. But that's the correct way to do it, to punish the U.S. for certain things, not by saying, oh, 2,000 plus ordinary people deserve to die just because their government did something bad. That's not exactly the best way to do it. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Or it delayed for a second. It always does that. It always does that. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Welcome, welcome. They're already playing music and everything. Trump winning is itself the punchline. Vicious campaign. Yeah, because it's easier to win an election than it would be to fight your legal battles in court. And that's a perfect argument. There was last time. I mean, you can talk about January 6th, but generally, it was a mostly peaceful transfer of power according to the standard used in the George Floyd situation. Because they disagree with me, I question the goodness of humanity. Incredible. Anybody who doesn't agree with me is a bad person. This is a pretty good joke here. He gives you a lot of material, which, to be fair, Biden should have given you material. That's a good joke. I like that one. There's so much material. But I guess the difference is, for you, you want the material. For them, they don't want it. They'd rather just sit there and do nothing. Even that's pretty good. Duh. Idiocracy. By voting in democracy. You just said it's democracy, but by them voting a way you don't like, it's no longer democracy. Now you're going to act like this installed candidate who nobody voted for, who, didn't win a primary. That would have been democracy if she had won, like... This is a pretty good monologue, though. There's some pretty funny things in it. He started as a joke, but who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? He didn't start as a joke. This man doesn't play to lose. Yeah, even this, like, we're racist against... Right, like, oh, the party, the side that is racist, you're calling him orange, as if that's not a form of racism, if, you're making fun of somebody for their skin color. Okay, that's a little bit stupid, just because he's cleaning the mic. You're gonna, pick on everything somebody does, but I wish you would do that with Biden and the other side. At least be consistent. It never appeared. Not because he didn't intend to do it, but... So you can't admit that he doesn't do what you predict he's gonna do. But that doesn't mean he didn't want to. He just wasn't good enough to do it. Yeah, you copied that from Rucka. But it's my concentration that wasn't really there all along. That song where Kanye apology. I could treat Jews better. The point is that it's like you predict he's going to do something, he doesn't do it, and instead of saying, okay, that means he didn't want to do it, you say, oh no, he's just not good enough to do it. That's what Obama used. He's got some pretty good ways to explain this, though. I like. Including the demographics that you say are bad, or that he views badly, oh, he's racist against them. As if they would have voted for Joe Biden if he didn't drop out. So at least you can make fun of him. But imagine if you were doing that. See, that's a good objective joke. But that's a mark of honor there, that you're willing to criticize your own side. See, this was a normal election, where election night you basically hear the results instead of 4 years before. But no, it's he's just showing random TikTok videos of shit. You only call it a fluke because you didn't like it. He's got some pretty good material in this segment, though. Actually, I give him some credit. This is pretty good. But no, you, fuck off, dude. Fuck you. Do the little seal that Asmongold always looks at. But no, in 2020, it took like 4 days or whatever. Like, that's not right. Wait, that's the only two that have done that, though? You think... He had that shit ready. He had that drink ready, dude. Gives you a lot of material, like you said. It's just so pessimistic. Yeah, no wars, good economy. Unless COVID happens, you'd be fine. The economy was good. There were no wars. He was a peacetime president. Foreign policy was pretty good. It's going to be better because he has got a good team around him now. Tulsi Gabbard and Elon Musk and RFK. I really hope he gives them good appointments. Like, put Tulsi in your cabinet or make her Secretary of Defense or something. Give us RFK for the FDA. Give us Ron Paul for the Federal Reserve. Give us yeah, like it's so okay. So that's basically the end of it. It's become so political. Like, you don't want to hear about politics all the time, but that's what some of these shows turned into. Like, we get it; it can be good for a joke here and there, but is this what he does all the time? Like, he's talking about politics every single day? Because that almost is what it feels like. You see so many clips, and that's the issue. Like, I like that he made fun of Joe Biden there, but it's like generally this is where you look the other way and take a side, and that's why people are wrong when they say, oh, Trump supporters, or he's even sensitive. It's not about sensitive. You can make fun of him all you want. But when you see the selective thing, like Joe Biden could do the exact same thing. Joe Biden had to drop out. So if Trump didn't, and he even won. So if anybody should have been the butt of jokes, it was the guy who had to drop out, not the guy who stayed in and won. People would have said, oh, he didn't drop out, but he's totally going to lose. But in this case, you have... he ended up winning, so now you can't even say anything, right? It's not even hindsight. It's just like, even if he didn't win, he clearly had a good chance to win, so it's a little bit different. He is much lower energy, though, than he's become like Jeb Bush. He's like lower energy. Every time when he's talking, even at the celebration, he's like a man on his last leg with his last breath, trying to do in his dying moments, in his dying years, something good, like his last wish, his last gasp, if you will. It would have been so much better if he won in 2020. Everything would have been fine. Now it's like he's going to be a little messed up, honestly, because he's so old. So it's not the best version that we could have gotten. It took you 4 years to understand why people would have voted for him in 2020, because this administration was fucked up, and you could have seen that coming a mile away. But it's one of those things, like with my predictions that I often make. I'll make a prediction, people will get mad at me, and then they'll come around and say, oh, guess what, he was right. He was right, and we were just too dumb and too slow to... Or you know what pisses me off, too, because I've done that with certain things, and then I never post a clip of it, so it doesn't get saved for all time. Like, I'll make a prediction, and then they'll say either it'll be ignored or people will get mad about it. Then many years later, I'll hear from somebody else, this is a trending take. Look at this video, it has 1 million views because this person is talking about some subject that's like a month away, or you know what I mean? Like they're making the prediction in sort of hindsight or in the present. I said that 6 years ago, but nobody gives a shit about that. Like when you're too ahead of the curve, people resent you because they just can't see that far into the future. So like bro thinks he's Noam Chomsky or fucking who's the other one I would say. So what you have to understand is that there's just so many things that are unnatural with this situation. Like somebody who doesn't win a primary, somebody who had to drop out, they got 81 million votes, somebody that wasn't very popular with their own party suddenly getting a lot of votes, somebody who's the media is taking their side so much, like all these things that don't really seem like a good sign for democracy if you really want to use that word. Like what is so undemocratic about the way that Trump won? Right? People voted for him because they liked him. And they did that despite the fact that he's not the sitting president, so he doesn't have all those advantages. He did the fact that he's not, despite the fact that the media doesn't like him, that they constantly criticize everything he does, despite the fact that, you know, a lot of celebrities, Hollywood doesn't like him. It's like, what was on Trump's side? What advantage, what benefit, what privilege did he have? The fact that he's wealthy, but that has nothing to do with, you know, it's not like his wealth came from being president. He was already wealthy before that. He actually lost money in doing this. You know, created this sort of messianic vision as much as, you know, he's a man who's faced death, who's been almost assassinated, who's lost money. Like, what more can he give up in his old age? You don't think he'd rather just be on some retired island somewhere and that's it? But oh no, he's doing it to avoid prison. Even though, I love that. That's the worst one. That you can just sit your ass down if you say that. Like, it's easier to win a presidential election than it is to fight out your legal battles in court, you see. And it's such a country of law and order that's going to punish. Nobody is above the law, except for George Bush, who killed babies in Iraq and committed untold amounts of war crimes, except for Obama, who blew the Middle East into oblivion. That's fine. Or every other president, who the majority of them have committed war crimes at some point or another. Oh, that's fine. But oh my goodness, Donald Trump sneezes and he's got to be convicted. Like, fucking give us a consistent standard. That's all I ask for. So two things can be true. Even if you want to say his conviction is legitimate, you'd have a case where the reasoning, the timing, this is what people don't understand. This is my objectivity that I could teach people, right? Donald Trump gets convicted, right? And so there's a few layers. Maybe he didn't do it at all, and they're just doing it as like a show trial just because they're out to get him. Political persecution. That's a possibility. The second layer is maybe he did do it, but it was ignored for a while, you know, whatever he has done, even other things. It's ignored for all those years, and now only when it's convenient they go after him. So the things that are biased is, okay, he did do it, right? The conviction is legitimate, but the selective timing, they didn't go after it before. Now they go after it because, oh, it's politically expedient. So now, again, the timing is selective, the manner in which they go about it is selective, right? The hierarchy of severity of crimes is selective in terms of, well, they don't go after George Bush or they don't go after others. So that selective nature is still important because this is how the news media operates too. What they're saying might not be untrue, but they'll spend an hour talking about this one subject, then they'll spend a minute or not at all talking about another subject. So they didn't tell a lie, but they've emphasized something in a certain way. So now people are going to focus on the hour-long segment and ignore the other. Or again, they'll just leave things out. They'll emphasize some. They'll diminish others. So even without telling a lie, they can rule by omission and they can control you with emphasis. And what I always say is they might not control what you think or what you say, but they can control what you're talking about. They'll control the topic of discussion, as in, they'll talk about this one thing over and over and over, and so that's what you're talking about. The issue with Trump that backfired is, yes, they got people to talk about Trump, the fact that you're constantly criticizing him, but people saw through it. Like, okay, we're going to talk about him, but then we're going to say he's good, actually. We don't, what you're saying is untrue. So you're controlling the top. But even then, like, you'll say, oh, Trump's racist comments. So now you're talking about Trump being racist. Even if you're talking about, oh, they're wrong and he's not racist, it's like one of those initial layer fallacies. If you make a false accusation, then somebody has to rebut the accusation. You could just ignore it, but when it's a loud mainstream mouthpiece like the media, it's hard to ignore it. So people are either going to believe it or you're at least going to have to defend it. So that makes you seem guilty. And this is the whole fallacy of it. Like, okay, the media accuses Trump of being racist. Now, by addressing it and denying that he's racist, that makes you seem like, oh, you have something to defend against. But they could just be bullshitting. So it makes you look bad, like, oh no, I'm not a racist. I have to swear that, and I have to make my case, and I have to plead with people. No, why should you have to do that? They could just pull some shit out of their ass. But there's like some inherent credibility that is given, right, even though it shouldn't be. Like if you falsely accuse somebody of a crime, and now they go to court, and now they have to fight it out, and then they end up not being guilty, but you had to go through all that just to get there. So that's the power that it has. It can just create issues, and then even if those issues are addressed, by addressing them, you're like, well, if you weren't guilty, you wouldn't have to say that, right? If you weren't racist, you wouldn't have to defend against it, because why would people be saying it in the first place if it wasn't true? Which that is sometimes a thought experiment that I use, like a conspiracy theory prognostication, like, conspiracy theories don't come out of nowhere, so there's a grain of truth in them. Like, people don't just randomly say stuff for no reason. So like 9/11 was an inside job. There are a lot of dubious, unknown elements to it. The way that it was investigated was very controlled. So I'm not saying that it is, but I'm saying there are still a lot of questions about it that you always look at it that way, like if you could have addressed that differently. Alright, now let's look at the rest of these, which will be pretty much more relaxed. Now what I was trying to get into and actually rebut some of what he's saying here. But no, it's actually fun to go on Twitter right now because people are losing their shit, and I almost would make a dummy account just to troll people. It's just that people live in their own bubble, and it's not a real thing. And people always threaten to do stuff like, I'm going to leave Twitter as soon as if Elon Musk buys it. They're still on there complaining about him. Or, oh, I'm going to leave the country if Trump wins. Okay, but they're still here. Like, it's these spoiled, entitled people who don't realize, like, okay, where are you going to go? There are plenty of other good countries in the world you could go to, so go. Like, nobody's stopping you. So, here we're going to do, oh, shit. Okay, I'm really tired tonight, so I better just get home and sleep. But, yeah, we're going to look at this in a second here. Yeah, I like those when I go into that sort of mindset, what I was just doing there, like discussing some old topics and takes, and some things are so lucid to me in a way, like, it comes to me so quickly and so naturally because I've discussed it before, and it's so, I don't know, it's hard to explain. You go into a stream of consciousness, but there's such a good rhythm to it that is very nice. None of this is scripted. None of this is, I'm driving in my car. Like, there's nothing that I have to go on, so. Liberal TDS meltdown, highlights from the 2024 election night. And it starts off with looking at, like, Thomas Jefferson's eyes, or somebody's eyes on, like, a dollar bill, I guess. You can't really see the channel name. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Starts off with a girl screaming really loudly. Looks like Off-Topic Show is the banner there. Okay, that was actually making me kind of uncomfortable. That's fucking drug addict screams there. Don't do this commentary though. Yeah, that is like a pseudo-unity party. RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, to whatever extent, like, all these people that aren't really Republicans, right, that it's not really about that. That Tulsi Gabbard moment really made me happy because when she first started to come towards this, because it's bigger than party. It's bigger than anything else. Like, you're saying somebody who's a war veteran who was in the Iraq War is a Russian asset, or you're going to try to discredit her? Okay, we've seen this clip of the girl screaming. She's got to recreate this in the 2021 or 2025, I mean. This guy's pretty coherent, at least. By not voting for a woman, you failed women. Like, that is true, though. He was convicted. You can question the legitimacy of it, but he is a convicted felon. That's correct. That doesn't mean they're voting for that, but they're voting despite that. Like, too much identity politic shit, though, that I don't like. Oh, I'm feeling kind of sick all of a sudden. Fuck. Okay, that was at least a coherent thing. He wasn't yelling and screaming. What do you mean you're the only ones happy about it? What sense does that make? 70 plus million people vote for him. You're the only ones who are happy about it. Yeah, but that's not a small group. Like, what do you mean? That's more than your side. A lot of ordinary independents and stuff voted for him as well. A lot of people who voted for him don't like him too. That's what people don't get. Red. I mean, he was already president for 4 years, and they're still saying it now. So what would be different? Tear shit up in a good way, right? What does that even have to do with him, though? Like, he's not... None of those things really have to do with him being president, though. It's more like an ideological thing. That, oh, you're emboldening people like that, but it's just stupid. Look at that statement. Like, I love stuff like this, that people don't have self-awareness. You voted for a man to control our pussies. Like Joe Biden, you voted for a man to control your... Like, what do you mean? No, he's not. The states are going to do it if they choose to do it. He doesn't have the authority even to do that. So it would be okay if it was a woman? But technically, he could carry kids in this trans movement. He doesn't have any authority to even do that. The state controls that, the individual states. Bro, she's going on for a while, bro. We got other videos to watch, dude. I don't have all night to watch this bitch. Good one. We heard that about 6 years ago, dude. Relax. So did she actually move to Portugal? Because at least that I can respect. At least live by the standard that, oh, I'm going to leave if we lose. At least you're being whispery and relaxing here. ASMR hypnotized me to vote for Kamala. Some of these people aren't too crazy. Like, they're mad, but they're not yelling and screaming. Like, the first one was pissing me off. Wait, that one was so short. Oh, no, that was something else. I don't know what that clip was. But no, I'd love to play that Until Dawn thing, but I can't figure out how to get it to work. I guess I could just watch and react to it, but that seems like a waste. Remember the last time they called somebody Madam President? Remember how that ended? It's like you can use identity politics in 2028. You'll get your first female president, and her name is Tulsi Gabbard. I want that endorsement. In 2028, he endorses Tulsi Gabbard as the next one. She has like a similar ideation to me, actually. Like, she got mad about the media being so unfair to her, like how I got mad about it being unfair to her and other people. It's like, you can see through it, right? Like, what would make her change parties? She realizes, like, she ran 2 very good campaigns and didn't have a chance to win because the media didn't want her to. Like, what do you want her to do? It's unfair. Okay, we've seen this clip a couple too many times. Assuming that everything is so good right now anyway. Like, who are these people that are so happy with the current state of things anyway? We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. Why is he spinning the fucking camera? Honestly, this doesn't feel as bad of a reaction as 2016, though. Let's not make fun of them as we make fun of them. That one wasn't too bad, though, the majority of them. Stop yelling, though, you dumb bitch. Like, auto-played into the next one here. These are just ones that I added to a playlist myself, so it's not like a playlist that is established. I guess I could make a public one, but... Liberal minds shocked by Donald Trump's presidential win. And it starts with somebody yelling in their car, and I am sort of triggered by these because they're gonna burst my fucking eardrum as I'm doing this shit. And so what you have is the simple ability to consider that we're starting in 3, 2, 1. I'm sorry. Okay, bro. Okay, sis. I think I've seen this one, haven't I? This video, probably. We've lost the plot. Or J.K. Rowling, when she makes the play version of the Harry Potter that everybody said didn't follow the rules of the series. Anytime a state with an opposite governor wins this way is notable, right? Like Gretchen Whitmer's state goes to Trump, even though she's a Democrat. Wait, why do we keep seeing the same fucking clips over and over? I mean, this is the same one. My friends. Somehow, it's called voting. It's called democracy. That's why so many women voted for him. That's why so many people of color voted for him. Yeah, go to the Middle East and ask how much they hate you there. Go to so many other, almost any other country in the world. What did she say there? Sexual schmishmal. According to me, it's 1% in the right direction. The next step's got to be an independent wins, and beyond there, you can have the blueprint for self-governance, absolute standard entailed. Project 2025. I like seeing David Pakman in this moment because he's somebody who's very smart and I respect him, but he's also super biased. Oh, really? They're lying to me. Well, you won in 2020, so... Bro trying to imitate Alex Jones. I like his anger, at least, here. I like his attitude. Okay, that was actually good. I agree. He's looking at it from the right perspective. She's wearing green. What are you talking about wearing all black? Okay, we can debate policy, but at least you lead with a policy issue. Yes, of course, Kamala Harris's policies were perfect, like how she wants to ban fracking, but then she doesn't want to ban fracking, and how she wants to defend the police, and now she doesn't want to defund the police. Like, it's Did you love her in 2020 when she got 1% of the primary vote? Were you crying when Laken Riley died? Were you crying when illegal immigrants destroyed the economy of various towns in the country? Were you crying when they killed and raped innocent people, even if it's a relatively small percentage? This is that bitch again. Why are you wearing red, though? Did you, lose a bet? Like, if Republicans win, I have to wear red? Education, more like lack of indoctrination. You can't just admit that they have a different opinion. Yeah, Congress and the House So they have total control right now. Now you can pack the Supreme Court. But that won't happen unless somebody retires or dies, right? So how does that... You can't just force somebody out. All this sort of victimization trash. A lot of these clips I've seen before are in different parts of these. Did you meet the women who voted for Trump? The millions of women who voted for Trump? Could have saved us 4 years of all this trouble if you just voted for him in 2020. You have the freedom to bitch about it. You have the freedom to vote for whoever you wanted. Unfollow and block you. As if I wouldn't... I like that. Not that I'm going to block you. You block me. Okay. Yes, please. I'll take that invitation. I don't even know who you are. Okay, at least thanks for saying that. Do you, though? Okay, bro. Okay, that's maybe enough of these right now. I almost want to watch that moment again. Those are maybe like the two iconic moments that we can take away from those two trials. The George Anthony one is sort of subtle, but it shows you Jose's like relentless just genius that he can take anything and make it into something that is so powerful. Right, and so what you have is the same thing with the, were you crying when you shot him, were you crying when you stabbed him? But there's a sense of like things just sort of swinging back and forth. Or one thing that I was watching is a lot of these prank videos, like pranking my girlfriend by calling her the wrong name and stuff. You know what the problem with them is, even though I like the premise, they're all fucking fake. And they're all fake to the point where they're almost template, like they'll say exactly the same thing in all of them, so they're just copying each other and stuff. Sometimes it's hard to tell whether something's real or not because people sometimes have over-the-top reactions genuinely, but it seems like pretty much wrong. So, I don't know. But yeah, we'll have a couple good things to upload now. I'm almost obligated to watch a certain amount of the Casey Anthony trial just so I can use those titles. Jose Baez should have worn an apron to court because bro was cooking. Fire emoji, speech emoji, and then you have like the other one that's going to be Casey Anthony should have just had an abortion. Then everything would have been fine because, but oh no, she's living in Florida, but wouldn't have mattered then. Then she would have been a hero, champion for women's rights. Like just take a fetus and imagine it a few years later, or even a few months later, and that would be Kaylee Anthony. That would be a baby, a couple years. That would be a baby. And then you'd be, oh no, that's horrible. How could you possibly kill that? So you're just trying to dehumanize it in a way that's not actually good. But yeah, the moment of George Anthony and Jose Baez where he says, I would never do anything like that to my daughter. My question was, you'd never admit to it, would you? And then and that sort of is a little argumentative. I forget why exactly the judge allowed that, but you also have then he goes on and says, I would never do anything to harm my daughter in that way, only that way. And then that obviously gets objected and sustained, but still. And then obviously the Jodi Arias one is like Jodi Arias was like that one with Juan. Were you crying and this and that? Were you crying? Not that I even like that one so much, but it is a very, very sort of theatrical kind of moment. That if I'm Jodi, I just don't even talk there. I don't know, that moment is very powerful by Jose Baez himself, that he's able to, and it happens so early on in the trial too. So yeah, tomorrow we're going to watch a movie, and I'll have to decide what that movie is going to be, and I'm a little disappointed by this because there's so many movies that I've seen like little clips of or something that I have the urge to watch them, but then over time I completely forget what they are. Like, that's a good way to get suggestions, because you don't want to watch like always the most well-known thing that would be obvious to watch. Like, you see some random clip, like whatever that movie is, I might even just rent it. Like, I'll just do it. I want to see what that is, where she's like going from job to job, and I don't know what it's even about, but she's very photogenic and just, I don't know. So she tries to get a job at a supermarket, and the guy's asking her to blow him. As if you would need to do that. Like, you need a job at a supermarket that badly that you would give somebody a blowjob for. Like, it's not like it's a really high-end job, like some high-powered law firm, and you're doing it just for that. Like the chick in Presumed Innocent, where she's kind of like blowing all the people, but a regular Catherine Millender, that one. Oh wait, wrong reference. Never mind. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't understand. Holy shit, bro. So yeah, we'd look for something along the lines of George Anthony, Jose Baez. Let me watch this again, actually. This is a 7-minute clip from like CNN. Back when CNN was honest. Oh wait, what about the Iraq War? It's not even working. What's happening? So it's CNN, George Anthony, how dare you? Starting in 3, 2, 1. You told him something had happened to Kaylee, and Casey was lying. But you didn't know that at the time. So you can question him on 2 levels for being a detective police previously. You should have been more perceptive to figure out what was going on sooner, and you could have covered it up if you did it, or you should have been able to figure it out if somebody else did it. That was a bit of a narrative answer. The car itself was not human decomposition. The car didn't have human decomposition. No, I didn't have a car that was made of human decomposition. No, that's how he asked it. Like, that's just one of those nonsense, improper questions. Nurmi says that about one of Juan's questions. Like, the court reporter reads it back, and it sounds like total nonsense. And he says that, like, oh, that's totally gibberish. That's a nonsense question. I like that judge. That judge is like me. I'd be sort of low-key like that. But I wouldn't allow so many approaches. I'd just say, get on with it, dude. She never says no to that. Kind of opinions of what you saw, but... And you try to kill yourself anyway. Trash and garbage, but there's also a difference between decomposition. This is a weird line too. Take this joy of my life away from me. Why would you take any joy from all this? Only 10 years though. See, look at him get him. That's why you called 911. If it was decomposition, why wouldn't you? It's a tough question to answer. If you smelled human decomposition and you were sure that's what it was, why wouldn't you call? They're cutting out certain parts of it, I guess. I think this is the one that has him say that at the end. The only in that way. That's because you're guilty. That's because you did it. Not just because you're sad about the loss. Where you admitted to killing Kaylee. Oh wait, no. You left that out. Here we go, bro. Here we go. You expressed some guilt. Did you receive $20,000, yes or no? You don't have to go into all this shit. And to try to make yourself look good and an alibi like you're not the one who did it. You know, who is he overruling? Normally, you're overruling or sustaining the original objection. But in that case, I don't know who he overruled. He's even saying, please let me answer this. Was that him saying that? That seems so weird. Why would he say that? Please let me answer this. Here are the penalties of... Ooh, bro thinks he's Chris Hansen. Based on your law enforcement experience, you would know that. Look at him, look at him. That sort of is argumentative. Look at him, dude. Look at him, dude. Only that way. Bro is a menace. Bro is a menace with a fucking, oh my god. You've never seen a dude like this before. You've never seen it, man. You've not witnessed it. I gotta watch some of his other cases too. Like, this guy is a fucking icon. Icon in law, icon in life, just everything, dude. I cannot deal with that. It's so good. It's so good. That moment is iconic, bro. I can't even say anything. Like, it's so perfect. I'm gonna watch it again. Yeah, I'll look through some stuff tomorrow and decide what I want to watch. You go towards the end. I like the way the guy says argumentative at the end there. You would never admit to molesting your child. Couldn't you ask that about so many things? Look at him, dude. Look at his face. Look at George's face go, oh, you fucking fucker. You don't understand who you're dealing with, bro. That was the real crime that he committed. You did not understand who you were dealing with. Forget about anything else. That's the greatest affront of all. That bro did not know who Jose Baez was, dude. You didn't know. You play a compilation of all the comments about it. When Cindy and George are talking to her in the jailhouse, they might say a negative thing. Oh, Jose's okay, but he's this or that. And Lee Anthony says something bad about him. I don't give a shit about Jose. Oh, you better give a shit about Jose, dude. Jose saved your whole fucking life, dude. I want to watch the Casey Anthony Where the Truth Lies for that alone. In terms of, you better say some positive things about Jose, and he didn't appear on it, apparently. But, let's see what we got here. But yeah, we'll look at a movie tomorrow. I'll definitely look through the list, and even if I have to buy it, I'll do it. I mean, I'm so mad because there's all these clips and things that I've seen over the years, right? And, like, I make a mental note that, oh, that's kind of cool. I want to see a movie like that. And I just can't figure it out because I'll never be able to remember or keep track of it as far as this. You know what I mean? I won't be able to find out how that happened. Like, I won't be able to figure out the, I don't know, like, how am I supposed to know what those movies are? I just have to look through every single movie in existence. And as much as I, like, the whole point is to combine the two. But I was just on Netflix a while ago, and I just could not for the life of me find something I want to watch on there. It has A Quiet Place 2, but I've never seen A Quiet Place 1, so I can't really do it. In terms of the, I want to watch them in order. A Quiet Place, more like my channel, am I right? Where nobody ever comments, nobody ever watches anything. People only come in to dislike. I have a 0% like ratio on my channel because the majority of my videos don't have any likes or dislikes, but a number of them do have dislikes, or at least one dislike. So there's like 5 or 6 videos out of however many I have that are all like, that have a dislike. And nobody even comments to say what they dislike, but they're probably surprised, like, oh, the audio quality is shit, or there's no face cam, or I'm talking for too long, or, the title that I use, like, oh, reacts to Skibbity Toilet, but then it's like an hour in and I only do a little bit of it, or, something. It's very open-ended. Like, I love the way that I do it, but it's like a radio show. It's like something, There are some really good takes and things in here. I'm trying to find one more thing to watch here, but I don't know what it is. But yeah, that Juan Martinez thing was pretty good. If I can find that one too. But no, I could look through. There's all like these YouTube moment video, like it's an edit or it's like a, I don't know, just little shorts that'll show some little cool moment. And the only, I guess I could try to go through my history, but the majority of stuff in there is not going to be like that. So yeah, we should maybe watch that movie though. Whatever that movie is, I think it's a movie at least. I guess it could be a TV show, but where again, she's trying to get the job at the supermarket. She's trying to get a job somewhere else, and she goes to like an interview with her boss, or she gets called in and she did a good job. She's like a telemarketer, and she's saying stick to the script. But instead of that, he's actually happy because she did something good by not sticking to the script. So it's just one of these movies, like you know what it almost reminds me of, just from those two scenes, is the Pursuit of Happiness, like where he's looking for a job and he gets a job in the office and everything like that. And there's some really cool moments too, like he explains how he doesn't drink water so he doesn't have to go to the bathroom, so he gets more done because, you know, if you don't drink, you don't have to go to the bathroom, so it saves you time. Bro thinks he's a mini absolutist, baby absolutist moment. Of course, there would be no such distinction by an absolutist because such things are irrelevant. But yeah, we have these little liberal meltdown moments, and we also have the ability to consider that you have, again, we'll do movie episode, something like that, and I will do Monk at some point. So I think that's what I should do. Whatever that movie is that I'm thinking about from that one clip, I'll watch that. Even if it's not on Netflix, hopefully it's on YouTube and I can rent it for like $3.99, the way that you can do with a lot of these. The ones that I was supposed to watch were Hellraiser 2, the Lord of the Rings animated movie, and then one of the Harry Potter movies. But again, we open the door to the format. I don't care whether I actually do it or not right now. I can do it whenever I feel like. That's the one thing I don't want with this, is I don't want it to be a pressure, like, oh, I have to. I'll just do whatever I feel like. That's the point. But no, we sort of touch on some of these formats at least, where we kind of open the door and can consider it like that. And so the only thing to say is the simple fact that we've done a lot of good formats. Crunchyroll randomizer, Netflix randomizer / gauntlet, where you go in alphabetical order or whatever. And then something else along the lines of, you know, the YouTube series, all the different categories we could look at. The other thing, some kind of, you know, audiobook stuff. The hellbound heart, more like me, because my heart, because of all the fast food I eat, my heart is really hellbound. Let's see if we can find this clip really quick, just because I feel like it. Were you crying when you were shooting him? Or were you crying when you were stabbing him? Go ask that to the weepy voice killer. Yes, I was crying when I was stabbing her. Were you crying when you wrote this piano? Let's see, I won't even give you the timestamp, I'll just watch it. Yes. Let's take a look at exhibit number 78. And then she has like a little knee-jerk reaction, but then she comes back later and she's not crying, so she gets over it, I guess. This is somewhat believable emotion, though. Again, it might be more about your predicament than about the actual guilt of him. Like her voice kind of cracks here. Were you crying when you were... Let's see. This is a good effect for the jury, even if it's not. Couldn't those be seen as argumentative, too? I'm surprised the defense doesn't stop. Like, nor I would object even if it's overruled just out of a sympathy thing. Right, and even the judge has to take mercy. Nurmi's just sitting there fucking asleep. I would definitely object just to break the rhythm. That's a technique. Even if it's overruled, you kind of snap them out of it and make them second guess what they're doing. Jody breaks down during cross. Jody destroys everybody around her with this media infatuation. So she won, and Nurmi to be fair, like, people don't remember every little mundane detail because they don't know it's going to be important later, right? It's just like, what did you eat for lunch last week on Wednesday? Like, I wouldn't know that. Some fast food probably, but I always get the same drink at Starbucks, like, fucking... Is that what happened? He does actually have some hearing issue. That. Was he able to get another stiff one, or was it trying to get rid of him before that? Did he recover from his cool down time off that? Do you have problems with your memory? Unless you were engaged in other things. I didn't even give you the time stamp. Maybe you just hung out for a while, we Netflixed and chilled. It would have been the last sequence before you leave. I wouldn't say an issue, it's just a random thing that I didn't think about at the time. This is what she'll always say. She'll qualify it like, what time did you work at Mimi's that day? It varied. No, not varied. That day. What time did you work that day? Would it be fair to say Daryl Brooks? He's stealing Daryl Brooks. Wait, but doesn't this happen later after he kills? Okay, so today I'm going to do my return to Netflix series, and basically something fortuitous happened. I was trying to figure out what is that thing where I saw the clip of the girl going to the supermarket and she's in line and the one girl quits and then she asks the guy for a job and then he asks her for a blowjob, whatever, right? Like, so whatever that show is. No, I thought it was a movie, so I'm like, oh, hopefully that movie's on Netflix, so I'll use that as my first movie idea. So I wanted to alternate, like watch one movie, then watch an episode of a show, then watch another movie, then watch the next episode of the show. And so I was going to go with Monk, and Monk is of course on Netflix, so I subscribed for that. And then I said I'd just find all kind of other obscure movies. So I'm doing like big name series, so I'll pick a big name series like in Monk, and then because I haven't seen very many TV shows ever, so that's pretty open-ended. I can do Breaking Bad, I can do Game of Thrones, whatever. I'm open to anything that way. And so what that means is, it means that basically you're in a position to, we'll go with like, okay, Monk season 1, episode 1, then we'll watch a movie and keep rotating like that. And so I thought, whatever, the movies will be more obscure because either I've seen a lot of big name movies or I kind of just want to see some obscure ones, right, that aren't super well known. And so we'll do obscure movie, then episode 1 of a major series, then another obscure movie, then episode 2 of a major series, like that. But as I was looking up what that show is, or what that movie is, as I thought, it's actually a show called Shameless, and the girl's name is Fiona in the show, and so that's all I really know about it. And she has like a very photogenic effect to her. Just her face kind of stands out, and she's like very practically glowing in every shot she's in. And so it's like the Allison Williams effect where, oh, I watched Girl season 1, episode 1 and 2 just for her, just because she's so, photogenic, and I wanted to see what her, what it would be about and whatever. So we're going to give this a similar chance. So I'll actually watch Shameless season 1, episode 1, and I'll hold off on Monk. So I'll kind of do it like this, where we'll do Shameless as our series until, again, we have all kind of failure states. If a character gets saved by plot armor, either from death or some other major, situation, if they get saved by plot armor 3 times in a season, we end the show. If the show gets 3 F grade episodes, meaning they're just very bad, I give every episode a grade, like we gave 1 F to a Sopranos episode. But if it gets 3 F grades in the whole series at any point, even between seasons, that's a failure state for the show. If we get 3 plot armor saves in a single season, that ends the show. And other criteria too, like the character point system. So if the main character gets to a -10 on the character point system, the show is over. If the main villain gets to a +10 on the character point system, that ends the show. And then also if maybe there's a disparity of 10 between them, you could consider that. Like if he's +5, the villain's +5, and the hero's -5. Although I feel like that almost happened with The Sopranos anyway. But it's more about the -10 thing. If there's some major disparity, I could consider it. It should be like if there's a disparity of +10, well, I'll just say that, period. So we have all kind of formats that we hold it to a high standard, but if it doesn't fail on any of those, I may actually watch the whole series. So, right, we'll actually do this. So I'll do season 1, episode 1 of Shameless. That's quite the tie-in, right? What are the chances? I didn't know anything about that show or that movie, so I thought, oh, it's a movie, and I hope it's on Netflix, because I happen to subscribe to Netflix anyway for Monk. And it not only is it on Netflix, but it's also a show rather than a movie, which I didn't know. So, yeah, I'll decide on some sort of a teacher hunted for sexual assault, victim in Teen Son's friend group Cops. I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm just getting that suggested on YouTube. But no, we will go ahead and we will watch Shameless. So we're going to hold off on Monk. Monk will be the second one that I go into. But we'll do Shameless, and then we'll do a movie. And then we'll do... So I got to decide what movie I want to watch. Because I was going through like the alphabetical list. It's very hard to explain what I'm looking for with the movies. The movies are supposed to be something sort of obscure that I've never seen, but that seems to have an interesting premise to it. So like something weird and zany and out there, and I just want something different. And I feel like there's hundreds of movies like that I've thought about over the years, but now I've forgotten what they are. Like stuff that I've seen a clip of or a reference to, or I just know about the premise of it. So yeah, here, let's in this first segment. But no, I'm not going to worry about that. In this session, I'm going to do it like... we're going to watch Shameless episode 1 and just do that. And then we will, in the next session, I will do a movie in the next couple sessions. And I don't know what that movie's going to be. I have no idea. It's very hard for me to decide. But I'll look for something that, again, has like a catchy premise to it. But yeah, let's watch a couple more of these liberal meltdown ones, I guess. And the reason why I'll do that is because... The reason why I'll do that is because this segment is like a little shorter, so I want to start that fresh in a minute here. So what we have now is the simple ability to consider the fact that some of these are going to repeat a lot. But no, or maybe, you know what I should almost do is let me do that then as I'm driving, if I can. I won't actually watch anything. Let me scroll through this and try to decide what movie do we want to watch on Netflix. And the answer is I have no fucking idea, because we tried to go in alphabetical order and they were all dog shit, like #Alive. It wasn't that bad, but I mean, #Alive and then the other thing, like... Netflix alphabetical list, which is of course something you can't even see on the platform, which makes no fucking sense. Why shouldn't we be able to do that? In terms of you know, I don't know how updated this is going to be. Like maybe some of the stuff isn't on there. Maybe some stuff on there isn't on here, right? If this is like accurate, up to date. But let me just look through and see what we can do. So I'll go through movies specifically. Movies A to Z. And I just want to look through this shit and figure out what is something that's... Maybe I shouldn't do this while driving, but some sort of intriguing premise that would allow me to #Alive. So I would want it to be in English too, not because, I'm even holding that against other things for not being in English, but it makes it hard for me to watch. Either it'll be badly dubbed like that thing was, or #Alive, or... I love that scene where he's mad that he can't play on the computer because he has no internet. Or like, how does he survive so long even with what little food he has? Or water, or whatever. He's like a gamer just staying at home all the time anyway. And, you know, like, he uses some of that, like, he knows how to mess with a drone, so then he ends up doing that to help out the girl across the street. And it's like they'll end up together by the end of it, or maybe not even, but it was just weird. So you have #Alive... Friend but married. I mean, you really want to watch a fucking thing with a hashtag in the title. 10 Days of a Good Man. Also, these ones that are made by Netflix are ones that you arguably don't want to watch because... Not even that they're always bad, but they're just kind of weird sometimes. Like, I don't really care to do that. Spanish, English. 100 Things to Do Before High School. I'll go just by whatever the title is going to be in terms of... Again, just an intriguing premise. I don't even care if it's good or not. Like, right, like I just want something weird. and out there. Doesn't matter what genre, doesn't matter what year, doesn't matter anything. So you just want to make sure that you're able to Arabic. It does seem like they almost have a quality control issue with here. Like, there's a lot of stuff on here that's just junk. 1M Terror in Madrid. Well, that's also like a Netflix special, and fuck. I will exclude those because I'm not on Netflix to watch Netflix stuff. I'm on there just to watch stuff in general that happens to be on there. Right, like just ordinary things that I haven't seen. And so Hindi, and you can always exploit stuff with that too. Like, oh, just have every Bollywood movie under the sun on here so you have like a million titles, but that doesn't mean that they're good. So Hindi, Indonesian, 137 shorts. I don't know what the fuck that means. I can't really do it while I'm driving because I can't really see, but we'll try to figure out something. And so I'll decide what to watch on here. And then when I decide what to watch, I will not watch it right now, though. Or I can do it later, deciding something. But again, we'll do Shameless for sure. And only thing I can pick up from what I know about the show is that, again, she's very photogenic. And she's also just seemingly looking for a job. Like, that'll be the whole story. She goes from job to job. One time she's at the supermarket. One time she's at a call center. Like, that seems to be the entire premise of the show from what I can gather, which could be interesting too. She'll go through like a million different jobs, but you know, I love that expectation too. Like, you're gonna give somebody a blowjob just to keep your job at a supermarket. Like, why is it that I know the economy is bad, but it's not like that's a high-end job. It's just a random minimum wage fucking garbage job. Why would you need to do that anyway? Right, for that. Just go get another job somewhere else. That it seems very one-sided. If you were willing to do that, then if you were willing to do that for money, to just keep a minimum wage job, why not just do it for real? And then you make way more money that way, if you know what I mean. Like, it just doesn't seem tied to... like, if you have a six-figures job that you're not qualified to do, now I can understand, okay, you're willing to do that because, of course, you could be replaced, and that's kind of worth it to some people. But I don't understand it in this sense, like, oh, you're going to play into the Stimuli Acme just to get a job at a fucking supermarket? Like, what do you mean, dude? There's no need to do that. So yeah, we'll look through some of this shit here. I've been going to Sonic now every day to get food instead of what I was doing, like Dairy Queen or something else. So you should have this principle of variety. So the problem is I keep getting tempted to get these stupid ass shakes that I shouldn't be having. But so I had the what did I get the first day? I forgot. I got like a peanut butter shake, then I got a red velvet shake. Now I'm going to get like a buttery brew thing that's like a root beer type thing that looks kind of good. I just have like an urge to do stuff for the sake of variety, right? Like, I just want to try different stuff. Because I sometimes have the same thing over and over and it gets kind of boring even if I do like it. And so what we can, and I even ate while driving yesterday, which is perhaps not the greatest idea. But let's see what I can do here. So yeah, we'll decide later what I want to watch as far as a movie. And we have Shameless, and then we have Monk in the back burner that we'll get to. So, I mean, we've come around after a long time to do the two series that I wanted to do originally, like Lane, Serial Experiments Lane, which I already saw in full. I didn't upload, I guess, all of it, but I don't care. I'm trying to keep up with what I'm doing now, but I can't really go back and keep up with that. And then Monk is the other one, so I've kind of done it in a bit of a roundabout way, so we're finally going to move on and do that. And the only other thing is we're doing Shameless just as a precursor. So again, it'll go Shameless episode 1, movie, Shameless episode 2, movie, Shameless episode 3, movie. We'll do it like that. And only if there's some failure state will I stop. Right, I'm fine with doing it that way. I'm going to try to stay a bit more focused in terms of committing to one series, one thing. And so, but no, we're doing it partly on the aesthetic face of these actresses, just because it's not even a Stimuli Acme sense. It's something else. It's like, you know what I mean? Like somebody's just photogenic and you're kind of intrigued by it on that level, like Allison Williams. But her character is so unlike that. Like she's so bitchy and annoying that you almost can't even get away with that. She even made me use the C word with her C behavior. It was like at the beginning of episode 2 where she says like, maybe I should give that show another chance, but they were really wearing it thin with the amount that they were focusing on sex within the first couple episodes. Like, we get it. It's a show about women, and women are sexualized in our society and in our time, but it was a little bit lazy. Like, there were some pretty good funny moments, like where she's talking to the guy at the college or whatever, or trying to get a job, and she makes a joke about Syracuse having, even that sexual, I guess, in nature, but the high, like, rape rate or whatever, and then, I don't know, like, it had some other good things going for it, but it just kept coming back to sex too much, where, like, it's not even an inherent criticism, like, oh, you're not allowed to talk about sex. It's just, you're just overdoing it, like, okay, so what? Like, we get it. Is it supposed to be funny? Is it supposed to be, I don't know. So yeah, we'll go into this here, and again, I'd love to see, I mean, I'm sure maybe she's not even the main character, but there could be other various characters and things to consider, but based on what I'm seeing from her, it's like, oh, she's just able to, she's able to basically be in such a position as to, she's able to be in a position where you can, whatever, like she's going to be looking for jobs, similar to what we saw in Girls, actually. Is Girls actually on Netflix? Maybe I'll give that another chance, but I mean, it did fail the criteria. Or wait, what was the criteria at that point even? That might have been different. I said, like, if it doesn't get at least a B grade, I won't watch it or something. Because it certainly didn't fail on an F grade scale, but I guess we're looking at this differently. So yeah, we'll go into here, and what else do we have? I thought I was going to watch one of those liberal meltdown things, but I actually didn't feel like it. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and get my food here, and then we'll start Shameless episode 1. I guess I could eat while driving again, even though I probably shouldn't do that. I guess this sort of food is easier to do, though, because it's not as saucy and shit. I have, like, very minimalistic taste when it comes to food. Like, I like very plain foods that have 1 to 2 ingredients only, like sauce and cheese and bread, and that's it, like pizza. I don't like toppings, I don't like sauces, I don't like a bunch of mixed stuff. I hate, like, salads and stuff like that. And I also don't like, I don't know, like, I just like it very simple and to the point, and, you know, 1 or 2 things, very basic, not a lot of condiments or anything, ketchup, and I don't like any of that, so it's very minimalistic. Just like, give me chicken and rice, just give me 1, 2 things at most, and that would be perfectly fine with me. I could start like a fast food review sort of channel, where like I go through every single thing in the local area or something. Because of how much I may want to keep trying stuff for variety. There's so many things that could be fun to do like that, but you kind of need, not even that you need money to do it, but you need time to do it. Like, I don't have time to go to every fucking little place here, but over time, like with Chinese food, for example, it's something like I'm a Chinese connoisseur. I've probably tried every Chinese in the whole fucking county and other counties around me. At one point or another, I've probably tried them, so I could be a pretty good judge of that, right, as far as which one's the best, which one's the worst. There's one that's pretty far away, but that's really good around me. And so what we have now is the simple ability to consider that I'm basically just stalling and padding for time. And now, I don't really like these segments where I just don't do anything, but I was either planning on looking through the Netflix alphabetical thing, but I'll just do it later and figure it out. But assuming that we get through the first episode here, assuming it's like 40 minutes, or whatever, close to an hour. Sometimes the first episodes of a season or the last episode can be like super long, or it's like some special premiere, so it ends up being like 2 hours. But assuming that we get through the full first episode, then I'll watch a movie in the next segment. And we always have the YouTube option open to us. Like, again, I'm not setting any rules, but generally this can be like our main series that we're watching, and I hope that's what always happens with TV shows, is I lose my interest somewhere along the line in between there, and I almost never watch the whole thing, and I never finish a whole series. And the reason why that's the case is because they end up being so long. Like, it's 11 seasons. Am I really going to watch all 11 seasons? Like, I highly doubt that. And even if I did, even if I'm watching like 2 episodes a day, right, that shit is going to take forever. So I'm not saying that I'm going to do that, but at least like with The Sopranos, it ended on like a I was actually kind of happy. Not that it ended, but the way that it ended was kind of funny and interesting, because it was like the sort of plot armor thing, and Livia Soprano outdid him so much. Right, Livia Soprano is a menace. And Mama Soprano is a menace. Devil with the horns emoji. Like, that was so fucking amazing, the way it's pretty consistent, too. She's always acting dumb, but, you know, like, the fact that they kept showing her so much was something. She was actually giving the orders, and I almost thought it was to imply that she was senile and didn't know any better, but he was using it. What's his name again? The guy, the Hyman Roth, Uncle Junior. Like, he was extrapolating on what she's saying and taking it almost as advice. Like, this is what her husband would have wanted, so I'm taking her seal of approval, basically. But the reason why that doesn't work is because it ended up being that she was actually playing him. But he kind of seemed to know that, too. He kept implying, like, oh, you know what you're doing, you know what you're saying, but she would never admit it. And she even lets herself be put in a nursing home. So, like, she wants it both ways. She wants to pretend like she's senile, but she's not actually senile. And or maybe she partly even is, but she's still extremely smart. And so she's trying to take it out on Tony, trying to get him killed and everything like that, using Junior as a surrogate. And Junior, of course, respects her as the wife of the dude who was originally the boss, Uncle Jackie, or maybe I'm missing something. No, Uncle Jackie is still currently in there. So he was I don't know, he's the boss after the guy died. The actual boss died. Okay, so we're going to start this in a second here. They took a very long time to make my food, unfortunately. So now I will have to do it while driving, but that's okay. And so I was just thinking, because again, one of my favorite shows ever is The Mentalist. So I was just going over in my head, like, for some reason, as we're about to watch this show, obviously, that I'm seeing for the first time, there's so many good, iconic moments, even though I was disappointed by the ending and how Red John was defeated, because that's dog shit writing. Even with that, I was very happy with the show overall. Like, so I almost was thinking maybe I should watch the ending of it, because I never did, but the first 3 seasons are amazing, right? And Red John you think he's defeated at the end of season 3, and that would have been much better. You know, spoilers, I guess, if you haven't seen it, but season 3 ends off in a very excellent way, that, like, he's willing to go to jail, and he's gonna, you know, he's gonna lose his job, he's gonna go to jail, and he's smiling in his cell, and he's happy about it, because he would be, like, because he's very content with his decision to do that. And Lisbon would become an alcoholic like her dad, and she would quit her job and lose faith in humanity, because she always told Jane, don't do it. You know, it's not worth it. And so they trivialize even their own themes there. That would have been the montage you could have shown at the ending of season 3. Show that Lisbon resigns and becomes an alcoholic, and show that the team breaks up, and Cho goes somewhere else to do something, and Rigsby and Van Pelt kind of drift away, and, like, everything is torn apart because everyone feels like betrayed by Jane. And then the final shot could be just Jane smiling in a cell, like, I don't care. I did what I wanted to do. It was worth it. I don't care. I go to jail. I took out Red John like a vigilante instead of through the law that Lisbon wanted me to do, that she always told me to do. Revenge is for fools and madmen. When we find Red John, we're going to arrest him in court. And he says, when we find Red John, he's mine. Where did all that go? Not only did you kill somebody who wasn't even Red John and trivialize the material that way, but then you do it again. You get to kill 2 people, and still, like, what the fuck? They were making such a big deal about it in an inherent sense, and that was such a good theme of the show that, like, you know, that was something that Lisbon didn't want to do, but then she's just okay with it later. And I don't know, it's just dumb. So yeah, we're going to watch Shameless in a second here, but I'm just thinking back to that show. Like, one day I'll get somebody to do it with me. I'll get somebody to react in a co-op thing where we both react together, and they've never seen it before, and we get to live vicariously through them because it's so good and it deserves to be done. Like, you know what I mean? I got to get a girlfriend just for that purpose. Like, my girlfriend reacts to The Mentalist for the first time. It's so good in so many ways. Raymond Hafner, all these kind of good characters with all their strengths and weaknesses, and all Red John suspects. They kind of just ruined the ending of it in a way that was kind of dumb, though. So yeah, we're going to start Shameless, Season 1, Episode 1 pilot. It's 57 minutes and 24 seconds long. We're watching on Netflix in case you have some other version. So 57:24 is the total length, starting from the very beginning in 3, 2, 1. I think it kind of fucked up a little bit. The problem with this is whenever you go to the beginning, I guess it's better to go back on the -10 thing, because if you try to go back, it'll automatically play. It won't let you pause at 0 for some stupid-ass reason. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. No, it still didn't really do it to my satisfaction. Okay, we're starting from 0, 0, 0, 0 in 3, 2, 1. Okay. So it's a little bit of music. We got subtitles on. So I don't know anything about it, really. It says it's mature, like it has sex, nudity, drugs, all kinds of shit. She's gonna be one of the kids, okay. This thing is pretty good, the buttery brew. So he's gonna be like some big criminal or what? So Fiona's just a nice, good person. One of them wants to be a paratrooper. One of them likes animals. Man, he has a lot of kids. Sponsor? What does that mean, sponsor? Oh, this is the guy from Fargo, William H. Macy. He's been in a lot of Paul Thomas Anderson movies too, like Boogie Nights and Magnolia. I didn't know that. I guess you could say he's shameless. But how does this thing go on for 11 seasons? Like, what is it really going to consist of? William H. Macy. What was that sound? She, like, stepped on a toy? So Ian Lip. What kind of name is that? Lip? So the mother is not there, so she takes on a mother surrogate role, I guess? Is that what... One of the consequences of the stimuli at Acme. I don't feel any shame for any of you or any sympathy. Like, don't have this many kids if you can't handle it, you dumb piece of shit. Keep it in your pants. Look at this disaster. I hope the sex was good, because all of this is because you couldn't keep it in your fucking pants. Doesn't seem like the most exciting premise, but I don't know what else we're going to get into here. I wasn't expecting it to be like this. It's like a family thing instead of... I don't know what I was expecting. But she's not shameless because she doesn't get to... She's going to be sexualized constantly. You can't even go one episode, even the way it started with her like walking all half dressed or whatever. Like, we get it, dude. What do you think this is? Girl, starring Allison Williams? I kind of am not as interested in the fates of the kids and all this, though, as much as just Fiona. So this like some girlfriend type of thing. Oh, it's like a little way to remember it. Isn't the mom like right there? Bro. Way to cuck yourself. The fact that you have to charge her is something you could bring up later. Like, why do you have to say that right then when she's doing that? Like, I would let her do it and then say, okay, I have to charge you later on. So he really is tutoring her. I thought that was just a pretense for this, but... all this sort of fast-paced nonsense, a sign of the half-assed initial-minded in society, of course, that you would rather do something faster and less efficiently or with less of a measure, so then you'll regret it later. You're trying to overcompensate with speed for a sense of purpose. So Fiona's going to go out and get fucked and get pregnant too, and then she'll have kids too, and the stimuli acme repeats itself with no sense of higher purpose, even by your own zero-sum measure standards, that you would have zero-sum means as a benchmark to not make excuses or have a negative connotation to having children and use it as an excuse and things like that. I don't really know where this is going to go. Like, this is going to be the whole show. She's going to keep going from job to job and just whatever, dude. And that, kids, is how I met your mother. Look at that slow motion. What is this shit, dude? The production value of this is pretty good, though, in terms of, I don't know, somehow the way it was shot or the way it's shown is kind of like I thought it was from a movie in those clips. Look at this pretty privilege already for somebody who's, you know, having some financial trouble, as if that's not the major incentive in all things that you ever do. Like, show us, you know, like there's the Bechdel test or however you say it. How much can you portray a female character without sexualizing them in some way? Bro thinks he's an action hero or some shit. I guess you could say he's shameless. Okay, dude. Where is the subject matter really going to go, though? This is the issue with the show. I was even surprised, but what about the mom being there? Oh, look how badass you are smoking. You're making it up. That's not a red flag deal breaker that he's trying to show off and beat the shit out of people? And she stole some shit from TJ Maxx, I guess. This is a deal-breaking bullshit situation right here. Look at all these clowns living together, and I don't care how hot she is or whatever you think. I'm not dealing with this fucking claustrophobic clown show shithole house. Those uninitiated to the Stimuli Acme. I don't know. This isn't interesting me too much. I guess I could hold it to a higher standard if it doesn't blow me away. Stimuli Acme is good content, dude. Like, how much sexualized? Do a sexualized counter. Like, how many times the character's being sexualized? %90 of the world's problems are caused by the stimuli acme. People like you who can't keep it in their pants or can't wear a condom. And by problems, I mean population. So you've been like sort of stalking her, scoping her out? Oh, you've probably been seeing her every night. She seems pretty easy based on this, though. I mean, you glorify them out to be like that guy in what's that show where he was like stalking the girl? It's like you glorify her out to be like some sort of goddess, but really she's just a clown. Like, she's sleeping with some druggy clown guy. It's really, the stimuli acme isn't what you make it out to be, or what you're worshiping isn't the individual, but the very nature of the process, which you of course don't understand. Okay, dude, you want to turn into girls, man? We get it, dude. Sex sells, but like, come on. God damn it. can't control yourselves. Now you're going to end up with kids again that you don't want. Oh, they know the cops by name or what? He's just another casual occurrence. God damn it, they put like sausage on my thing that I asked them not to do. You have a fucked up family, that's a turn off for him. He almost seemed excited when the cops showed up, like it was for you. What, that's a deal breaker for you? Like, you're the one who's trying to act like a degenerate, beating people up and stuff. God damn it. I mean, you were almost just about to score, though. Why is that such a deal breaker for you? Take all the toilet paper you need. That you can tell this was made before COVID, am I right? Nobody would ever say that. I don't know, it's not bad, but it's just not my type of thing. So he's taking advantage of I don't get what happened with that guy. He was desperate for her and then is turned off by the fact that she has like this whole fucked up family situation, but what you did. He had the chance to fuck you last time and he turned it down. No, he scoped you out though before that even happened. But if I had money, I guess. Well, you're the one who walked out on that situation. That's a real buzzkill mood, but then I guess I judged him wrong. He is still into her. Oh, now he's going to try to prove that he got a blowjob or give him a blowjob too? Assuming she'd just be willing to do that? He's just doing it in front of them all the time like this? Like how? Oh, now he's going to bend down and see it happening, I guess. I mean, she's choosing to do it. Like, imagine being that bold that can't you just go in their room for a minute, or maybe they wouldn't let you? Like, the point is that you're doing it so blatantly under the table right in front of her. At least wait for the mom to go to a different room or try to get some privacy time alone with her in her room. You just do it under the table like that? This is the nurse who helped out Jodi Arias when she says, did you get any medical help? Not professional medical help. This is it. I don't get it, because maybe it's that guy Steve who thought it would be a good way to flirt with you. Zero-sum means the quickest path to the stimuli acme. We get some nudity here. Okay, bro, we don't need to see all this shit. Want me to stroke it for you too, you fucker? Yeah, like, why are you doing that shit? Yeah, like, why are you giving blowjobs to random boys and in such a conspicuous way? So openly, like, my mom either doesn't care or is just too dumb to notice. I don't get how. I love that slow motion on the apple dropping, like, oh, that's how he's gonna find out. You should have some sort of cue code word to get her to stop. Right, like, if I say the word purple, stop blowing me. Because even the dad was being all innocent about it, like, why is she hiding? Like, they didn't suspect that was gonna be the case. So that's kind of a good way to flirt with the girl. Try to buy her love by giving her money. Wow, what a creative, intuitive concept. It's meant to be. Nearness postulate. So every conspiracy theory is based on a truth. I like that. It actually did happen. Or maybe they're just saying that to cover something up that they did. There must have been some actual evidence in there. They just got more careful since then. So Steve is a horny fucker. He scoped you out. He's gonna buy you a washer. He was like leaning against it, so he noticed that something was wrong with it, I guess. Sugar daddy vibes. What does he do that he makes so much money, though? With all your fucked up dysfunctional family, I wouldn't give a shit. you're acting all judicious now, but oh, it's because you got a $2,000 washer that this fucker gave you. Now, what if you sold it to, make the ends meet for now? Just make an OnlyFans and you'll be fine, dude. Oh shit, this is the first time we've seen her actually get mad. And this is the sequel to Fargo, because he committed all his shitty crimes, and this is when he gets out of jail to, he goes to jail, then he gets out for all the kidnapping and shenanigans, and this is how his family is when he gets out. His wife got killed, too, in the process, because she kept yelling. That's a movie I've always thought is overrated. It's not bad, but it's not great. I don't get it. Oh, it's a dark comedy, it's a comedy of errors. Like, okay, but so what? Like, the first time I saw it, I didn't even really get that. It just seemed like a, whatever, just some incompetent criminal, sure, but so what? That doesn't make it profound. Or there's like some sort of incentive too, like, we can't handle having one kid, so let's have more kids, and the government will help us out and give us certain checks based on the number of kids we have. Like, fuck you, dude. I don't feel bad for people who have kids. They're all morons. If they can't handle it, don't use it as an excuse. Okay, dude. Okay. You're trying a little bit too hard, buddy. How you remember all that shit? What are you, a CIA? You're the CIA agent? You make me want to give you money to bribe you into having sex with me, kind of like zero-sum means all relationships by extension are prostitution, if you didn't know. There's always some incentive behind it. Doesn't mean it's bad. In fact, I always argue for the zero-sum means argument, like, it's only natural. Why wouldn't, if people can use their looks as leverage to get money or whatever, why wouldn't they? Of course, they should do that, but I can't believe they gave me that fucking sausage or whatever the fuck it is. gotta try this hard to do it, dude. This is what you have to do to get in the bone zone. Yeah, I'm not really too keen on this, but like, what should be the failure state if it doesn't get at least a B plus, B or higher grade? So like, this is an okay episode, but well, you haven't had any luck with it so far. Like, who are you with? What, like she's sort of jealous of something, or? Wait, what is going on? Why does he keep, like, freezing? Is that just my video, or what? I'm so confused. I don't know what's happening. Okay, you're trying a little bit too hard here, dude. Why did you do that? Just to... So, in other words, you're jumping through hoops. Like, oh, you know, a little bit of... First time, okay, it's nice you want him to buy me a drink. That's fine. But then, oh no, now you want to buy me a dishwasher, so now I'm a little more intrigued. Now you're going to buy me a car or something, you're more intrigued. Like, in other words, all the other things you would say, oh, it's about personality, it's about looks, it's about this, it's about that. It's really just about what's your price tag. If it's high enough, none of that shit matters. Or she, like, sort of spoils them, letting them underage drink and have sex and everything. Why are you such a fucking slutty whore? What kind of mom is this, dude? That mom is shameless more than anything else. That mom and this dad should end up together, William H. Macy, because they're both fucking clowns. So what's gonna happen here? Like, the guy's gonna keep trying to woo her. It's so, like, it shows you how it's a very accurate portrayal. Like, that plays the biggest role in anything. The zero-sum means, which there's a sense of honesty, at least in that, where so this relationship must not work out, though, because she still gets a job at, like, a grocery store or something. Or this is the whole way to enslave those preserved by the stimuli acme. It spreads them thin, it overextends them, it makes them weaker and weaker with every generation. It allows them to glorify struggle and suffering. Like, it's admirable to struggle. Wouldn't it be better if you didn't? Like, shouldn't you aspire to be successful enough where your children don't have to struggle? And isn't that a good thing? You know, even when you glorify, like, oh, it's good to struggle and work hard, okay. But then once you do that, your children should have to struggle less and work less hard. It's not like it should go back to zero. Like, anytime somebody's successful, like, I don't get what happened. They had, like, the wrong shoes on, so what? I don't get it. Everybody's so fucking horny. Well, if you've done nothing to be sorry for, then why would you that was a pretty good joke. White socks, more like white sucks. Here we go, Steve wooing her with his money again. This has got to be a good lesson for you. Why can't we go to your place then if you're so rich? Maybe you're still not exactly... Okay, I'll pause it there. I'm not really enjoying this too much, honestly. Alright, so here I'm going to finish that episode, even though I really didn't enjoy it much at all. This guy's trying to woo her. Her dad's a drunk loser. She has a very photogenic face, like all the sort of tropes that we've seen. So it's Season 1, Episode 1 of Shameless with 9 minutes, 20 seconds left. It doesn't show me the run, like how far we are into it, but we're watching the Netflix version, and we have 9 minutes, 20 seconds left. The guy is in the middle of saying, "I don't know," to William H. Macy, so we're starting with 9 minutes, 20 seconds left in 3, 2, 1. I don't know. Or I guess William H. Macy was saying it. They keep getting cucked by the dad. The one night they were making out aggressively, and then the dad comes in passed out, or I really didn't like this episode. I'm not going to say it's terrible. It's not an F or anything, but it's not what I want to watch right now, so I'm not going to watch it. It's going to be like a C grade, and it fails the test of getting at least an A or B in the first episode, so I'm not going to watch any more of it. It wasn't worth it. It's not good. But what's the point? Like, what's the point? He's already at the meeting the parents' face, even though he already met. She got actually genuinely emotional when he mentioned the mother. Sounds like you don't understand the stimuli acme, you dumb pieces of shit. Can't control your base urges like you're a primitive animal who's so narcissistic and egotistical that turns animals humping into something divine, but also can't control it and practice in a half-mast state. Don't understand the nature of base hedonism. This is what it leads to, bro. Oh, this drinking and performative aspects, like, oh, look how tortured soul you are. You're just a dumb piece of shit who can't control your own primitive instincts and urges. Weak-minded fool. He sort of tries to aggrandize everything he does, though. Like, it's no big deal. They could hear it all the way from out there. It didn't seem that loud. But yeah, like look at people as reactionary, initial-minded, folly-favoring. What it is you pose the false absolute state, and then they practice it at half-mast and seek overcompensations and imbalance. So you have no plan, you have no measure, you have no self-awareness. So you wonder why you suffer from the conflict of contrivance. Is because you don't even define for yourself what you want. You don't even know what you want. You're controlled by your base tendencies, stimuli, acme, zero-sum means, but you don't even realize it yourself, or you don't want to acknowledge it. You don't want to acknowledge it, so you'll pretend like it's not the case, but then you're defined by it anyway and reduced to it. But that ends up being the defining factor, dependent, overextended pretense, that necessary and valid cognitive dissonance defining. Bro, fuck off. So, oh, I see. She's such a high-class, self-respecting woman that all it took was a guy buying her a dishwasher and trying to woo her with money, and now you're fucking. Ah, yes, of course. How eloquent. What a great standard. And again, it doesn't mean you shouldn't do that, but like, well, let's be more blunt about it. I'll do the $1 million, what's it called? The indecent proposal. Like, that's all it's about. You can pretend and dress it up. You weren't into him at first, or you were trying to shun him away, and then, oh no, now it's going to be about money, But no, it's like people not even knowing. So this guy's getting fucked by some guy in the grocery store, which I don't even understand. It's not an issue of being gay either. It's an issue of the age. Okay, that was at least the same age. We're really milking the stimuli acme with this one. Yeah, people get used to it in prison all the time. Just ask Ben Carson. Yeah, like people don't like that in... You'd probably like getting pegged by a girl, I bet. I don't really give a shit about what's going on, dude. Fuck this show. Like, what is the point? What is the point? Give us some point. Like, I don't... I came for a photogenic face, and this is what we get now. She looks a little rotten, sullen. I'm sure this relationship is not going to last too long. Why'd she be working at a fucking supermarket if so stupid though. Like what am I watching, dude? This is trash. I'll give it like a C grade, maybe even a D grade. It's like it doesn't make you want to watch the show. Like what happened in the show? Nothing. This guy tries to woo her, okay, so what? The dad is a deadbeat. Or like he's sort of pseudo replacing the dad at the table, I guess is the point. Now he's going to be the surrogate dad figure. I do not want to watch this show. I'm going to tell you right now. I am not going to watch it. I guess it's just not for me. Like I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't see what the appeal is. You got to give us, I guess... It's a writing technique that you have to understand. Give us a MacGuffin device. Give us like something, I always use that, the mentalist. I don't care what the show's about even, like, give us the Ted Mosby effect, like, oh, he's looking for a special someone, right? Give us something solid. Like, what was this woman's measure, Fiona? Like, what's she doing? Nothing. She's just an aimless broad, and she's just, negligible. And it's almost like this guy has more of a sense of purpose that he's after her and whatever, like, I don't know, start an OnlyFans, like, I don't give a shit, dude. Let's watch some more liberal meltdowns. But no, that one was a fail. So now let's try to watch a movie in between, and then we'll move on to Monk, because I am not watching this. I'm sorry, dude. I wanted to like it. I mean, I wanted to see some of these scenes about her getting other jobs, and I don't know, like, her personality was just not even interesting. She's just a basic bitch, but with a very photogenic face, I will say. Like, whoever this actress is very Kristen Milioti looking kind of chick. It's not her, is it? Like, I don't know who it is, but it kind of looks like her, but I don't know. They just have a face that would stand out. bro gets baited into a second series based on a photogenic face. Allison Williams and Girls, #1, and then this one. And ironically, they both rely on the stimuli acme as if, they know exactly what they're doing with it. Like, come on, we get it. That's an appeal to a lot of people, but why you got to be like this? Like, I don't know. It should be an element of the series, but it doesn't. Yeah, even in the middle, it's like Grace and Rigsby. That was an okay romance, but or even Kimball, Cho, and somebody, and eventually Jane and Lisbon. But it's not the focus of the show. I mean, even in shows that might be about, well, I guess it's meant to be, like if a romantic show, or like what is even the genre of this show? It's sort of a romance. It's sort of a drama. It's not really even a comedy. There were a few that are already dealing with this kid getting fucked by some guy. Like, that's kind of weird. Why does that have to be a plotline in the first episode? Like, yeah, I really want to watch this to find out more about that. Like, that's a great way to, in the first episode of the show, I want to find out more about this kid's affair with the guy. Like, really? Is that really something that is going to draw viewers in? Or I don't know. Okay, we can watch some more of these liberal meltdown ones. I added a whole bunch. The problem is some of them are just going to repeat, but it's kind of funny. We had seen the Colbert one that he was kind of losing his shit about it a little bit. And so what you need to do is, I got to find a movie for tomorrow. I'm going to watch a movie. Yeah, we need a little convincing moment. Pretend like you're at a job interview, Fiona, and use your photogenic face to mesmerize me into watching more of the show. Like, there's always these characters like Rachel in Friends. Is it really believable that Rachel would be like struggling like a normal person when she looks like a fucking supermodel? She looks like Jennifer Aniston. Oh wait, like, I'm not saying that normal people walking around living everyday lives sometimes aren't really attractive like that, or subjectively whatever, but it's weird because I don't see a person like Allison Williams really struggling to make ends meet, or I don't see, especially in this day and age with OnlyFans, or they'll have like a sugar daddy, like there's too many considerations, and so I don't really see that happening with this woman. I don't see that happening with who was the other one? Jennifer Aniston. She can just marry a fucking professor at like Ross, who she's just a waitress, and he's obviously very educated. So that's worth something. He almost doesn't seem to fit with the friend group because of how nerdy he is, but if it translates to making six figures like that, you can't really question it. So what you have here is the simple ability to consider a couple other things in the playlist, watch later, I keep using. Let's just watch people lose their shit. We've moved on from the trial stuff to this, I guess. Okay. Okay, so this one is called... My phone's giving me a little bit of trouble here, so it's just not working. Sometimes the screen will freeze like that where I can't interact with it anymore, so this is great to do while driving. But no, we'll figure out a movie, and we'll figure out then the month, so we'll kind of alternate between that way. But I'm kind of sad about that. Like, I wanted... What is going on with it? I wanted to like it, but it's just not meant to be, and my phone is fucking up hard, so I can't even use it. Bro, come on, bro. Okay, can you please just work for a second? So it's going to be All celebrity and liberal meltdowns as Trump wins election. And it starts with a guy like on a skateboard or on like a snowboard or something, and with the text "I think," just so you know what video I'm exactly talking about. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. I think it's time we make the ultimate election meltdown. What is this, like a video game or what? There's so many of these commentary videos on YouTube, like somebody just playing some random game, talking about various subjects that have nothing to do with that. Why are you showing me a guy snowboarding? Is it bad that you can't tell whether that's real life or a game? It must be a game, though, because of the mad shit that he's doing. In real life, you'd knock yourself on that tree and die. I don't make eye contact anyway. There's no need for me to look at people when I can already see through them. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Yeah, it'll be Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Jorgensen, and you won't vote for them because they're not Democrats, because you're a brainwashed fucking puppet. You had a chance to have Tulsi Gabbard in there if you had half a fucking brain in your shitty fucking skull, but you don't. I do like that nickname, though, Maggot. You do MAGA, but then you just add a T at the end. That is kind of a good... I've always liked that one. I always like the term libtard, too. Libtard versus maggot. The whole irony is that people who dislike Trump are more obsessed than people who like him. Right? Like, why do you have to be obsessed? Why does it have to be a cult? Why can't the cult be the other side, where look how much they obsess over it? Like, nobody acting like bitter losers, really. AOC is always good for a laugh. People are so dramatic, like they try to hyperbolize everything, which isn't really even a word, but I love these little buzzwords. If we say he's a fascist enough, he's a fascist. Like, okay. Just you can just say it and it's just true. See, if he does what you're saying, then you're right, but now, if he locks up George Bush, I'd be more than happy with that for his war crimes in Iraq, but that wouldn't even still be up to him. That would be up to the courts. Like, if your wife gets raped by an illegal immigrant that Biden let in, then maybe we can have this conversation. If another Laken Riley comes along. So you're acknowledging that the economy will be okay, though. How is he going to just take away the right to vote? How? Why would it take you this long to block him, though? You would have known that for a while. Fact check, he didn't vote for Project 2025. That wasn't on the ballot. Strong, independent woman. But imagine being so petty about why you're doing this. You know what? She has shades of an absolutist, though. At least she's consistent. She can take care of herself, and she blocks out the parents. Like, at least she's being consistent with what she's saying. You're not just doing it to make a point. You're saying, like, I blocked out my mother till she died. Okay, fine. If that's your measure, then I respect your consistency to it. So she's a little bit different than most of the people on here. Your neighbors got deported if they came in the country illegally. Like, okay, fine. Oh yeah, like you were really being sympathetic and not just bitching the whole time. You thought I was unbearable before. When does anybody cry to you? Like, when did Trump supporters ever complain about Trump to people who on the other side? When did that ever happen? That never happened. The hate cult is off Trump and everybody who voted for him. If those people include America's enemies or illegal immigrants who need to be deported. What is she pointing like that? What is this ASMR follow my finger? Holy shit, bro. This is a lot. Oh, God. The original trans. If you know, you know. I like what this represents in society, though. People wake up one day and finally use their brain, and they think Trump is really what it's about. This is what you call initial mindedness. Like, you're not seeing the big picture. If you really understood power structures and how they work and even recent history, you would see that Trump, even as flawed as he is actually a step in the right direction, even small, but okay, let's do a celebratory fuck ourselves then. Let's celebrate his victory by jacking off. Fine with me, dude. Okay, that's going a bit too far. I was joking. Okay, look at this woman yelling. That one really bothers me. She's fucking so annoying, gonna break my eardrums. This chick is crying. My whole thing with this is not that you're doing this. Okay, fine. If you have this reaction, fair enough. But you really gotta record it. I was wrong about my prediction with Pennsylvania, though, that some fishy shit would happen there. That guy was kind of good, though, self-effacing. It's my fault. I wish I could have done more. You just can't acknowledge that your side has flaws, though, too. You're not necessarily entirely wrong. Well, it's hyperbole still, but... Okay, nobody wants to hear you cry, dude. I want to hear you cry verbally, not, like, just making noises. You'll still get food stamps. It doesn't change that much. What is this? What is this commentary? Look at this sort of passive-aggressive tone. This woman looks kind of familiar. You really think it's this big of a deal, though? In reality, it still won't even make that big of a difference. But he's the type of person who might actually make some meaningful difference, like cut some of the Department of Education, cut some of the big government programs. So you look at that as, oh, that's his way of trying to increase his power, but it could just be a way to reduce government power in general. Like little kids are really worried about this. Did they have questions when George Bush killed babies in Iraq? Did they have questions when you... Fuck off. As if you shouldn't do these things anyway. You should center your whole thing on them anyway. I like the way she talks. Like she's kind of smart, or like she's very articulate with how she explains things. I like that woman. Hip man or hip woman. This is sort of out of touch. So you're acknowledging that groceries will be cheaper and the gas will be cheaper. That's very oddly specific. What if I'm not straight? I'm asexual, I'm bi, what are all these other titles? I forget. I like that. I might go get a tattoo. But you'll have sex with women then. This is one good way to get over a breakup, trying to justify that you're not going to have sex. And yeah, somebody had a good comment, like, that's a way to show the fundamental Christian men who voted for Trump that we're not going to have sex. Well, they would kind of encourage celibacy or whatever anyway. And yeah, all these people threatening to move, but they never move. All these people threatening to go leave Twitter, but then they don't when Elon Musk bought it. Like, you got to be a woman of your word, at least here. Like that one woman who said she cut off her family, assuming she's telling the truth. Or we get a little ASMR whispering with this chick. I like it. Equal opportunity. Yeah, he hates everybody. What about that? Human beings are all pieces of garbage. I'll run on that platform. That's why they need to be herded like sheep. That's why we have the government in the first place. Otherwise, you would have self-governance, you dumb pieces of shit, trash, monkey, evolved monkey, swine. Referring to all human beings, of course, in that. I love how that's offensive, too. Like, if you call people of a certain race that, oh, that's offensive. It's like how they call Saiyans in DBZ. Saiyans are a bunch of monkeys. Human beings have evolved from monkeys in some form, right? So, Tulsi Gabbard is a fucking American goddess hero. Like, absolutely. I've always respected Tulsi, but her role in trying to do this was beautiful. Like, if she wins in 2028, it would be deserved. It would be wholly deserved. You know, give her some prominent role and let her have that, because she deserves to be president after what she's done. She went here just to do it so that nobody's in earshot. I appreciate the commitment, at least, to do that. You went to a place that nobody would hear you. That was actually a pretty good scream, for what it's worth. Put you in a horror movie. You just have to beat Joe Biden. That's actually a good point. Like, he's a senile fucking old man, and he wins, but Harris doesn't win. Like, they're both clowns, but... a day of mourning or celebration. Oh, we got some music with this one too. I saw this one. It's not even real. It shows you the double standards too. Democrats are going to object, to the election, and they're going to say recount the vote, and they're going to say it's Russia, and they're going to say it's rigged on the other side. You did witness history. The woman thing. A woman of color. Is that really all you see in her then? Is she that shallow and pathetic of a person that her non-choice reaction identities are what you focus on rather than her ideas, her actions, her principles, her intelligence? The problem is a lot of these we're going to have already seen multiple times. I like that one, Alice in Wonderland Nightmares. That's at least a funny line. Remember the part in Alice in Wonderland where the people, the citizens of Wonderland voted for the evil witch, and she took over and she won democratically, and that's where all the evil began. Yeah, go try to live in the Middle East and see how much they love women there. Yeah, they want everything, you're right. That woman was just spitting facts. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing necessarily, but... So this person was in a Jubilee video? Okay, at least you're being big about that. You're not trying to fight the... Everyone that I know is asleep. That could have a double meaning. She looks very ordinary, like not one of these people you think, oh, she's part of some whatever stereotype. And that solves the abortion problem then, I guess. Back to the snowboarding. Oh, now he's going to play the other side. And it's in the hands of the state. But no, like, the same people saying we're going to be the 4B movement and not have sex are the same ones saying that, oh, abortion is so important. But now you don't need to worry about abortion because you're not having sex anyway, so he solved the problem. It's some kind of genius level reverse psychology. I disagree with the premise of that, though, too, because a fetus is a fetus, so, like, that's still alive, and it's going to become a baby, so I just don't agree with the whole premise. I mean, it mattered in the sense that he appointed the justices, that he can appoint the justices and sort of pack the court. There's no question about that. It's more emotion. It doesn't mean that they're even stupid, but emotion, it sort of obscures everything. But they obviously don't believe him. And he sort of flip-flopped on something to do with Florida. I think he flip-flopped back on that, though, because then people got upset about him that way. He said he was going to vote for something in Florida. Or a lot of them are very young and they've been indoctrinated by, like, education system and stuff. So it's very easy to indoctrinate people who... some of these I'm going to end up repeating in a way that's kind of dumb. Because this is the one that I think I already saw. Trump derangement syndrome, meltdown moments, TikTok edition with the little George Washington eyes or something from the dollar bill. Starting in 3, 2, 1. 6 years. I don't know what the fuck she's even saying. I cannot understand. She's genuinely mad. She's not even like putting it on or acting. At least the illegal ones. Yeah, I want to see the same chick who yelled at the 2020 or 2016. Yeah, that is my question. I don't mind you having this reaction. That's your prerogative. You can have whatever reaction you want. But you really want to make a clown of yourself. It almost makes it seem like a self-parody joke, but it's not really. Now, the problem with this discussion is that you could say that about anybody. And Hitler didn't. No, he sort of did say, okay, fine, Jewish problem. We need to eradicate the Jewish problem. Oh, so you mean a problem caused by Jewish people? Oh, no. Just, like, you could interpret it differently. The Jewish problem, as in the Jews even exist. That's actually kind of a good bit for, like, some skit. Like, Hitler says... from the beginning. Like, Hitler didn't say he wanted to kill the Jews from the beginning. All he said was, we need to eradicate the Jewish problem. Oh, not a problem the Jewish people are going through or causing, but the Jewish problem, as in the fact that there are even Jews at all. Like, you could interpret it that way. But no, this applies to everything. Like, did you know that some of these leaders that stayed on were elected, but so that means every elected leader that applies to. Okay, so then don't vote for Biden, don't vote for Harris, because they're elected just like Putin was elected. And the thing with Hitler is he didn't win, though, outright. He didn't actually win an election outright, if I'm not mistaken. I've discussed this many times before, so I'm pretty sure I'm right. He got like 1 million plus votes, or a good amount of votes. I forget exactly what it was at the time, but he got a good amount of votes, but he didn't get enough to win, so they sort of had to give him emergency powers and stuff. So he technically didn't win outright. And how do you even know? Like, you're punishing men, but how do you know the men didn't vote for Harris or... You're trying to cuck men, but what's the point? This is so random, like it has nothing to do with the actual thing. men don't like women. And yeah, this is like two wrongs don't make a right. Even if it was true. She's so mad she can't even talk. Everything's about race. Everything's about identity. Like, it didn't work, your little identity politics. Compared to every other country in the world, like, most countries are more, much worse to women. Most countries are not as diverse in race in the first place. Yes, it's amazing you care so much about gender when you're the same side that would say gender doesn't matter and is, lose some brand deals. What about non-white women? They said this the first time, and he didn't do anything like this, so... Steve Kerr said something really stupid about it, too. Including the ones who voted for him, every minority. Is she just threatening to kill people? This should kind of be removed. This is fucking... You can't say shit like that. I'm gonna murder random people? That's like a threat with a plan. So I'm gonna... Imagine if you said this the other way. Reverse the roles there. Imagine if you said that... Oh wow, that was fucking dark. So many of these spoiled people that don't know how the world fucking works too. Republicans are very happy because they won every fucking thing. They won the House, the Senate, the presidency. Mitch McConnell is fucking doing cartwheels. Wow, that whole thing was censored. This is actually summing it up. I'm better than you. How are you feeling, teachers in America? Why would you lose your job? Oh, wow. You don't want to be a part of the failing education system. Oh, I guess we have to go back 150 years. You must be a time traveler. Because, bitch, do you know where you're working right now? If I'm not mistaken, she said she's a teacher. So talking about working in a failing education system, honey, you're already there. Go become a life coach like that one teacher who always posted those videos. Be Live something. What's her name? Yeah, some of these end up repeating a bit too much here. Well, since you're single anyway, it doesn't matter, does it? Abortion is your number one issue, and you're not going to have sex with anybody now. I don't know what that means, what it stands for, 4B. Keep the population of women at 4 billion? Is that what it is? No more cop cities. Donald Trump is nothing if not pragmatic. Like, he's gonna, not the way that Obama was, but like, you know, it's, even if you think he's all these terrible things, you don't think he's still gonna do some basic good things just to, you know, basic good economic policy, even if it's part of his master plan to take over the world and become a dictator, literally Hitler, right? Even if that was the case, you would have this element of being able to do it in a different way. Like, he would still try to do other things that would be actually good policy. And so, Democrats today... Okay, I'm done with this. I'm getting kind of bored because some of them repeat a little bit too much. But no, tomorrow I should watch a movie. And and then after that, I can segue into watching Monk. And like I said, that series lasted one episode. I didn't like it at all, really. I give it like a D grade, probably. I just didn't enjoy it. Let's see what else we have here. I've been watching this a little bit. I've been obsessed with watching people play Until Dawn. But it's not even the new version. These are just older playthroughs off. I should watch Christopher Odd play this if he's done it. I love the therapist scenes, the psychiatrist. Yeah, so many of the characters are just useless. Like Ashley, what did she even do the whole fucking game? Even in the best case, worst case, she doesn't really do anything. right? She's just basic and boring and dumb. Emily has some good moments in the mines. Mike turns into Rambo. Sam is at least a good rock sort of figure where she's always supportive and helpful and nice and at least trying to help. Josh is smart in his own way, however, regardless of how he decides to use that. Matt and Ashley are basically should be together in the sense that they're both boring and bland and don't really do anything, and they're just trash. They just don't do anything. I can't think of one noteworthy thing that either character does. They don't save anybody, they don't kill anybody, they don't do anything. Jess I won't even hold against too much because she gets taken so early that it's almost like she didn't get a chance to really do anything. So she's just a damsel in distress victim from the very beginning. So I'll even give her a pass. But yeah, Mike is in the top tier because he turns into Rambo and does everything. Emily is like at least in the middle tier. She's active and smart at times. Chris is kind of in the bottom tier as well. He doesn't really do anything. Chris, Ashley, Matt, and Sam's in the mid tier. She at least tries to help. I guess Chris and Ashley go to try to save Sam from, at that point, Josh. And Josh really likes Sam. That's, in fact, the one true pair of the game that I kind of think about. I don't think there's an ending where they actually end up together, but that should be an ending. Like, maybe in the remake they could have added it. Like, they both survive, and Josh and Sam end up together in a relationship, and she kind of covers for him. Like, did any of you do anything wrong during these events? And she says, no, Josh didn't do anything. We all, she like covers for him. And so, because there is like a connection that they have. They're like friends. They have some cute interaction dialogue. Sam seems to like him. He seems to like her. But that's immediately what I noticed in my playthrough of it many years back when I did it. I felt some real chemistry between them. Right, Sam is sort of the one who's not in a relationship, so that dynamic was perfect if they ended up together, despite all, because like Josh redeems himself by helping save everybody from the Wendigos after doing the prank on everybody, and so she kind of forgives him, and she even has some dialogue, like, I thought we had a connection, and he would talk to me about his sisters. Like, it was so perfectly laid out. There's just something about their attitude and tone towards each other. Even once he does the prank, she still seems concerned about him and gives him, like, the benefit of the doubt and all that. It's a very good game, but it plays it a little bit safe at times and a little boring, and some of the dialogue is stunted. It's the kind of game that really deserved a sequel, even if not with the same character. Well, I'm sure Supermassive Games has made other things that are similar, though, so I guess in that sense. There's a game it keeps getting compared to, The Quarry, which I don't know what that is, but I should probably check that one out. Human Bomb. What the fuck is this? There'll be like these little sections of a video that are like named after certain words that they say. So he must say the words human bomb, and then it says, this section of the video is about the human bomb. Like, I don't know what the fuck that means. Okay, so what we can do here is I can decide on the movie. I'll do it for tomorrow. And so what we can do is just maybe try to watch something like this. Heavy Rain is really good for watching. There's so many story games that are good for that. Doesn't mean that they're bad to play, even like Phoenix Wright, but they're really good to watch. But yeah, we have a couple other things I want to do, and so I'm a little disappointed by that. Like, that was not a good first episode. That was not anything special. They kind of belabor the relationship with the Steve guy too much. He's wealthy. It's almost a cliche. She's photogenic, but so what? I don't care about the kids. I don't care about the whole thing with the guy at the grocery store or whatever it was, where he's getting like he's suspecting something, like, what are you, gay or something? And I don't get how he really finds out so certainly, though, that their shoes are, like, on the wrong thing. They're wearing, like, one pair of each other's wrong shoes, so therefore that proves that they were doing something together. You could try to explain that away some other way. Or, yeah, like that girl blowing everybody under the table was so dumb. Like, you really can't just go in your private room and do it like that. And that mom was giving them beer and stuff. That mom character was weird, like, and the dad, like, leaves. Okay, Northern Line plays Until Dawn, episode 7, at 8 minutes and 10 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. For whatever reason, I just feel like watching this. So is that the guy who's like the old man who helps them later with the flamethrower? I mean, he's the only other person up here. Lock the bathroom door, but don't lock the front door. Freddie Prinze Jr. No, let's compare Mike to Sylvester Stallone, because he's a fucking Rambo one-man army. Sanatorium. Now, did the family own the sanatorium too? The Josh's Washington family? Yeah, I really wanted to play that one. The original version of this. For the PS3, like the demo. Jess is just taken away. Actually, you're wrong about that, though. Josh isn't. So he has no idea. A lot of people, I've seen some of these clips, they predict what's going to happen. I saw my clip of it, actually. I predicted it super early on. Bro thinks he's playing GeoGuessr or something here. That's what you call an invisible wall in a game. It's like the camera angle is stupid with that. Like, it may not be invisible, but you just can't see it from there. It's a very controlled camera angle. I don't remember it being so bright in here. He's got his lantern, but there's no need for it. Like, it's so bright everywhere. You would think, like, why do you even give a shit about any of this? Like, Obviously, one of the people who's becoming a Wendigo. Yeah, I was disappointed by that too. The Wendigo did it. Good immersive character interactions. The Wendigo did it. By then, it's all about that. It's like a cop-out. Because it's written pretty well without needing that to be the case. Is this where he gets his finger caught in the bear trap? I don't know if you're forced to do that or if you can avoid it. You see like a hand in the trap and then you go to grab it. Like, I don't know why you would do that even. I probably did it too though. Or here's like an invention idea, because I always have to like eat or drink at the side of my mouth if one of my teeth is hurting. Just something that covers part of your teeth. Like, so if your tooth on your right is hurting, it covers that side or some of them. And so now you can do whatever you want and it won't bother you. Or you could just do that for all of them. Like covers for your teeth, for all your teeth, that now you eat with a cover. He's just asking random questions. None of this shit matters to do with you, to do with Jess, to do with anything. You would think, why does it even matter? But there's some incentive to try to solve the mystery, and that kind of yeah, it's a pretty good game, but it's like, you know, maybe missed some opportunities. It sort of was set up where it could have played it real a little bit more and it would have worked out. Yeah, and he's trying to help you, so he picked... Wow. He called that shit on the nose. Wow, dude. A very accurate guess. So the guy is obviously the dude. If he just would open his fucking mouth, he could have told Hannah and Beth, I'm trying to help you. Or he could have told Emily in the mines, I'm trying to help you. So they cover everything up here.